Chapter 1 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendrie. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chapter 1 Primitive and Savage Music. Fétis defines music as the art of moving the emotions by combinations of sound. This statement would give to the tonal art a very early origin, and would even allow it a pre-human existence in the Song of Birds. The beginning of human music must have been vocal in character. Herbert Spencer considers song as a form of expression arising from the reflex action of the vocal organs under stress of emotion, just as a cry follows pain. This would reverse the definition of fétis and make music a result of emotion rather than a cause. It seems probable that the early songs developed from hunting calls or other vocal signals employed in primitive life. As soon as such calls were used for the pleasure expressed or imparted, apart from any useful purpose, they became music in the strict sense of the term. Melody would thus arise easily from the application of a single call or the union of several. Some authorities think that song was first an accompaniment to the muscular expression that led to dancing, but the hunting signals probably antedated the rudimentary tangos of the primitive races. The origin of different scales may be traced with more detail, even if some of it is legendary. Our own scale is founded on fact, for Pythagoras brought its mathematical relations from Egypt and made them the basis of the Greek scales. In this system, the pitches of the notes corresponded to definite fractional parts of a stretched string. The Greek system became the basis of the Ambrosian and Gregorian modes, described in detail in a later chapter, and the same pitches were employed in the diatonic mode that replaced these. For the last 2 centuries, the intervals, by common consent, have been altered slightly to make our 12 equal semitones that permit of modulation from one key to any other. Not all people, however, use our scale. In Siam and some neighbouring countries, the octave is divided into 5, 6, or 7 equal parts to form a scale. The Hindus, on the other hand, used smaller scale parts than ours, having third and quarter tones. The legends tell us that when the god Krishna came to earth, he was met by no less than 16,000 nymphs, each of whom sang to him in a mode different from that of the others. If they all sang at once, the hearer would certainly have needed more than human patience, but the account does not deal with that point. From this event came the numerous modes, or ragnis, that were found in the native Indian music. These were often of great power, and some were held even too potent for mortal use. Thus it is related that the Emperor Akbar commanded the famous singer Naik Gopal to sing the mode of fire. That performer, after finding all refusal vain, started his fatal task, but took the precaution of plunging up to his neck in the waters of the Jumna. Before his song was over, the water around him began to boil. Even then, the emperor would not let him stop, so he resumed the fiery strain, only to burst into flames and be consumed as he finished it. The story seems apocryphal, though many later singers have been known to be persuaded into attempting things that they cannot manage safely. China uses the so-called pentatonic scale, consisting of intervals similar to those of the black keys on our pianos. That this scale may give pleasing effects is shown by the Scotch folk music, in which many of the most beautiful songs, such as Auld Lang Syne or Bonnie Doon, are wholly in the 5-note scale. Turning again to legend, we find that the Chinese evidently preferred this scale to our diatonic mode. Long ago the sage Lim Lun, in search of knowledge, came to the banks of the sacred river. Here he found the immortal bird of China, the Fuang Huang, with its mate. The female bird sang the notes of our diatonic scale, while the male bird limited his outpourings to the pentatonic scale. At that time, everything feminine was held of little account in China, so the female's notes were rejected and those of the male bird chosen. A little judicious cutting among the bamboo reeds on the river bank enabled Linglun to perpetuate this scale. At present, the Chinese often sing with a piercing intonation, but their music itself is not at all unpleasing, as the song in praise of the Mu Li flower will show. A Chinese song praising a branch of Mu Li flowers thrown into a maiden's door. Among ancient instruments, those of the Chinese are best described. Their invention is ascribed to Kai Tieng Qi, the 9th emperor of the spiritual dynasty mentioned in Chinese mythology. They are classified according to their material and form the following 8 groups. 1. The sound of skin. 2. The sound of stone. 3. That of metal. 4. Of baked clay. 5. Of silk strings. 6. Of wood. 7. Of bamboo. 8. Of calabash. The skin of animals, suitably tanned, is used in the 8 varieties of Chinese drum. Most of these are barrel-shaped, but 2 of the smaller ones are more flat, and often partly filled with rice grains. Musical stones, to the number of 16, form what is known as the king, the stones being shaped much like a carpenter's square and hung in a row. These are very valuable when perfect. They date from early times, a set of them having been received as tribute in the year 2250 BC. The sound of metal is heard in the many bells and gongs which are highly esteemed in China. Baked clay forms the material of the huan, a whistle with from 5 to 7 apertures. Silk strings are employed on the qin and the che, which are widely used. The former has 7 strings, giving only the 5 tones of the pentatonic scale. The latter is much larger, having 25 strings. These strings are plucked to produce the tone, which is unusually soft and agreeable. Wooden instruments are devoted altogether to noise. The chief forms are a hollow box struck by a hammer, and a tiger image with wooden pegs in its back, the pegs being swept at a stroke, in much the same fashion that a small boy will use in running a stick along a picket fence. Bamboo forms the xiao and the flutes. The former is a set of 16 panpipes. The latter have only 3 finger holes, and therefore demand much skill in playing. Still more difficult was the obsolete form with the mouthpiece in the centre, 3 holes on each side, and the ends stopped up. The calabash or gourd serves as the air chamber of the chang, which has gold-tipped reeds stuck into it to form a primitive organ. In recent years, the Chinese have adopted foreign instruments of the banjo and trumpet type. Musical instruments were probably copied from natural models. The wind whistling in a hollow reed would suggest the flute. A branch bumping against a hollow tree may well have led to drums, while the twanging bowstring develops naturally into a rudimentary harp. In Egyptian mythology, the invention of the lyre, ascribed to Thoth, the Greek Hermes, took place when that god's foot came in contact with the tendons of a dead tortoise, which had dried and tightened on the animal's shell. According to the evidence of prehistoric relics, the most ancient instrument is of the flute type. Thus, a primitive flute, rudely fashioned from the bone of an Irish elk, was found among remains near Desmond Castle. A whistle of reindeer bone formed one of the relics found among troglodyte remains in the Dordogne Valley. A bone pierced with several holes was found with flint implements at Gourdon, and a staghorn flute was discovered near Poitiers. Flutes of the Bronze Age, discovered in Belgium and Schleswig, were more advanced, while the early Egyptian flutes were well-developed instruments. The conditions existing among the early races may be judged from those which obtain among savages of more recent times. The Caribs of Guyana, for instance, employed jaguar bones for their flutes, and when these grew scarce, they fell back upon human bones. The Suriname tribes have the pleasing custom of making flutes from the bones of slain enemies. In a country as distant as New Zealand, flutes made of human bone were also used. The most practicable material, however, was a hollow reed. The Greeks said of the reed that it was useful in subjugating nations by furnishing arrows, in softening men's manners by the charm of music, and in educating them by affording the means for tracing letters. Its use for making flutes has been widespread. Thus Humboldt describes the skill of the American Indians in making and tuning their flutes. Schweinfurt praises the African bongos for similar ability, and Cook does the same for the natives of Tahiti. The last named could tune a flute by surrounding it with a leaf in the form of a scroll, which could be lengthened or shortened at will. In some cases, double flutes were used, consisting of 2 tubes branching from one mouthpiece. Still other flutes were arranged to fit the nostrils and played by blowing through the nose. The syrinx, or panpipe, was usually made from a set of reed tubes, though an old Peruvian instrument shows 8 pipes cut from a piece of soft stone. As a rule, the savage performer was not a great virtuoso. Thus the Kaffirs employed flutes chiefly to call cattle, the Caribs used the instrument as a signal to show approach, and the Iroquois braves reserved it for love calls. The finger holes were usually few in number, making it difficult for the performer to get any but the simplest effects. Instruments of the horn and trumpet type also are found among primitive peoples. African horns have been made of ivory, wood, or even large seashells. Just as Siegfried, in Wagner's Nibelungen trilogy, has his own horn call, so many African chiefs had special horn signals of their own for use in battle or to indicate approach. Sometimes nearly every member of a tribe would have such a signal. The Maoris of New Zealand had wooden war trumpets 7 feet long, which were audible for several miles. The Indians on the upper Rio Negro had something between a trumpet and a bassoon, made in 8 different sizes for use in their so-called devil's music. On these they played good melodies with full accompaniment. Women were barred from this ceremony on pain of death, and even forbidden to look at the instruments. And it is said that the poison used as a penalty for breaking this rule was given by fathers to their own daughters, and by husbands to their own wives. The gong is very popular among savages. Gong-like sounds are obtained in Borneo from small pieces of iron, and even from chains thrown into the air. Skillful African players can get many effects from the gong. Its chief use, however, has been to arouse its hearers to warlike frenzy, a condition that sometimes results from gong music in more civilized nations. Bells were adopted by the East Indian Pegus, who united 20 of them into one instrument, played by hammer strokes. The Javanese bells, or gamelan, sounded like a string orchestra when heard from a distance by the Challenger expedition. Primitive drums come in all sizes, from the skin-covered bowls of the Hottentots to the large hollow tree trunks of the Ashantis. In Africa, the drum has several uses beside that of accompanying music or dancing. It is employed to announce the arrival or departure of a stranger, to give the marching time for native carriers, or even for a code of signals. The Douala tribes have such signals, which they read with as much skill as a telegraph operator will use in receiving messages on his sounder. The marimba is a set of flat sticks on gourds of different sizes, the sticks being struck by a hammer. Some have claimed this as the origin of the piano, but it would be far more correct to call it the precursor of the xylophone. Plucked string instruments are well represented by the guitar of the Ashantis, known as the lanku. This has a long neck joined to a hollow, skin-covered wooden box. It has 8 strings, supported in 2 rows by a bridge. The Africans have zithers also, with strings of bamboo fibres or twisted rattan threads. Most widespread among stringed instruments is the harp. It undoubtedly developed from the twang of the bowstring, although the New Zealanders do not have bows, and yet do possess a form of the lyre. The harp of the Kaffirs is a simple bow on which the string may be tightened or loosened at will by means of a sliding ring. For resonance, a hollow gourd is lashed to the bow near one end. Other African tribes have harps varying in sizes, and with the strings ranging in number from 7 to 18. In Guinea, the natives make an Aeolian harp from the leaf stalk of the eta palm by separating its parallel fibres and putting a bridge under them. Lutes have been found on the lower Congo with strings of palm fibres. Dahomey has a primitive mandolin, while New Britain and the York Islands possess a rudimentary banjo. The use of friction in tone production seems to have originated in Africa. The Negro habit of rubbing two sticks together produces fearful and wonderful results, but it is a principle easy to apply to other materials. Thus the Damaras stroked their bowstrings and produced practically a violin tone. The Mbalunda Negroes evolved a crude violin with 3 strings of plant fibre. The Malays have a 2-stringed violin, while East Java offers a sort of flattened violoncello with horsehair strings on a frame of a rare variety of coconut. The Arabian rebab, often considered the origin of our violin, had 2 strings, which were plucked at first, and only bowed in later times. Other Arabian instruments were the lute, al-ud, the tabor, tambourine, the single-stringed monochord, the kettle drum, the zamar, an oboe, the nefir, trumpet, several flutes, and the dulcimer, with its hammer-struck strings tuned in sets of 3. The last named is the real prototype of the harpsichords and spinets that led to the modern piano. The Arabian music, like that of Mohammedans in general, has a 7-tone scale, derived from a theoretical system of 17 fractional tones. The scale, however, is not uniform, its intervals differing according to the number of fractional parts used in each tone. The music is rhythmical in character and striking in effect. It is well echoed in Félicien David's symphonic ode The Desert, and in Saint-Saëns' song La Brise. Babylonia and Assyria possessed harps, dulcimers, lyres, lutes, pipes, trumpets, and drums. The lyres were much like those of Greece, instruments with an enlargement or resonance chamber at the bottom, nearly vertical sides, and crossbar at the top, from which the vertical strings ran down. Some of the Babylonian instruments mentioned in the 3rd chapter of Daniel have Greek names. A dulcimer-like affair, with strings plucked instead of struck, was known as the psaltery. Among the Hebrews, music was cherished by the prophets as early as the time of Samuel, or about 1000 BC. In the Second Temple, built about 520 BC, singing with instrumental accompaniment was customary, and the psalms were collected for such use. This early music is lost, even the old Hebrew tunes of today, such as Kol Nidre, being comparatively modern. The Hebrew instruments were almost wholly borrowed from other nations. The kinnor, or harp, was probably small enough to be a lyre. The nebel was a psaltery, sometimes hung on the player's neck. The asor, which David mentioned as an instrument of 10 strings, was a lyre played with a plectrum. The timbrel, or tabor, or tabouret, was a small hand drum or tambourine, probably made in different sizes. Cymbals were known, and trumpets and flutes, while probably some use was made of the Egyptian sistrum, as well as guitars and pipes. The organ in the temple was probably a set of very large panpipes. The Talmud asserts that when this organ was played, the people in the streets of Jerusalem could not hear one another talk. But the name used, magrifa, meant fire shovel also, and may have referred to the large shovel that was thrown down after the sacrificial fires were built. Some authorities even hold it to be a drum. All this shows our lack of knowledge on the subject and the inaccuracy of the early writers. Another striking story comes from Josephus, who mentions a concert of 200,000 singers, 40,000 sistra, 40,000 harps, and 200,000 trumpets. Ancient Egypt, that land of much forgotten civilization, had a well-developed system of music. The flutes in the old tombs, as already mentioned, are found to be excellent instruments. There were 3 varieties of harp: a small, bow-shaped affair to be carried on the shoulders, a larger bow-shaped instrument that was held upright, and the more massive, loop-shaped affair, often triangular in form. None of these, however, had the pillar beyond the strings that completes the triangle in modern harps and keeps the instrument in perfect tune. For this reason, the Egyptian harps could not have stood very great tension and must have been comparatively low in tone. The strings varied in number from 3 to 20 or more. The Egyptian lyres, shaped like the letter U, with a crossbar above, had 5 or more strings. The lyres were usually set upright on a table or pedestal, but could be held horizontally instead. They were played either by a plectrum or by the fingers. The later lutes were provided with frets along the neck, in quite modern fashion. There were oboes with straw reeds in the mouthpieces, and sometimes double tubes. Trumpets were made of copper or bronze, and used chiefly for military purposes. The syrinx existed in various sizes. Percussion instruments included bone or ivory clappers, cymbals, tambourines, and at least 2 kinds of drum, besides the sistrum. The last was a set of metal bars hanging loosely in a frame, and giving a jingle when shaken. It is thought that this instrument was used to give signals for workmen to pull and haul together, just as one of a group of sailors tugging at a rope will sing a chanty to guide the men in pulling together rhythmically. Apparently, Egypt had no bells or gongs, and nothing of the violin or dulcimer type. The Egyptians employed music as a social diversion, a courtly luxury, and an adjunct of religious ceremonies. It was united with poetry and dancing. Professional singers, players, and dancers received careful training at large institutions, and some of the picture relics show this in great detail. The existing instruments indicate that the ancient Egyptian scale was probably diatonic, and some of the pictures suggest the use of harmony in instrumental combinations. In the 7th century BC, Egypt was opened to the Greeks, and this international intercourse grew very rapidly. The Greek music is derived largely from the Egyptian, many of the Greek works on music having been written in Egypt. This being so, the Egyptian music, as well as the Greek, becomes the source from which our own tonal art developed. We know little of the Egyptian scale and nothing of the notation, but apparently it could not have been greatly different from that of Greece, which has been described in detail by many writers. The so-called Ptolemaic scale system became a later model for Greece. Enough has been set down here to show that music is by no means a recent development. The known antiquity of the Chinese instruments, of which in passing we may note that the Japanese are mostly copies, is so great that it makes our earliest music classics blush for their extreme youth. The widespread employment of comparatively advanced instruments shows us that music might well have developed into a great art elsewhere than in Europe. Music, after all, is largely a matter of taste. The Chinese, on hearing European music under the auspices of Father Amyot, said that it was no doubt very learned, but that it did not touch the heart like their own music. But the old motto offers to each his own, and for Occidental nations the history of music, except for the earliest Egyptian suggestions, is wholly confined to Europe. The postscript of the last century shows us a development in America too, but that has been largely a reflection of European standards and models. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Greece and Rome. When the poet Collins called upon some party or parties unknown to revive the just designs of Greece at the expense of Cecilia's mingled world of sound, it is doubtful if he knew just what those designs were. Certainly was disloyal to the memory of Purcell and the great Elizabethan composers who had gone before him, but subsequent discoveries have given us a better insight into the subject of ancient Greek music, and we now have several actual specimens of that music to supplement the many historical treatises. In Greece, poetry and music were at first treated as one art. In the mythical or heroic age, the wandering minstrel flourished. He would travel about from place to place, reciting his epic fragments or shorter poems with a certain style of chanting or cantillation for each kind of poetry. The music, therefore, was not definite, the vocal chanting and lyre accompaniment varying on repetition, even though the style remained constant. The poets were received with sufficient honour in their peripatetic vocation. We read that 7 cities claimed the birth of Homer dead, through which the living Homer begged his bread. But this was written some 27 centuries after the event, and it is probable that geniuses of the Homer or Hesiod type would not often go hungry. Shorter lyrics began to appear in the 7th and 6th centuries BC. Ionic iambics and elegiacs were composed by Achillicus and Tatius, to be succeeded by the lyrics and odes of Sappho, Alcaeus, and Anacreon, to say nothing of Pindar and the later poetesses, Myrtus and Carina. These were still sung with improvisational accompaniment. They must have had a strong effect, for Solon, on hearing a work of Sappho, expressed the hope that he might not die before he had learned such a beautiful song. Music was given a scientific basis by Pythagoras, born in Samos in the year 582 BC. He travelled extensively and brought back from Egypt the knowledge of systematic music. He gave to the scale the mathematical proportions explained in the later chapter on acoustics, a scale which was employed almost intact until 1700 AD, and then changed only slightly to form our present scale. From his work and that of his successors came the well-developed system of Greek modes. The basis of the modes was the tetrachord, or group of 4 adjacent notes. The diatonic tetrachord consisted of intervals represented by E, D, C, and B in our notation. The chromatic tetrachord had the intervals of E, C sharp, C, and B, while the enharmonic tetrachord had still smaller intervals in its lower part. The diatonic tetrachord was varied by the use of C sharp instead of C, and D sharp also instead of D. The original tetrachord was called Dorian, that with 1 sharp Phrygian, and that with 2 sharps Lydian. These tetrachords were made into scales by the addition of tetrachords below. If the tetrachords were added above, the scales became Hippodorian, Hippophrygian, and Hippolydian, with an extra one, the Mixolydian, to complete the series. Their intervals, when tuned on the octave lyre, were as follows: Dorian, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E. Phrygian, E, D, C sharp, B, A, G, F sharp, E. Lydian, E, D sharp, C sharp, B, A, G sharp, F sharp, E. Mixolydian, E, D, C, B flat, A, G, F, E. Hippodorian, E, D, C, B, A, G, F sharp, E. Hippophrygian, E, D, C sharp, B, A, G sharp, F sharp, E. Hippolydian, E, D sharp, C sharp, B, A sharp, G sharp, F sharp, E. These, it will be seen, correspond in size of intervals with white key scales on our pianos, starting on each degree of our diatonic scale. Thus, the Dorian has E to E intervals, the Phrygian D to D intervals, and so on. The Lydian mode corresponds to our diatonic scales, so that when Collins wrote "Wrap me in soft Lydian measures," he was calling for nothing new to modern ears. Each mode was supposed to have its own special qualities, the Dorian being decidedly strong and martial. The hymn to Calliope, one of the few bits of Old Greek music still extant, is Dorian in effect, its chief note being what we would call the third scale degree. The impressive power of this mode may be seen also in the older Scotch setting of Auld Robin Grey, which begins and ends on the third scale degree. The Greeks combined all their scales into one large 2-octave affair, composed of 4 Dorian tetrachords with the necessary alterations. These notes were named from the strings on the large 2-octave lyre. The names and further details may be found in Waldo Selden Pratt's excellent book, The History of Music. The music was notated by letters. The Greeks used few letters, but gave them new meanings when written sidewise or upside down. The Romans did not understand the principle of the octave, and in adopting the Greek system they continued the letters through the alphabet and even added other characters. The Greek drama made use of music. Its declamation, half epic and half lyric, resembled in some degree the cantillation of the early minstrels, but was used by the chorus as well as by single performers. Instruments of the woodwind class, flutes, oboes, clarinets, etc., were gradually introduced also. Most common among Grecian instruments was the lyre. This had a resonance box, often tortoise shell, a U-shaped frame, and a crossbar with from 4 to 18 strings. Larger than the lyre was the kithara, or pharynx, in which the strings were carried partly over the side of the resonance box, instead of being attached to the top. It is held by a Grailsamer, an authority on the violin, that later kitharas with enlarged side frames behind the strings may have suggested the viols that led to the modern violin. The magadis was an oriental harp of varying shape, with about 20 strings. From this came the term magadizing, which meant playing in octaves instead of unison. Other harps were known under the names of barbitos and trigon, according to their shape. All these were played with the plectrum or plucked by the fingers. Among the wind instruments, the most popular was the orloi or direct flute of cane or board wood. This had a detachable mouthpiece and from 2 to 8 finger holes. There were double flutes in which 2 tubes extended from one mouthpiece. The player often wore a strap around his cheeks, enabling him to get greater power. Sometimes a bellows was attached, making the flute a bagpipe. The syrinx was a set of tubes bound together and played by blowing over the open ends. The salpinx was a natural trumpet of bronze, somewhat tapering in shape. The term flute probably included also instruments of the clarinet or oboe type, with single or double bits of vibrating reed in the mouthpiece. The deeper flutes were probably like our bassoon. Thus the sombre and impressive character of the Nome of Cradius, a death march played on the journey to an execution, must have drawn much of its effect from some tone colour similar to that of the bassoon. Among the wind instruments is also the rather mysterious water organ, invented by Ctesibius at Alexandria in the year 150 BC. In Roman times, this consisted of 2 or 3 sets of pipes mounted on a wind chest, a keyboard of valve levers, and a pair of partly filled pumps causing air pressure by hydraulic means. Many of these instruments were played at private or semi-public occasions, but they became a prominent feature in the public games. The Olympic Games, occurring once every 4 years at Ellis, dated back to the 9th century BC. At these games, there was often a contest of trumpeteers, which became a regular event in 396 BC. Most famous among the Greek trumpeteers was Herodotus of Megara, who won the prize 10 times in succession and in 1 year was victorious in all 4 of the great festivals, the Olympic, the Pythian, the Nemean, and the Isthmian. Many anecdotes are told of this musician. He would sleep on a bearskin, in imitation of Hercules and the lion's skin. His music was so loud that at times some of his auditors were stunned by the concussion. He would play upon 2 trumpets at the same time, and when he did so, the audience had to sit farther away than usual to avoid the bad effects of the noise. Once, at the siege of Argos, when the troops were giving way, he began to sound his 2 trumpets, which so inspired the warriors that they returned to the fight and won the victory. The trumpet was used for military signals rather than for really musical purposes. It was blown on the march, or to usher in a proclamation, or even to arouse the animals in horse races. In the musical contests, the prize seems to have gone to loudness rather than to what we should call expression. Trumpeters would often injure themselves in their efforts, and sometimes even burst a blood vessel. Harmonides, wishing to astonish his auditors, is said to have killed himself thus while playing the flute. Flute contests took place in the Pythian Games, held in honor of Apollo's victory over the Python. One of the contestants once won the prize in a rather singular manner. While he was playing on a straight flute, held directly before the face like a trumpet, he found the mouthpiece suddenly clogged. Instantly changing the position of his instrument, he continued by playing it as a side flute in the manner of our present-day performers. His presence of mind was rewarded by the victor's crown. It was natural that music should play a large part in any festival dedicated to Apollo, and in later years these events became ambitious enough. Thus, in the year 250 BC, shortly after Athens had won a temporary freedom from Macedonia, a musical festival took place that would have delighted the hearts of Richard Strauss and other modern wholesalers. The work performed was a representation of the combat between Apollo and the Python in 5 movements. The composer is unknown, and it is probable that the music took shape gradually under many hands, but the details of the scoring are recorded with some fullness. The first movement represented Apollo coming to Pytho and joining other celestial beings in their pastimes. This included a dance of the Houri, with the Graces and Muses presiding. The movement opened with 30 simikions, or hand-played harps, and these may have given some harmony, for the playing of chords on the harp instead of unison had already been taught by Stratonicus. 12 of the harps were of the enlarged form known as epigonian, with 40 strings instead of 35. After a time, 95 woodwind players were heard, using the plagiolus, side flute, and bombix, a sort of clarinet. This was all in the Aeolian or Phrygian mode. At the dance were heard the crotala, or clappers, commonly used to accompany the dances of Bacchantes and others. The second movement portrayed the descent of Apollo to the fray. It was in the Mixolydian mode, a scale that even in our music suggests hesitation and suspense. The low notes of 27 deep bombus pipes, somewhat like our bass clarinets, gave a portentous and funereal effect to the end of the movement. The third movement pictured the actual combat in the martial Dorian mode and with a rapid iambic rhythm. 43 clarinets were struck on the outside to represent the sound emitted by the monster gnashing his teeth. 50 players on the syrinx imitated the python's groans. 100 lyre players handled the polythongos and barbitos, large instruments with comparatively few strings. The complete forces were now in action and numbered over 500, including the loud coumboloi, or cymbals, with the smaller varieties known as leccidoi and oxybophoi. At the height of the tumult, major thirds, considered the most discordant interval, rang out from 45 trumpets. The fourth movement showed the monster's dying struggles. 55 shrill fifes gave a portrayal of his angry hisses. The earlier strings, with the forms of the lyre known as atropos, phoenix, and sambuca, gave striking quarter-tone accompaniments to represent the python's last gasps. With his death, a solemn spondaic rhythm ended the movement. The final movement was an ovation to Apollo in the Hippolydian mode. Such a festival consisted of what is known as program music, which tries to tell a story or portray some event or scene that necessitates explanation on the program. In contradistinction is the school known as pure or absolute music, in which the music is to be enjoyed for its beauty without the aid of any written story or description of what it might mean. The program school was well developed in ancient Greece and has even given us a modern phrase. When a musician attempted to give on his lyre a picture of a storm, the wit Dorian, who was present, remarked, "I have heard a better tempest in a pot of boiling water." This has come down to us in altered form as a tempest in a teapot. The Nemean Games, celebrating the slaying of the Nemean lion by Hercules, contained no definite musical contest, but flute playing was allowed for the purpose of stimulating the athletes, and probably prizes were awarded for it. A stone discovered at Chios bears on its face the names of many musical victors. It shows that prizes were awarded for reading music at sight, for rhapsodizing, for accompanying with a small harp played by hand, and for accompanying on the kithara, played partly by the left hand, and partly by a plectrum held in the right. Many lesser festivals, such as the Panathenea, had their musical contests. Pericles gave much encouragement to music and erected the Odeon for musical events. This building had a dome-shaped roof, which gave it excellent acoustic properties. The power of music among the ancient Greeks was most marked. We read of Terpander singing away the Spartan dissensions, Tyrtaeus arousing that same people to martial glory, or Solon inspiring the defeated Athenians to retake Salamis. In these songs, the words were naturally of very pointed significance, but there was a reverence for the compelling power of music that does not exist today. Even though our music may be far more involved and developed than that of Greece, modern auditors are not swayed by music as were the Greeks and the few other primitive races. Orpheus and the Sirens could have been evolved only among a people strongly influenced by the tonal art. That music was cherished in many ways is shown by the example of Polycrates, who kept a boy choir at his court in Samos to sing sweet Lydian melodies during his meals. But the most pleasing picture in Greek music was perhaps the spectacle of Sappho at Mytilene, training her school of fair young Grecians in the mysterious power of poetry, song, and instrumental music. Rome adopted Grecian cultivation and was only slightly original in music. Trumpets were more varied in form, as befitted a martial people. The hydraulic organ has been mentioned already. With the Romans, the tibia or flute, often with reed mouthpiece like a clarinet, usurped the prominent position that the lyre held in Greece. The tibia was used in all religious ceremonies except those of Bacchus, which demanded the kithara. So Mendelssohn showed historical accuracy in using flutes prominently in the chorus "O be gracious, ye immortals" in St. Paul. Flute players were used at Roman funerals and in such ostentatious numbers that a sumptuary law was passed, limiting their number to 10. The flute players formed a guild or union, and Valerius Maximus gives an anecdote showing their power. When the musicians were once excluded from the temple of Jupiter, where they had previously been allowed to take their meals, the whole guild left Rome in protest and went to the neighbouring locality of Tibur. Without them, it was almost impossible to carry on many of the religious and public ceremonies. The Senate, therefore, sent messengers to ask their return. When the strikers remained inflexible, the wily messengers persuaded the people of Tibur to give a feast in honour of their visitors, and before the musicians could sober up from the effects of this feast, they were bundled into chariots and brought back to Rome. They received all their former privileges, with new ones in addition, but at certain public performances after this event, they always masked themselves to show their shame at their inglorious return. Rome had her games, but at these, as in the military triumphs, the musical effects were striking and colossal rather than artistic. The music of private establishments was probably better in quality, and Apuleius, after hearing some of this, gave high praise to the combination of flutes, kitharas, and voices. The Roman plays were accompanied by gently flowing flute music, which was pleasing enough, but in later times these too grew more devoted to effects of display. In the later days of the Empire, there was a great demand for Gaditanian singers or dancers. These came from the neighbourhood of the modern Cadiz, which still supplies tenor vocalists. Many of the theatrical performers were slaves and were subjected to the most stringent rules to prevent them from spoiling their voices by excesses. The dance, especially in pantomime form, reached a high state of perfection in ancient Rome. A certain dancer was once told by Demetrius the Cynic that his art was merely an adjunct to music, whereupon the dancer made the instruments stop and enacted the subject of Mars and Venus with such skill that Demetrius was forced to withdraw his reproach. On another occasion, a prince of Pontus was entertained by Nero. The prince could not understand Latin and did not enjoy the plays given for him, but he admired the pantomimes greatly. When Nero wished him to name a parting gift, he asked for the dancer who had appeared in these spectacles, explaining that an artist so gifted in physical expression would make an invaluable interpreter. Nero himself cultivated music with marked assiduity, even practicing breathing in a recumbent position with weight placed upon him. In his own estimation, he was a great artist, though in reality his voice was rather thin and husky. He used to contrive to have his friends ask him to sing, and would accept princely fees for his appearance. When a soothsayer once told him that he would sometime find himself deserted by all his friends, he replied, "An artist can earn his living in any country." When he appeared publicly, his soldiers prevented the audience from leaving, though some jumped from windows and others feigned death in order to be carried out. Inattention was severely punished, and when Vespasian was caught asleep at such an event, his friends had hard work to save his life. Nero once made a tour of the Grecian games. There he bribed better artists to withdraw, and one of these, proving obdurate, was forced aside and killed by his soldiers. Naturally, under such conditions, he was always awarded the prize. He did not fiddle while Rome burned, because the ancients had no violins, but he ascended a tower and was moved to sing the destruction of Troy, accompanying himself on the lyre. When his enemies revolted, he considered winning back their allegiance by singing pathetic songs to them. When Rome rebelled, he tried to placate it by offering to appear in many musical events in the approaching public games, but somehow the city declined his offer. When he fled, he was much rankled by being called that pitiful harper, and he kept asking his few comrades if anyone could play better than he could. Before his suicide, he exclaimed, "What an artist the world will now lose!" There was undoubtedly some beauty in the Roman music, but on the whole, this feature was overshadowed by the display of the games and triumphs. When Ambrose arranged the church modes, he took them from Grecian rather than from Roman sources. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LuellaMargaret. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chapter 3. Early Christian Music. While Roman music went on its way from simplicity to bombast and then to decay, a new force arose in music, the worship of the Christian Church. In the earliest days of the Church, the music was of a simple but effective character. Most of the converts were of the humbler classes, and so not well versed in the intricacies of the Greek modes. The music they adopted for their chanting and singing was therefore simple and expressive rather than involved. It is probable that the hymns which echoed in the days of services in the catacombs were not greatly different in style from those in our modern hymnals. According to a report of the proconsul Pliny, made for the Emperor Trajan, the singing was at first individual. Pliny wrote of the Christians, quote, "They claim that their only fault or error consists of this. They convene at stated days before sunrise and sing, each in turn, a song to Christ as to a god." End quote. But it is possible that the word invicem, or in turn, referred only to responsive chanting of the scriptures, for in the time of Origen, in the 2nd century, the whole congregation sang together. St. John Chrysostom describes this practice in the words, quote, "The psalms which we sing unite all the voices in one, and the canticles arise harmoniously in unison. Young and old, rich and poor, women, men, slaves, and citizens, all of us have formed but one melody together." End quote. The custom of allowing women to sing with men in the psalms lasted until the Synod of Antioch abolished it in the year 379. At least one woman became publicly identified with music before that, for a noble Roman convert named Cecilia, afterwards made a saint, is described by writers of the 2nd century, when she lived, as having, quote, "lifted up her voice in praise of the Lord." End quote. Some accounts state that she became a martyr to her faith under the prefect Almachus, but that gentleman's name is not to be found in any historical narrative. The rise of choir singing came about somewhat as in the case of the Puritans in Massachusetts. Some of the congregation would naturally sing better than others, and the experts would gradually gather in one spot, where their voices would lead while others followed or became silent altogether. Paid singers existed as early as the 2nd century. Gradually, they came to disregard the simple and expressive style, and to indulge in brilliancy to arouse admiration. It was probably to remedy the state of affairs that Pope Sylvester I founded a singing school at Rome in the year 320. At that time, too, a special place was assigned to the choir. In AD 481, the Council of Laodicea decreed that none but clerks, called canonical singers, should be allowed to sing during the service. At this period, the churches were ambitious in architecture, and the arts of painting and sculpture combined their attractions with those of music. At first, no instruments were employed in the service, but gradually the organ was adopted, and by the year 450 it was commonly used in Spain. Toward the end of the 4th century, Ambrose, Bishop of Milan, tried to establish music on a definite system. He adopted from his idea of the Greek modes 4 scales, or tones. These, called authentic, had intervals like white key scales on our pianos, beginning with the notes D, E, F, and G. In the authentic modes, the key note was at the bottom, and the dominant, chief note, usually a fifth above it. From each of these 4 authentic modes, Pope Gregory the Great derived a plagal, oblique, mode, having the same keynote, but with the scale now reaching from a fourth below the keynote to a fifth above it, and with the dominant less than a fifth above the keynote. As the compass of the average voice is not much over an octave, the interval from the lowest plagal note to the highest authentic note was large enough to satisfy the demands of the singers. After the 6th century, 4 more modes were added, 2 authentic and 2 plagal, on the intervals of white key scales beginning with C and with A. The music of the Catholic service has been based largely on these modes ever since that time. Other branches of the church had their music. The Greek church used much ornamentation, for example, and sometimes employed the Byzantine scale, intervals like C, D flat, E, F, G, A flat, B, and C. The Syrian church had its own hymnals, especially those by Ephraim Cyrus, who was called the Harp of the Holy Spirit, while the Coptic church adopted melodies that were intricate and full of modulation. But the Gregorian was the only system that influenced Europe. It was tabulated later into a set of hexachords, or 6-note groups, with a semitone in the middle of each. The scale was diatonic except for the fact that some of these hexachords caused a change from B to B flat. B natural was called durum, or hard, and B flat, molle, or soft, words which gave rise to the German terms dur for major and moll for minor. In the 8th century, we find Charlemagne sending emissaries to Rome to get full and accurate details on the methods of Gregorian singing. The music at this time was sung wholly in unison or octaves. Hucbald, a monk of St. Amand, living at the beginning of the 10th century, is said to have been the first to systematize part singing. He allowed some voices to sing the melody, while others took the same melody a fifth higher or a fourth lower. This procedure, called parallel motion, would seem horribly harsh to modern ears. Probably it was not greatly enjoyed even at first, for in the next century we find Guido of Arezzo discarding the fifths and modifying the fourths somewhat. Guido, who died about 1050, was a noted singer and teacher. He had a famous boy choir, which sang, among other numbers, a hymn to St. John running thus: Ut quaent laxis, resonare fibres, mira gestorum, famuli tuorum, salve polluti, labii reatum, sancte Johannes. In the hymn melody, it happened that each line except the last began a degree higher than the preceding line. Guido therefore adopted the syllables at the beginning of the first 6 lines as names for the notes of the scale: ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la. These names have lasted until the present, with si, or ti, added later, and ut replaced by do, except in French instrumental music. Thus Guido was the inventor of what is called solfeggio, singing by note names instead of words. By its means he trained his choir very thoroughly, and he took this choir with him when called to Rome in 1026 to explain his system to the Pope. From this time on, for more than 4 centuries, England took the lead in the musical advance. The length of this period may be appreciated when we consider that the German classics, which form the most important part of modern music, were all created during the last 2 centuries. The Netherlands were supreme in the 15th and 16th centuries, and Italy's sway lasted only into the 18th, even then overlapping the work of Bach and Handel. Guido had lessened the effect of constantly recurring fourths in part singing by allowing 2 voices to come together when near either end of their compass, one part then diverging gradually from the other, which remained stationary until the interval between the 2 had reached the requisite size. Thus was introduced what is now known as oblique motion. Between the date of his death and the end of the century, England had developed the principle of contrary motion, in which voices or parts could proceed in opposite directions, and had also made it allowable for voices to proceed in the same direction by varying intervals. Thus there came about a sort of musical declaration of independence, asserting that all voices in part music were to be considered free and equal. This took place before the year 1100, which is made clear by a relic known as the Winchester Troper, which dates from that year. In addition to the old fourths and fifths, thirds and sixths were now used. Hucbald had given his system the name of organum, while the newer intervals were known under the title of Vollborden. In the meanwhile, musical notation grew from its crude beginnings in the Dark Ages to something not unlike its modern form. Notation has been a most conservative affair. Every now and then someone proposes a wholly new system of writing music, and most of these systems would be an improvement, as our present method is rather cumbersome. But the innovations do not gain ground, for the present system has the inertia of many centuries behind it. Before the 10th century, no one had any idea of the principle of the staff. Music was at first learned orally, and sung to words in the uncial characters that preceded the black letter. Gradually, the monkish teachers and pupils began to invent and use little signs to aid their memory. The chief principle of these signs rested in the fact that a horizontal line above a word meant stationary pitch, a rising line or curve meant rising pitch, and a downward line falling pitch. These signs were supplemented by others representing trills, turns, and the various component parts of melody, and our trill and turn signs, among other bits of notation, come directly from such early experiments. These primitive marks were known as the neumes, and flourished from before the 7th century until well beyond the 10th. There were different systems, the Byzantine neumes being unlike those used in Western Europe. One variety was known as the fly track notation, pedis muscarum, because its thickly spread signs looked like the marks that a fly would make if it crawled over the parchment after a sojourn in the ink bottle. It will be seen from the above description that the neumes were not an exact notation. They served as a guide to the memory. They also showed if the voice should go up or down, but they did not state how far up or down it should go. Thus, a specimen of neume notation did not give any accurate suggestion to the person seeing it for the first time. Yet modern investigation is tireless, and men of the Riemann type have shown that patient research enables them to solve almost all the signs used in this ancient system of notation. Sometime between the year 925 and 950, an unknown musician became dissatisfied with the indefiniteness of the neumes. With some red ink or pigment and a ruler, he made musical progress possible by drawing a single line. This line extended through the neumes horizontally and represented the pitch of the F below middle C. Now all the notes above F could be represented by signs above the line, and lower notes by signs below it. The principle worked so well that another line was added soon after, perhaps by the same man. The second line, green or yellow in color, represented the C above the F, and was marked, like the earlier line, with its proper letter. This F and C are still with us today, having changed their form only slightly to become the F and C clefs of the present, which are put on the beginning of a staff to show the position of the notes F or C. 2 other lines were then added, making a 4-line staff. Other attempts at staff notation had been made, either independently or as a result of the lines through the neumes. The chief one was perhaps the work of Hucbald, who died in 932. It employed the principle of a staff of many lines, but in this staff only the spaces were used. These spaces, too, did not contain notes, but actual words, each syllable being written in the space showing the pitch at which it was to be sung. The spaces of Hucbald's staff were marked by the old but clumsy method of using 4 Greek letters, the pitch varying when they were placed sidewise or upside down. In this system, the words had to be rewritten in their proper position for each added part, and we can trace Hucbald's 4ths and 5ths by following the lines of syllables along his pages. The first use of the 4-line staff, which lasted through the Middle Ages, has been ascribed to Guido, though probably it took place before his day. The 3rd line of this staff represented A, and was between F and C, while the 4th line was either above or below the other 3. Specimens of old missals showing both cases, and usually having the F and C marked on each staff. Thus both lines and spaces were used, and the gradual adoption of a 5th line gave us the staff of today. For the non-musician, it may be stated that while the F and the later G are marked in definite places on our staff by clefs which grew from the old forms of those letters, we have also a relic of the movable letters in the C clef, which may be put on almost any line of the staff. At first the lines, and even the staff, were used with the neumes, but gradually the latter gave way to notes, and we find Franco of Cologne giving these notes a definite value in his 13th century treatise on measured music. The early plain song, Gregorian chanting, showed little variety of rhythm, but gradually, as music was more widely used, the need for the notation of rhythm resulted, and attempts to represent it were made. After the adoption of measured notes, there came a division of music into triple or double rhythms. The former, being typical of the Holy Trinity, was called perfect rhythm, and marked by a circle. The latter, being only 2/3 of the triple rhythm, was marked by 2/3 of the circle, and this broken circle has been mistakenly transformed into the letter C, which is now used as a time signature for 4/4 rhythm. It is not really a C, and therefore cannot be the initial of what is known as common time. There was a further division of each beat into triple or double rhythm, this subdivision being called the prolation. The major or triple prolation was accepted if no sign was present, while the minor or duple prolation was called for by a dot placed in the middle of the perfect or broken circle. Thus the circle practically called for 9/8 time, the broken circle for 6/8. The circle with a dot in it meant a rhythm corresponding to 3/4 time, with 6/8 notes in a measure, while the broken circle with the dot was the same as our 4/4 time. There was no bar line then. It did not come into use until after the Middle Ages, and no one knows who introduced it. But the bar was, of course, needless if the notes were fairly equal in value, and the melodies not too disjointed. The notes adopted by Franco, and also by the English musician named Walter Oddington, were in part derived from the neumes. The latter offered the virga and the punctum, which were now changed into the longa and brevis. The maxima was made a double longa, and the semibrevis half the brevis. The minima, semi-minima, fusa, and semifusa were adopted gradually after the year 1300. In major prolation, a longa was equal to 3 breves instead of 2. Music at the end of the 11th and beginning of the 12th century was in a rather mixed state. Some composers kept to the strict rules of the organum for the most part, while others began to work in a freer style, as if obeying the old rule of Aristoxenus that, quote, whatever sounds good is good, unquote. In the Ambrosian Library at Milan, there is an old treatise called Ad Organum Faciendum, which dates from about the year 1100. This contains examples of very free part writing, the voices at times making bold skips, or crossing each other, even when the harmony is only 2-part. The growing of the principle of imitation marked a great step forward toward the contrapuntal forms. The charm of such imitation gradually led to canonic writing, in which the parts follow one another, and that was almost surely the first form of artistic composition. An early suggestion of imitation is found in an old French manuscript, the work being probably composed in the 12th century. It consists of a low voice singing the words, apparently an old hymn, Custodi nos, while the 2 upper voices that are set against it give clear imitation, approaching the canonic style. As will be shown in a later section, the canon consists of a melody used as its own accompaniment in other voices, the theme entering at different times in each voice. The simplest examples of this style are the familiar part songs known as rounds. In the 13th century, certain composers began to appreciate what we call double counterpoint, in which 2 voices change their relative positions and repeat their themes in a new relative location. But the first contrapuntal form to develop fully was the canon. This may be seen from the Old English rota, or round. Sumer is ecumen in, which is described in a later chapter. Further development of notation caused the rounded flat symbol, at first meaning our B flat, to be used as a sign for any flat. The Germans still speak of our B flat as B, and as they mistook the square B for an H, they used the latter letter to designate our B natural. The square B gave rise to the sign for any natural. The sharp was at first a cross, and is still called so in Germany. Originally, it merely neutralized a flat, but soon it assumed its present significance. The bar line was introduced early in the 17th century, and the grouping of notes just before the 18th. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Ellis. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Minstrel Knights. The Minnesingers, or love poets of Germany, are said to have begun their career under Frederick Barbarossa in the last half of the 12th century. But the first of their number, Henry of Veldig, is the author of a poem lamenting the decadence of the Minnesingers' art, so we are forced to consider its real origin as of an earlier date. The Minnesingers were minstrel knights, such as Wagner pictured in his opera Tannhauser. There is said to have been an actual tournament of song on the Wartburg, as in Wagner's opera, and the names that he used were real. The Swabian court was the center of the Minnesingers' art, and the Swabian language was used, though the minstrel poets came from all parts of the empire. So highly was their position rated that nobles and princes were proud to be known as Minnesingers. As may be judged from the name, many of the poems of these knightly minstrels were love songs. Some of them were ideal in their purity of sentiment, while others were less lofty in style. Examples of the former class are found in the works of Hendrie of Meissen, considered the last of the Minnesingers. He became so noted for his homage to the nobler qualities of womanhood that he was given the name of Frauenlob, or Praise of Women, and when his funeral took place, numbers of high-born ladies followed to his open grave, and each cast a flower into it until it was overflowing with blossoms. In their more personal love songs, the Germans did not usually go to the same lengths as the more ardent troubadours of France, yet there must have been some degree of amorous adventure, and the latter is reflected in the so-called Wachlieder, or watch songs. In these, a knight may plead with a watchman for secret admittance to a castle, or the watchman may warn the knight of impending danger or discovery. Such songs were all set to music and sung by the knights, who would accompany themselves on a small harp. The school of epic poetry, corresponding with that of the Trouvère in France, is represented by such works as the Nibelungenlied, or the Parsifal, of Wolfram von Eschenbach. From this period also come many short proverbs and epigrams. Among these were couplets, such as, "The king must die, and so must I." There were also sage bits of advice, such as, "Never borrow trouble," or "Don't set the wolf to guard the sheep." The art of the Minnesingers displayed itself also in fables and brief allegorical stories. There were many historical tales too. A short bit of verse is quoted here, ascribed to Friedrich II, to show what was considered of excellence at the time. It runs thus: "I, like a cavalier Francais, and a Catalonian dame, the courtesy of the Genoese and Castilian dignity, the Provence songs my ears to please, and the dance of the Trevisan, the graceful form of the Aragonese, and the pearl of the Julian, an English face and hands to see, and a page of Tuscany." The freedom of thought and speech permitted by the House of Swabia did much to encourage poetry and music, but with the downfall of that house, in the year 1256, the Church regained power, and the current of free thought became diverted into an art whose chief aim was to make paraphrases of the Scriptures, in bad German or worse Latin. The Meistersingers, or master singers, who followed the Minnesingers were not the equal of their predecessors in poetic inspiration. Their name may have come from the fact that a Minnesinger who was not of noble birth was called a Meister, but it is also similar to the name given to the leaders in all the guilds. The Meistersingers flourished in the great and growing cities, and were tradespeople rather than nobles. Again, we find Wagner giving a wonderfully faithful picture of early times in his opera, music drama he called it, Die Meistersinger von Nürnberg. Nuremberg was an important center for these humble but earnest poet-musicians, and was also the home of Hans Sachs, whose excellent plays and farces represent the best work of this period. The characters in Wagner's libretto, which he wrote himself and which is now a textbook in German schools, were real in their day, and their names may be found in the old records. The picture of petty rules is also entirely correct, for the Meistersingers classified their poetic and musical methods in a very strict and detailed fashion. This adherence to rules interfered seriously with free inspiration, for in their trials of skill there was always a hidden marker, as in the opera, to keep a record of any technical mistakes. So far as we know, the Meistersinger movement originated soon after the year 1300 at Mayence. It flourished until 1600, after which it became unimportant. The last Meistersinger society, that of Ulm, was not disbanded until 1839, and its last surviving member lived until 1876. The Meistersinger music had little real effect. It may have influenced the chorals of the Reformation, but these were far stronger in character. Except for a few tunes, or tones, which Wagner used so wonderfully in his opera, it is wholly out of date. The troubadours, and in some sense the trouvères, both words meaning finders or inventors, are considered to have developed their art from Moorish models also found in Spain, or at the Crusades, or in various other ways. Some Celtic and ancient Roman influences may have played their part, but if so, it was a subordinate one. The styles of song, the instruments, and even some of the names show a Moorish origin. The first of the troubadours is held to have been William IX, Count of Poitou and Duke of Aquitaine. He had some influence on England as well as on France, for his war cry of St. George was adopted by England, as well as his granddaughter Eleanor of Aquitaine, who married Henry II. The leopard crest of the early English kings was another legacy from William of Poitou. This pioneer died in 1127. The poetry of the troubadours was written in the so-called langue d'oc, in which the word oc, meaning yes, distinguished it from the northern French langue d'île and the Italian lingua di sea. The poems were of various forms, though in general those of the provincial troubadours were short, while those of the northern trouvère were long stories similar to epics. A verse was a short form of freestyle, though it might consist of 7 couplets. The chanson also was free in style, but usually divided into stanzas. The sonnet, too, was free, the term signifying lyric or song, without any of the later division into rhymed lines. The couplet, or stanza, was a general class of verse signifying love songs in contrast to other subjects. The plan was a dirge with 10 or 12 syllables in a line. Usually it mourned a lost friend or lover, though sometimes it treated of more public calamities. The tension, or contention, was a dialogue in verse in which the two parties alternated their stanzas, using the same rhymes that occurred in the first one. The tournament consisted of stanzas given in turn by more than 2 participants. The servente, or pasquinade, free in meter, was a war song, or else an outburst of satire against some enemy. The sixtine had 6 stanzas of 6 lines each, with no rhymes in the first one, but with each of the later stanzas using the end words of the lines in the first, but in different order. The discord was a free poem in irregular form, often using several languages in succession. The pastorale, or pastoral poem, usually with short lines, consisted of a dialogue between the troubadour and a shepherdess or shepherd. It often began with a description of the scene, and generally displayed a charming simplicity of style. The serenade, from sera, or evening, was an evening love song, while the aubade, from alba, meaning dawn, was a morning song of the same character, often resembling in sentiment Shakespeare's Hark, Hark, the Lark. The ballad was a somewhat longer form, telling a story, and many of the trouvère epics are evidently sets of ballads joined together. The novel was a short poem in freestyle recounting some amorous adventure. The romance was the name given to the larger epic narratives in which the northern French poets excelled, and many of these are still in existence. The custom of adding an envoy at the close of a poem arose from the fact that the troubadours did not always sing their own songs, so that they sometimes needed an envoy to show their retainers and minstrels for whom the poem was intended, or even how it should be sung. The troubadour was usually of noble blood, and sometimes even of royal station, as with Richard Coeur de Lion. Only a very few musicians of ordinary birth were able to lift themselves from the ranks of jongleurs, or minstrels, and be recognized as troubadours. The troubadour needed resources to enable him to entertain and to keep a sufficient number of minstrels. When spring came, after a winter varied by martial exercises and musical composition, he would issue forth at the head of his retainers, perhaps to visit some neighboring castle. There he would be entertained sumptuously, while his followers played and sang his new songs. Occasionally he would take a harp from one of them and give a rendering of some song himself, but this was usually in a small gathering and not often in a crowded hall. The music of the troubadours and trouvères was sufficiently refined in style, and at the same time popular in spirit. Best known now as a composer is Adam de la Hale, called the Hunchback of Arras, who lived from 1240 to 1287. He produced, among other musical plays, the Jeu de Robin et Marion, which is nothing less than an early comic opera. Robin is a boastful shepherd suitor who tells the shepherdess Marion he is afraid of nothing. But when a nobleman comes to pay her unwelcome attentions, Robin turns out to be a coward, and is received back only on sufferance. The music of this little farce is pleasingly fluent in style, but most of the poet-composers were content to produce the words and music of single songs. As the troubadours always chose a lady as the subject of their devotions, their poetry was often more personal than that of their German brethren, and as the lady was often a married woman, there was much more chance for jealousy and tragedy. Thus William Cabestang, brought up in the castle of Roussillon, on receiving encouragement from Margarita, the wife of its lord, began to pay poetic and other attentions to her. When some of their secret meetings aroused the suspicion of the castle's lord, Baron Raymond, he taxed Cabestang with being in love. The latter's poems proved this, but Cabestang pretended it was Lady Agnes, sister of Margarita, who had given him her love. As Agnes was keen enough to see the truth, she calmed Raymond's suspicions for a time by pretending that Cabestang's statement was correct. But the real lovers grew more imprudent in their actions, until finally Margarita was rash enough to have her idol write a poem asserting his love for her alone. The Baron's suspicions of certain gossip being thus confirmed, he led Cabestang outside the castle and stabbed him to death. Tearing the heart out of the body, he took it to the castle cook, ordering him to prepare it and serve it to Margarita. The cook did so, thinking the heart was that of a deer, and the lady ate it with the same idea, and praised its delicious flavor. Raymond then explained to her what her meal had been, and showed her the head of the man whose heart she had just eaten. She fainted away, but on recovering she said, "Yes, barbarian, I have found that meat so delicate and beautiful that, for I fear I may ever lose the taste of it, I will eat no more as long as I live." Raymond drew his sword and rushed at her in anger, whereupon she fled and jumped to death from the castle walls, rather than let herself be killed by him. But not all ladies were so imprudent. Thus, Marie de Ventadour, noted for her wisdom and good character, as well as her beauty, once found herself the target of too pronounced attention from the adventurous Gaucelm Fédite, who was staying at her castle. As she feared his evil and sarcastic tongue, she resorted to stratagem to get rid of him. She took counsel with a friend, Madame de Malemort, who agreed to act as directed. Then she refused Gaucelm's attentions definitely. He departed in anger, but had gone only a little way when a messenger overtook him and asked whether he preferred a little bird in the hand or a crane flying high in the air. His curiosity was so much aroused that he let himself be led back, and was taken to Madame de Malemort. This lady explained that she was the bird in hand, while Marie, who would not respond to him, was the unattainable crane flying high in air. Gaucelm then agreed to transfer his devotion, and was asked in return to take formal leave of Marie's affections. This he did in a dignified poem, far gentler than might otherwise have been expected. But when the poem was made known, he found that Madame de Malemort grew suddenly cold to his devotion, and withdrew all semblance of encouragement. But much as he was chagrined, it was too late for him to indulge in any sarcasm at Marie's expense. Incidentally, Fédite was well known as a poet, and was patronized by King Richard of England, for whose death he wrote a most touching plan, or dirge. Rimbaud de Vacqueyras, who was brought up in the home of the Marquis of Montferrat, soon became devoted to his master's sister Beatrix del Carrat. She was an athletic beauty, and once, when her brother accidentally left a sword in her room, she threw off her dress, donned a buckler, and began to wield the weapon with much delight. She thought herself unobserved, but a partly open door had enabled Rimbaud to see the entire performance. Thereafter he celebrated her in many beautiful poems as La Belle Cavalière. When unable to keep his love for her silent, he spoke to her as if asking for advice. "Madame," he began, "vouchsafe to give me your opinion. I love a lady of superlative charms. I converse with her continually without letting her know the state of my feelings. Tell me, ought I to die of love for fear of revealing myself to her?" Beatrix then answered, "By no means. I advise you to declare your love and to request the lady to retain you as her lover and her troubadour. If she is wise, she will certainly not take it amiss, but will think herself honored, for, believe me, you are so lovable and noble in yourself, that there is no lady in the world who ought not freely to receive you as her knight." "Then, madame," said Rimbaud, "you are the lady." "Then, Rimbaud," said Beatrix, "you are my knight." Before returning to the musical side of this period, it may be pardonable to add that the devotion of the troubadours often took fantastic forms. Thus, Geoffrey Rudel, who is the subject of one of Browning's poems, did actually die of love. Hearing of the beauty and virtues of the Countess of Tripoli, he decided to devote himself to her, although he had never seen her. He wrote poems in her praise and questioned returning travelers about her. After a long time, he decided to embark and sail to her home, intending to throw himself at her feet. Whether his health was poor or whether the excitement was too much for him, it is a fact that on landing he fell down as if near death, and was carried to a neighboring house. Meanwhile, his companions had told the Countess of his devotion and brought her to him. He was actually dying, but he managed to take her hand and say, "Most illustrious princess, I will not complain of death. I have seen you and thus achieved the sole object, the sole desire of my life." Then he expired in her arms, and she afterwards had a magnificent tomb prepared for him. Pierre Vidal, apparently a Don Quixote among the troubadours, fell in love with a girl named Louve de Penautier. As Louve was the feminine for wolf, he at once adopted the word loup, or he-wolf, as his name. In order to prove his earnestness in the matter, he dressed himself in a wolf's hide and had his friends and retainers bring dogs to hunt him. The hunt was by no means a farce, for he kept on running until the dogs caught him and fastened their teeth in him. He was rescued in time, and no doubt cured by his lady love, to whose honor he probably considered his wounds a great tribute. More touching is the story of William de la Tour. He married a girl of low degree because of her charms, and loved her dearly. After her untimely death, he gave orders that her tomb should be so built that it could be opened at will. When this was done, he would open the tomb every night and converse with her body, imagining that it was alive. Later on, he came to know that she was dead, but believed that she would rise again if he said prayers enough, which he gallantly undertook to do. The so-called courts of love were presided over by ladies of rank such as Queen Eleanor or the Countess of Champagne. These courts, in which a number of women aided in discussion, decided upon questions of amorous etiquette. Thus, a certain knight had loved a lady from girlhood, and during her younger days she had extracted the promise that the knight should kiss her every time he came to see her. When grown up, she denied him the privilege, saying that she had been too young to understand what the promise would involve. He then brought the matter before a court of love, which decided in his favor. Another case tried before Queen Eleanor had to do with a lady who accepted a knight's gifts but rebuffed his attentions. Eleanor gave the verdict for the knight and said that the lady should have refused his gifts or given him back something of equal value. Of much interest also are the so-called Essenhamens, or poems on manners and customs intended for training in etiquette. One such is by Amneas Daescus. It begins by telling how a lady of position at some great court sought out the poet for advice. He told her at first that she must know 10 times as much as he did, but apparently he overcame his scruples, for he launched into a long discourse of what-to-dos and don'ts. He treated such personal subjects as washing, care of teeth, care of nails, and dressing, as well as modest personal bearing and courtly discourse. Incidentally, women's accomplishments were then held to be cooking, sewing, surgery, and chess, the first 2 helping her to oversee and administer a household of retainers, while the last 2 were for the care and amusement of noble visitors. A German etiquette book of this time asserts that when a man enters a room, the women should rise and remain standing until he sits down. With the description of the jongleurs, we are brought back from a long digression to the subject of musical progress. While the troubadours confined themselves chiefly to composition, the jongleurs became proficient on all the instruments of their time. These were fairly numerous, and we find one minstrel claiming in the Bodleian manuscript, "I can play the lute, the violin, the pipe, the bagpipe, the syrinx, the harp, the gigue, the gittern, the symphony, the psaltery, the organistrum, the regals, the tabor, and the rote." Of these, the gigue was a small, high-pitched viol, called after its German name, Geige. The gittern was a guitar strung with catgut. The symphony, Italian zumpogna, was a form of bagpipe. The regals was a tiny folding organ, the tabor a tambourine, and the rote, Old Celtic, ruth, a small square harp. The organistrum, from its description, seems to be the prototype of the modern hand organ. The player turned a wheel and could depress by keys any of the strings on the instrument, thus making them sound by bringing them against the revolving wheel. Certain so-called mechanical violins use the same idea today. Other instruments of the time were the flute, trumpet, flageolet, sackbut or trombone, shawm or sham, clarinet, rebec, a bowed mandolin derived from the Arabian rebab, a marine trumpet, having merely a single long string, much like that of a violoncello. On all these, the jongleurs were possessed of much skill. At first, the jongleurs were the paid musical retainers of the troubadours. Gerard Calenson, for example, gave to his jongleurs the following instructions: learn to act well, to speak well, and to extemporize rhymes well. Learn to invent clever and amusing games to please people. Learn to play on the tabor, the cymbals, and the bagpipe. Learn to throw and catch little apples on the point of knives. Learn to imitate the song of birds with your voices, to pretend to make an attack on a castle as if besieging it, to jump through 4 hoops, to play on the guitar and mandore, to perform on the clancord and the guitar, for they are delightful to all. Learn how to string the viol with 17 chords, to sound the bells, to play the harp, and to compose a jig that shall enliven the sound of the psaltery. From this, it will be seen that the modern juggler is the old jongleur, with only a partial change of occupation. The kitol, or kitol, was a box-like form of the psaltery, and the mandore a variety of guitar. The troubadours were practically destroyed in the War of the Albigenses, a war preceded by many pasquinades that exposed faults both in the pleasure-loving adherents of the new creed and the absolution-peddling authorities at Rome. The war itself was a constant triumph for Rome under the leadership of Simon de Montfort, and many of the captured cities witnessed the burning of their citizens alive by hundreds. Even Pedro of Aragon met defeat when he came to aid his provincial friends. But whatever the rights and wrongs were, the killing off of so many troubadours was a serious setback to the cultivation in its allied forms of literature and music. They had been the composers, while their performing retainers were merely the publishers of their compositions, as Petrarch said. The art of the jongleurs, when no longer backed by the inspiration of their masters, soon began to deteriorate. Their status and their entertainments grew to be such that they attracted only the coarsest audiences. They became wandering minstrels, earning a precarious living by amusing people in the marketplaces. Yet girls and women sometimes became jongleuses, as the term was. We read that William the Conqueror rewarded his jongleuse Adeline with an estate. In later times, these feminine performers led a wandering life and were known as glee maidens. But at first they held honored positions and showed themselves gifted enough. For example, the many romances of Marie de France, jongleuse of William Longsword, son of Henry III, are now held to have rare value and kept as much prized treasures in the British Museum. They include versions of the Arthurian legends, as well as others of prime importance. But on the whole, the jongleurs, male and female, were persons of no respectable position. The change from well-born poets to paid entertainers took place in Germany also. There was no violent war in that country, but the alteration came just as surely, if more gradually. There were evidently German musicians of the jongleur type in the Swabian times, for there exists an old song which runs, "King Rudolph is a worthy king, all praise to him be brought. He likes to hear the minstrels play and sing, but after that he gives them naught." Thus, in Germany too, the nobler composer gave way to the paid musician, and for many years, even extending down to the 19th century, the musician was regarded and treated as a hired underling, if not an actual outlaw. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Schools of Counterpoint. It has already been stated that England held the lead in music for many centuries. The famous song, Sommer is gekommen in, which sounds remarkably fresh and beautiful even to modern ears, probably dates back to the year 1215, if not earlier. This was a six men's song, but two of the voices sang a drone bass. The other four, however, command interest, for they follow in one another's footsteps with a strict canonic imitation that is found in the songs known as rounds. The following seems to be the true import of the words. Summer is a comin in. Loud sing cuckoo. Groweth seed and bloweth mead, and springeth the wood new. Ewe bleateth after lamb, loweth after calf cow. Bullock sterteth, buck averteth. Merry sing cuckoo. Well sing'st thou cuckoo, nor seest thou ever now. Soon after the earliest English development came a French school. This must have been in the 13th century, for by 1325 we find Jean de Muret in his Speculum Musicae lamenting the departure of the good old times, and regretting that the composers had lost the inspiration shown in the previous generation. This seems to be a common complaint, and has a familiar ring even today. These early schools were in part an outcome of the chanson, and not that of the troubadours, but the people's song that was popular through all of Western Europe. Sometimes these part songs were in the strict form shown by Sommer is gekommen in, but more often they were fairly free in their part writing. While the troubadour music, when not in unison, has its melody in the upper part, in accordance with modern ideas, there grew up in early days the custom already mentioned of having the melody held by the tenor voice. The word tenor comes from the Latin tenere, to hold. The chief melody taken by the tenor was called the cantus firmus, fixed song, or often simply the cantus. A second part, added above this melody and sung with it, was called the discant. Other parts were added above or below these two, and were called from their position either bass or alto, words that meant low or high. The term treble, signifying a third part, was sometimes used for a voice above the discant. The word soprano, meaning above, was introduced later on, when the melody was given to the upper part. Paris was still active in the 14th century, and the part song style was gradually developed by Jenno Lescuriel and Guillaume de Machaut, as well as by Césarus Tapissier, Carmin, and Henricus de Zeelandia in a later generation. These names carry little import now, but such composers, probably with others living in the Netherlands, brought about a gradual change from the popular style to polyphony. The term polyphony refers to music written definitely in various parts or voices. Homophony, which arose in the 17th century, denotes a melody supported by chords and harmony. Counterpoint, meaning much the same as polyphony, was derived from the phrase punctum contra punctum, the punctum being an old note name, and the phrase meaning note against note. The contrapuntal forms are treated in a later chapter. The strength of the popular influence is shown by the common use of secular melodies for the cantos in various parts of the Mass. These melodies were used by the composers because the people knew the tunes, and the work could be more readily comprehended by them, or more easily performed. So customary did this become, that the tenors often sang the words of the original song instead of the Mass. We should be decidedly surprised if our church tenors should troll forth, "We won't go home till morning," with the rest of the choir wreathing sacred words around that tune. But custom sanctions everything, and such use of popular melodies lasted for over a century in the early Netherland days. Certain songs became favourites for use in sacred works. Thus it seemed to be a point of honour for each composer to write at least one mass using the tune called L'Homme Armé, while Se le face ai parler was not far behind it in popularity. Sometimes old plain song, Gregorian tunes were used, and as these were sacred originally, they seem appropriate enough. The chief forms used were the Mass, the motet, the madrigal, and the canon, to which Italy added the frottala, or ballad. The Mass is described in the chapter on vocal forms. The motet was a sacred part song of contrapuntal character, the name being derived either from mot, referring to the sacred word, or from motus, meaning movement, as the parts all moved contrapuntally. The madrigal was much in the same style, usually with from 3 to 6 parts and always unaccompanied, but very often the melody did not stay wholly in one voice, being distributed in separate phrases among the various parts. The derivation of the name is doubtful. Some ascribe it to Madra, referring to the Virgin Mary, but the words of the madrigal were often secular. This is one of the earliest forms used by the contrapuntal composers, though sporadic canons of earlier date have been found. The canon, as already implied, is a piece in which the same melody is used in each voice, but the voices enter in succession, so that the melody is made to serve as its own accompaniment. Thus a round is a canon, though there are many canons that are not rounds. Various canons are illustrated in the section on musical form in this work. These pieces were all sung without accompaniment at first, though the organ gradually came into use with the Mass. Certain of the early canons were known as fugues, but they were not real examples of the later fugue, which is analysed in connection with musical form. The Netherlands school shows as its first great exponent Willem Dufay. Like many of the early composers, he began as a choir boy and grew up to hold important church positions. He wrote polyphonic songs for Italian weddings and studied at the Papal Chapel. Returning to church work in Belgium, he became known and honoured throughout Europe. His existing works include masses, motets and chansons, crude enough by our standards, but containing the germ of future growth. Another composer of this period was Gilles Bunchois, who died at Lille in 1460. The writer Tinctor said Bunchois' name would endure forever, but very few of his works remain in existence. Still others of this period were Petrus de Nomat, Philippe Caron, Vincent Fauge, Anthony Basnois, Illoy, and Van Giesechem. The real leader, however, appeared in England, in the person of John Dunstable. Born at Dunstable, living in England and dying at London in 1453, he is quoted by the French poet Martin Lefranc as the model upon which Dufay and Bunchois based their music. By 1440, he was known as far away as the Tyrol. His motets and madrigals are now to be found in many continental libraries, where works of historic value are all too often left to languish in hidden manuscripts. Many writers call him the first contrapuntist, and there is no doubt that he led the way for the school that arose in the Netherlands. As England and North France were politically united, it is possible that Dunstable borrowed something from the French composers, but the freshness of his style bears witness to his own genius, and makes it seem probable that English music had developed steadily from the days of Sommer is gekommen in. The next development in the Netherlands came in the shape of increased skill. Under the lead of Jean de Ochegem and Jacob Obrecht, or Hobrecht, it became customary for composers to use the utmost skill in writing puzzle canons. The so-called crab canon consisted of a melody in one voice, while another voice sang the same melody backwards for accompaniment. Sometimes one voice would sing the melody from the beginning, while others started in the middle and went both ways. For such work, the melody was sometimes written only once, and a few words put with it to show what the different voices should do. A favourite catchphrase was "out of light, darkness," or vice versa, referring to the outlined notes, introduced by Dufay, as light, and the solidly written notes as dark. This would be equivalent to our directing a singer to use quarter notes instead of halves, or halves instead of quarters. There were many such directing phrases used which are now wholly obscure in meaning. This set of composers covered a wide range of territory. Ochegem was born at Antwerp and became active in Paris, where 3 kings in succession were glad to employ his services. His masses, motets, and chansons show great skill and mastery of technique, and caused him to be called the Prince of Music. Obrecht worked in Antwerp, as did also Jacques Barberoux, Antonius Wingarde, Jean Régy, Philippon de Bourges, and others. The Netherlands musicians working in Italy include Guillaume Guarneri, Gaspard Vierbecker, and Alexander Agricola. Germany had her own composers, such as Traugott Eugenius and Heinrich Fink, while Spain produced Francisco de Peñalosa. This second Netherlands group devoted itself too much to the technical side of music, yet it rendered great service to the cause of music by its development and mastery of certain technical methods. Its music was not what we would call pleasing. The attention paid to intricacies often caused beauty and expressive power to be lost in curious feats of polyphony. The texts were frequently treated with little respect. Single words were sometimes spun out till they lost their sense, and little attention was paid to making the music as a whole suit the words. But some of the works of this time are important enough. Immediately following this set of composers is another group, that carried music over into the 16th century. The new leader was Josquin de Prez, and under his guidance, music was again given real expressive beauty. Yet he was not lacking in technique or control of resources, for we find Luther saying of him, Josquin rules the notes, while others are ruled by them. The archaic styles of the preceding century were now replaced by a more fluent manner, much better able to express emotion. Josquin was born about 1445 in Hainaut and died in 1521. He held several important court posts at Florence and elsewhere, and became a leader in the papal chapel. The year 1500 found him in Paris as a choir master. Very many of his works are still in existence. They show not only technical skill, but real tonal beauty and a delicate fitness to their text. Josquin exercised a great influence upon his successors. Others of this period were Pierre Darreau of Picardy, whose manuscripts were treasured highly, Antoine Brumel of Flanders, a master of technique, Loisel Compère, a Flemish composer of romantic gifts, and less-known men named Johann Cousin, Guillaume Crespel, Jean Priori, Jean Vibonnet, and Noël Boldin. At this time, the cause of music received great aid from the art of printing. Before 1500, musical manuscripts were usually drafted and illuminated by hand, in the monasteries or other centres of learning. The formation of the first book printing firm, Gutenberg und Faust, took place in 1451. In 1476, Ulrich Hahn tried to print music at Rome, and 5 years later Jörg Ressier of Würzburg and Ottavio Scotto of Venice made similar efforts. But in these cases, only the comparatively simple plain song was attempted, and separate impressions were made for the staff and the notes. Petrucci of Fossombrone, working at Venice, was the first to print all varieties of music, no matter how intricate. In 1498, he secured a monopoly of the music printing in that city, and from 1501 onward he published many valuable collections. Erglin began publishing at Augsburg in 1507, and Scheffer did the same at Mayence before 1512. The first to invent a one-impression method printing both staff and notes was Pierre Houdin in 1525, whose types were used by Attagnon in Paris in 1527. Another change came in 1530, when Briard of Avignon replaced the diamond-headed notes with the rounded forms that we use today. Music printing by types soon became an important industry. At present, however, its use is limited, for by far the larger part of our music is printed from engraved plates. The presence of certain Netherlands masters in Italy led to the formation of two distinct schools there, that of Venice and that of Rome. The prominence of Venice was due to Adrien Villette, who was chorus master at St. Mark's until after 1550. Born at Bruges before 1490, he studied with Josquin, to such effect that when he went to Rome he heard one of his own motets sung and ascribed to his master. He showed a tendency to extend still further the style of his teacher, while keeping up all the skill and technique. Thus, besides masses, motets, and madrigals by Villette, we have also some freer part songs and instrumental recitare. The latter term signifies research, and was used to designate pieces in which the composer sought to show his mastery over intricacies. The Venetian school included many famous names. Jachet de Buys was evidently a Netherlandian visitor. Another Netherlander, Cyprien Dorore, wrote music of rich charm and began to use chromatic and harmonic effects freely. Giuseppe Zalino is now best known by his books. Annibale Padovano represented the growing tendency toward organ pieces, a field which was well exploited by Claudio Morullo, Andrea Gabrielli, and Giovanni Gabrielli. There were other Venetian masters, and not a few in neighbouring cities, a famous name being Annamuccia. Under these, music began to take on those characteristics that made the Italian composers preeminent through 2 centuries. The school of Venetian contrapuntists naturally did not think of harmony as a branch of study. All through the contrapuntal period, music was regarded as consisting of parts or voices that flowed on together. Under Ockeghem, these voices were allowed to flow in the most discordant fashion if the desired form demanded it. But from Josquin on, we find a constantly increasing attention paid to the expressive qualities of the music. Although the later contrapuntal composers still considered music as consisting of parts, they gradually approached a melodic style with harmonies not radically different from our own. The introduction of the harmonic idea as a principle dates from the end of the 15th century, when Peri, Caccini and others used it in the earliest operas. But it would not have taken such a firm hold as it did if the times had not been ripe for it. While the masses, motets, madrigals and canons were kept as part music, the ricercari and chansons were often freely harmonic in style. With the advent of opera, the contrapuntal style gradually disappeared, and chords began to be studied for their formation, independently of their occurrence in part music. This gave rise to the saying that, of old, music was horizontal, now it is vertical. The old idea of interwoven parts certainly gave music a horizontal aspect. In Germany, there was a development parallel to that of the Venetian school, exemplified in part by Heinrich Isaac. But Saxony supplemented the Protestant Reformation by developing a new school of music in the Lutheran chorales. The style of these is shown by Ein feste Burg, ascribed to Luther, but probably written by one of his friends. The rugged vitality of these chorales led to a further expansion of German music long after the Italian contrapuntists had passed away. Such men as Dietrich, Amerbach, Schroeter, Rost, or Gessius are not often treated at any length in the histories, while Pretorius is known chiefly by his writings. But among the early chorale composers are Hans Bach and his son Veit, ancestors of the great John Sebastian Bach, who was to unite the vigour of this school with the most amazing contrapuntal skill in a way which places his works among the very best that we have today. A famous organ composer of the 17th century was Samuel Scheidt. France numbered among her early composers Jean Mouton, pupil of Josquin and teacher of Villette. More original was Clément Janequin, whose many chansons illustrate their pictorial titles, such as La Bataille, L'Alouette, Le Carré de Femme, Le Chasse aux Cerfs, or Le Cri de Paris. Claudio Goudimel was identified in some degree with the Huguenot and Calvinistic music. The Netherlands continued its activity with such men as Wieland and Schielink. Spain, under the tuition of the Netherlander Gombert, had a school of composers represented by Antonio de Cabezon, called the Spanish Bach, and Francisco Guerrero, while Portugal offered Damião de Gues and at a later date Duarte Lobo. The English music, kept alive by Robert Fairfax and others, culminated in a worthy school under Elizabeth. Christopher Tye and Thomas Tallis were the leaders, with Richard Farrant, William Byrd and John Bull following them. The secular side was represented by Thomas Morley, Ford, and the lutenist John Dowland. The changing conditions of music at the time are well shown by this school. While Tye and Tallis favoured the earlier contrapuntal forms, Morley wrote free madrigals, and Dowland produced lute music, as well as madrigals and airs, and a set of early dances, chiefly pavans. In addition, many of these composers wrote for the virginals, a box-like predecessor of the spinet and the harpsichord. The old virginal music, collected by Fitzwilliam, shows a most remarkable trend toward the broad effects of modern piano music. The music of Rome was given a strong sacred tendency by the papal chapel of singers. The Roman school contained such names as Giovanni Nannino, Felice Anerio, his nephew Giovanni, the Spaniard Vittoria, and the madrigal composer Luca Marenzio. But the chief name was that of Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina. With him is often mentioned Orlando di Lasso of the Netherlands. Each of these two formed a culmination of his school, and the death of both in the year 1594 is held to mark the close of the contrapuntal epoch. As a matter of fact, motets and madrigals were composed freely until 50 years afterward, but opera and instrumental music drew public attention away from the older schools, so the statement is fair enough. Orlando di Lasso was born at Mons in 1530 or 1532, though some give the date as 1520. The Old Netherlandian name was sometimes written Lassos, while his native city knew him as Roland de Latre. He sang in a church choir at Mons when 8 years old, and his voice was so attractive that it is said he was twice kidnapped for other institutions. It is sure that he was taken to Italy, for he spent much of his youth there. His earliest existing work is a set of madrigals published at Venice in 1552. In his younger years he seems to have devoted himself largely to secular music, but by 1563 we find him publishing a sacred collection and continuing in that field. His secular music shows the most freedom and ease of construction. In this he avoided the so-called Flemish tricks, or devices of ingenuity, adopting instead a style of simplicity and directness. In 1556 or 1557, Di Lasso accepted a post with Duke Albert V of Bavaria, and for the rest of his life he made Munich his permanent home. But he travelled considerably, being the recipient of many honours and attentions from high dignitaries, including the French king and the Pope. In Munich he still produced some pieces of secular and even humorous character, but his sacred works were of greater importance. Most prominent among them was a set of 7 penitential psalms, which are still to be found in the Royal State Library at Munich, in full glory of morocco and silver with illuminated text. This set contains the composer's portrait, and was prepared for him by the Duke's order as a mark of respect. These psalms were written before 1565, and the date disproves the claim that they were composed to soothe the remorse of Charles IX after the massacre of St. Bartholomew. But they are important enough to have come to that monarch's attention. The historian Ambrose considered that these psalms and Palestrina's Mass of Pope Marcellus were the 2 most important musical productions of the 16th century. De Lasso was a very prolific composer, producing about 2,000 works. These showed great versatility, for they included madrigals, love songs, humorous songs, and even drinking songs, as well as sacred works of various sorts. A statue of him in Mons testifies to his fame. After his burial in Munich, he was given an epitaph consisting of a bright pun on his name. Hic ille est Lassus, lassum qui recreant orbem. This may be translated, here lies weary, he who a weary world refreshed. But the Latin for the first weary coincides with the composer's name. In Italy, the sacred standard was upheld by Palestrina. Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina received his last name from the village where he was born, the date being probably 1524. He came to Rome in 1540, where he is said to have won favour by his voice. After returning to his native town, where he married and lived as an organist, he appeared again in Rome in 1551 as master of the boys in the Vatican Chapel. At this time he became known as a composer by publishing a set of 4- and 5-voice masses. These were very welcome, because up to their appearance the Church had been forced to depend almost wholly upon Flemish composers. Pope Julius III then made Palestrina a singer in the papal choir, an exceptional honour since its members were supposed to be celibates. Under Paul IV, Palestrina was ruled out, but he afterwards received the post of musical director at the Lateran, which enabled him to live and to support his family. During 6 years at the Lateran, Palestrina wrote some 4-voiced lamentations, a notable 8-voice Crux Fidelis, and the famous Improperia, or Reproaches of Christ to his enemies, the composer's best work, according to Mendelssohn. In 1561, Palestrina became director at the church of Santa Maria Maggiore. While there, it is stated, an event happened that made him known and respected by all Catholics. Habel, his best biographer, does not give the story, but Baini does. It seems, according to Baini, that the Council of Trent, disgusted with the secular songs and words woven into the Flemish masses, thought of excluding music from the service. a commission of cardinals took up the matter with some of the papal singers, and as a result Palestrina was commissioned to write a mass that should show whether music could be made dignified enough for sacred use. Unwilling to trust the issue to one work, Palestrina wrote 3, and one of these, the Mass of Pope Marcellus, was so beautiful that the council at once decided in favour of retaining music. This story, however, is doubted by many. Palestrina now received frequent honours, but little profit. The papal copyist wrote the notes of the successful Mass in a larger size than usual. Pope Pius IV exclaimed that such must be the music of the angels, while Philip II, on receiving a copy of these Masses and finding them dedicated to him, sent in return nothing but his thanks. Yet Palestrina was not without friends among the cardinals, who may have helped him in many ways. The success of his Mass won him a new post, that of composer to the papal chapel. He had his moments of popular triumph too. In 1575, no less than 1,500 of his fellow townsmen entered Rome in 3 groups and sang the works of their beloved composer, while he himself marched at the head and directed the proceedings. Palestrina was also choir leader at St. Peter's and teacher in the important music school of his friend Nannini. He continued active until shortly before his death, which occurred in 1594, 4 months before that of Di Lasso. Palestrina's music has been divided into 3 periods. In the first, he led the voices independently, without much attention to harmony. In the second, he paid more attention to good harmonic effects, but in consequence led the voices awkwardly. In the third period, he showed excellence in both details. Naturally, his later works are his best, but the improperia falling in the second period shows a chorale-like strength that is very impressive. Palestrina brought the old school of pure counterpoint to its culmination. He discarded chromatics and kept to the strict Gregorian modes as a tenet of religion. He took care also to make his music emphasize the words properly. His compositions may be less popular in style than those of his great Flemish contemporary, but they are more lofty in conception. There is a certain lack of rhythm in Palestrina's works, which make them sound strange to modern ears. But the devotee of Bach will soon learn to appreciate the simplicity and nobility of the earlier master. Among other things, Palestrina has been called the Homer of music, and there is a stateliness of style in his works which makes the title very appropriate. The year 1594 was also marked by the composition of the first Florentine opera, Daphne. The new work was definitely in the harmonic style, and from that date onward, counterpoint was gradually replaced by a simpler and more dramatic utterance. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Ellis. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. The Harmonic Style. The textbooks usually dwell on the year 1600 as the date of the beginning of opera. In that year, a set of Florentine musicians consisting of Jacopo Peri, Giulio Caccini, and others brought out Peri's Eurydice, embodying dramatic principles as they understood them after studying the old Greek drama. Sometimes Peri's earlier work, Daphne, is called the first opera. But as a matter of fact, Italy had witnessed what was practically an opera over a century earlier than that date, and had seen the development of a tentative operatic school. Medieval drama consisted of mystery plays, miracle plays, and moralities. The mysteries were plays representing biblical stories. The miracle plays treated the lives of the saints and may be said to have included the Passion Play, dealing with the life and crucifixion of Christ. The moralities were allegories of a moral or religious sort, such as the play of Everyman, recently revived by an English company. In South France, the Fête de l'Âne introduced an element of comedy. Italy, however, developed the secular drama, which flourished first at Mantua. In 1472, when the Cardinal Francesco Gonzaga returned to Mantua from Bologna, we find the former place witnessing what may fairly be considered the first opera, La Favola di Orfeo by Angelo Poliziani. The plot begins among shepherds. When Orpheus enters, he is told of Eurydice's death, and determines to seek her among the shades, as in the mythical story. He wins her from Pluto, loses her by looking back in defiance of his agreement, and is stopped by Tisiphone from trying to find her again. His railings then incense the Maenads, who drive him off the stage and slay him. This is set to music consisting of solos, dialogues, and choruses which suggest the frotola, the carnival songs, and the old ballata, or dance song. The solo parts were arranged in the manner developed by the lute players, who would sing one part of a polyphonic composition and play the others as accompaniment. In this manner, melodic music was made to take its place in the contrapuntal world as early as the 15th century. The frotola, as already indicated, was a popular song set in polyphonic style, to be sure, but simple and singable in effect, like the earlier English Sumer is ecumenin. It was not meant to be canonic or otherwise intricate. Cerrone wrote in 1613, "He who puts into a frotola fugues, imitations, etc., is like one who sets a worthless stone in gold. A frotola thus ennobled would become a madrigal, while a madrigal all too scantily treated would sink to a frotola." The frotola afterwards developed into the still less involved villanelle, which was often a simple pastoral song. There were at least two solo instruments in Poliziano's work. One was the shepherd's pipe, and the other the lyre of Orpheus. There was also, almost surely, a general accompaniment given by several instruments. While works for instruments alone did not exist in Italy until organ pieces were composed by Merullo nearly a century later, orchestral accompaniment to voices was employed constantly at this time. Old reliefs and illuminations show viols of various sizes, harps, lutes, dulcimers, flutes, pipes, oboes, trombones, and the portable folding organ known as the regals. It is probable that the early orchestras were somewhat haphazard, consisting of those instruments that could be obtained at a particular court or city, and they were small in size, perhaps having less than a dozen players. In Italy, the chitarrone, or large guitar, was much used. With the coming of Willaert to Venice and his impressive use of double choruses for the two organs in St. Mark's, the madrigal began to flourish. In spite of the fact that Poliziano showed the power of solo music for operatic purposes, the lyric drama drew away from this and adopted the madrigal as its means of expression. A part of the cause for such a backward step may be found in the lack of artistic taste in the nobles, who began to care more and more for spectacular rather than artistic effects. As the musical plays were written for festival occasions at their courts, their ideas were naturally respected. This tendency can be traced through various works. Bergonzo Botto, 1488, and Niccolo de Correggio Visconti, 1487, produced plays on mythical subjects that continued the lyric style. But in the next century, the madrigal ruled without a rival. In 1539, at the marriage of Cosmo I, two plays were given. One containing a solo madrigal, but both, with that exception, consisting of music sung in all the parts. On this occasion, a song by Aurora was accompanied by gravicembalo, the primitive precursor to the piano, organ, flute, harp, and a large viol, while the Song of Night was set with 4 trombones to produce a grave and melancholy effect. In 1554, Beccari of Ferrara brought out Il Sacrificio, a pastoral play which had for one character a high priest who sang to his lyre, but did not in other ways adopt the lyric form. The choruses in this, as in Lolio's Aretusa, 1571, and Argenti's Sfortunato, were treated contrapuntally. Among other occasions, the marriage of Grand Duke Ferdinand at Florence in 1589 seems of interest, because the members of the Florentine coterie above mentioned took part in producing musical intermezzi, given between the acts of a play. The first, The Harmony of the Spheres, was by Emilio del Cavaliere, who afterwards produced the first oratorio. Next, by Luca Marenzio, came the contest between the Muses and the Pierides, the singers accompanied by lutes and viols, while the judges had harps and lyres in addition for support. Next came a picture of Apollo slaying the Python, with some features of a ballet pantomime, a success as great as the others, but a rather tame affair when compared with the old Greek tone pictures of the same event. Another of these playlets showed Arian's adventures, and included a solo sung by him with harp accompaniment. A picture of Heaven and Hell by Caccini offered some strong instrumental effects. Last came an antiphonal bit between 3 groups of muses with dances interspersed. The varied character of these short works shows that reform was impending. The madrigal plays seemed dominant, but had the inherent weakness that they did not present the text clearly. Ingenious attempts were made to remedy this trouble, Strigio writing excellent operatic comedies, and Orazio Vecchi even having the dialogue spoken while singers behind the scenes kept up a background of madrigals. But it remained for the Florentine coterie to establish the true principle of opera, the solo style of singing with the music aimed to reflect the emotions of the text, instead of being merely a skilled but irrelevant piece of contrapuntal composition. The reformers found a little trouble awaiting them in another shape. Where at first the spirit of opera was sacrificed to the composer's ingenuity, now it met with another obstacle in the shape of the singer's desire for display. The early works of the Florentine group, in 1600 and later, were declamatory in style, and almost like what is now known as melos, or melodic recitative. The instrumental music was now definitely harmonic and subordinate to the sense of the words, in a primitive fashion to be sure, but with as much of artistic ideal as Gluck and Wagner showed in later times when bringing opera back to its true mission. Yet even in the first of the Florentine works now extant, Eurydice, produced in 1600, the singer Vittoria Archilei is said to have enlivened the occasion by introducing lunghi giri e gruppi, long roulades and embellishments such as Rossini and his school used in later days, which obscure the dramatic effect in order to let the singer display her powers. Thus began a disagreement that has not been settled even in the present. Artistic ideas should rule, but the public too often demands mere vocal display, and the singers know it, from Patti and Melba down. Opera soon broadened its scope, and in the hands of Monteverde became a public amusement. In 1637, a public opera house was built in Venice, in which his later works were produced. One of his earliest operas, Orfeo, produced at Mantua in 1608, shows an orchestra far beyond that of his predecessors. It consisted of 2 harpsichords, 2 bass viols, 10 tenor viols, 1 double harp, 2 small French violins, 2 large guitars, 2 wooden organs, 3 violes de gamba, 4 trombones, 1 regal, 2 cornetti, wooden pipes, 1 treble flute, 1 clarion, and 3 trumpets with mutes. It will thus be seen that Monteverde was an instrumental pioneer, the Richard Strauss of his time. Like Strauss, he was fond of experimenting with new orchestral colors, and he originated the viol and violin pizzicato, or plucking of the string, and the tremolo, or rapid repetition of a tone. Monteverde's career, with that of his successors Rossi, Sesti, and Cavalli, brought opera down to the year 1675. Spectacular effects were much sought after. For Sesti's Il Pomo d'Oro, given at Vienna in 1666, a special theater with room for 1,500 was constructed in the courtyard of the castle. According to Pratt, the scenery included landscapes and a harbor view, the open sea with tritons, the netherworld, and the Olympian heaven, each with its respective divinities, and the number of characters was bewildering. In the prologue appeared the personified divisions of the empire, Spain, Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, Germany, Italy, even America. There were 5 acts and 67 scenes. The cost of production was said to be $100,000. Venice remained an opera center for some time, the names of Ferrari, Sartorio, and Legrenzi being only a few of its many celebrities. But before the end of the century, the scepter passed to Naples, owing to the work of Alessandro Scarlatti. He was a Sicilian, having been born at Trapani in 1659. He composed an immense number of sacred works, including 200 masses. But he became better known by his operas, which numbered over 100. About 1/3 of these are still in existence. His orchestral writing was excellent, and his themes full of vigor and charm. He did much to establish the De Capo aria, in which the first part returns to close the piece. His overtures, consisting of a slow section between 2 quick ones, became very popular. He also wrote harpsichord or spinet works that are still performed by pianists. Oratorio arose from St. Philip Neri's practice of having music given in the oratory of his church. The transition from other sacred works to oratorio was probably gradual. In 1600 came Cavalieri's Rappresentazione di Anima e di Corpo, which is considered the first oratorio, though it may have been one of a set of similar works. It shows the influence of the morality plays. It has about 90 numbers, including recitatives, solos, choruses, part songs, and an instrumental intermezzo. The accompaniment is for gravicembalo, large lute, double lyre, and 2 flutes with a violin to aid the soprano. Carissimi did away with the old procedure of having oratorio given in costume. He replaced the sacred opera or play idea by oratorio as we know it in its concert form. He also adhered strictly to biblical subjects, treating others in what were practically cantatas. Nearly all the Italian composers who came just after Carissimi tried their hand at oratorio, but their work was not very distinctive. Most prominent among them were Alessandro Scarlatti and Stradella, but even their oratorios did not have the permanent value that Handel was soon to give to the form. Stradella may be cited as an instance of the way in which false anecdotes thrive in the musical world. There is a well-known and expressive song that has been known as Stradella's Prayer. The storytellers assert that Stradella was in love with a noble Roman lady who returned his love, that her brother was incensed and hired assassins to kill the aspiring musician, and that these assassins, waiting outside Stradella's church to murder him, were so moved when he sang the prayer that instead of attacking him, they warned him and gave him money to get away. The story sounds a little excessive as it stands, but research has shown that the prayer in question was not by Stradella at all, and was not written until after his death. In France, opera developed from the ballet. In 1581, Baltasarini's Ballet Comique de la Reine attracted much notice. Under Henry IV, about 80 ballets were given at the court. Cambert started producing operas in 1659, but he was soon overshadowed by Lully. Jean-Baptiste Lully, born at Florence in 1633, was taken to Paris by the Duc de Guise. At first a kitchen scullion, Lully rapidly bettered his position by his violin playing. Entering the private band of Louis XIV, he soon became its leader and made it very efficient. From 1653 he was court composer, producing many successful ballets. Nearly 20 years later, he began the series of about 15 operas that made him famous. He had a hand in developing the French overture form, which consists of a slow movement followed by a quick one, and sometimes ending with another slow section. In Germany, the so-called Singspiel was of rather elastic character. It included the solos and part songs that were so popular with the German people, along with a certain minimum of spoken dialogue. Not far different from this type were the first German operas, Schutz's Daphne in 1627 and Staden's Sylvig in 1644. The real advance came with the opening of the Hamburg Opera House in 1678. Reinhard Kaiser soon became the leader of this enterprise, writing over 116 operas. Other composers of the school were Kusser, the violinist Strunk, and Johann Thiele. The operas tended toward display and sometimes became very spectacular through intricate stage appliances. England had something in the nature of opera in 1656, when The Siege of Rhodes was composed by 5 native musicians. But the chief English form of that time was the masque. This was taken from Italian models in the 16th century, but made into something more original by the great Elizabethan poets. The masque was practically a private theatrical representation, in which members of cultivated society enacted some mythological or fanciful plot, with poetic words interspersed with dancing, singing, and even incidental pieces. The actors were more or less disguised, as the name of such musical plays would indicate. Masks were forbidden by the Puritans, but revived after the restoration of Charles II. Yet the Commonwealth could not have been violently opposed to the form, as the Puritan poet Milton included it in his works. The music to these poetic affairs was written by the most gifted composers of the time. Among these were Campion, Lanier, Laws, Bannister, and Pelham Humphrey, but greater than all was Henry Purcell. Humphrey had investigated Lully's work at Paris and brought back ideas about opera. Purcell made use of these and wrote a number of real operas in addition to the customary masques. Purcell is reckoned by many as England's greatest composer. Doubtless this title is fair enough, though Dunstable was more widely known in his day. Purcell was one of the short-lived geniuses, for he died at the age of 37 in 1674. It is said that his death was caused in part by his being locked out of his house in the cold after a rather riotous night with boon companions. But he was probably as steady-going as was expected at that time. His masques and operas together number about 40. Of the latter, King Arthur, with Dryden's words, is considered the greatest. These operas are not now given, although The Fairy Queen was recently revived in London as a curiosity. The name of Purcell brings into notice also the development of instrumental music. The Italians were the pioneers in this field. All through the 17th century, there was a constantly increasing repertoire of such music. The perfecting of the violin and the development of the harpsichord, spinet, and clavichord did much to bring this about. The widespread adoption of the harmonic style was a second important factor. The growth of the old dances was another incentive to the composers. The English virginal school, previously mentioned, seemed not to develop into anything definite, in spite of the strikingly modern effects of some of its music. But it may have had an influence on Purcell. Whether he followed this or his cherished Italian models, it is certain that he produced instrumental music of the most valuable character. His sonatas for various combinations of instruments are not often heard at present, but they are nonetheless wonderfully attractive. In recent years, Arnold Dolmetsch and others have given concerts of old music on the old instruments. In these, the variety of harpsichord effects, due to the many pedals, combines most excellently with the quiet, plaintive sweetness of the viols and early woodwind instruments. Under such conditions, the 17th century music shows a combination of earnestness and grace, and seems to have a sweet reasonableness that is of the utmost charm. Many of the early instrumental composers are deemed hardly worthy of mention except in the largest histories, but the musical antiquary knows the worth of their productions. In listening to these works, the student does not have to learn any forgotten or obsolete methods of expression. He will acknowledge, too, that such unforced and spontaneous music is really more pleasing to the auditor than many of the contemporary experiments in abstruse harmony. Germany was perhaps a little backward in instrumental development, but it had some masters, especially in the domain of the organ. Froberger, Kerl, Muffat, and Pachelbel are good examples, the last three coming near the end of the 17th century. Froberger was for a time imperial organist and clavecinist at Vienna. On a trip to England, he was wrecked and robbed, and had a hard time persuading anyone of his identity. Finally, he managed to get a chance at an organ. Here he was overheard by a lady who had studied with him on the continent, and she recognized him by the brilliance of his performance. Charles II then took him into favor. He puts his reminiscences of all this into a comical little tone picture of a Channel trip, even introducing suggestions of seasickness. His works consist of brilliant toccatas, capriccios, and secular suites. Kerl also wrote for harpsichord as well as organ, and his solid style is said to foreshadow that of Bach. The student who wishes to go more minutely into the early epochs will find many other composers of this period described in Pratt's History, while the Oxford History and Ambrose are the great authorities for the contrapuntal masters. After 1700, the development of music came through individuals rather than schools, and the story of music becomes largely an account of the great composers. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Mauls Byron. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Bach. Soon after the end of the Middle Ages, and at least as early as 1550, we may find mention of a Thuringian family of musicians named Bach. Hans Bach of Weimar, the first prominent musician in a long line, lived in the 16th century. His son Veit died in 1619. Of Veit's two sons, Hans, called the Player, died in 1626. Hans had three sons, of whom Christoph was the second. Christoph's second son, Johann Ambrosius, who lived at Eisenach, had three sons in his turn, and the youngest of these was the great Johann Sebastian Bach. There were many other Bachs, the descendants of the original Hans numbering about 400 in 3 centuries. But among them all, Johann Sebastian stands preeminent as a world genius, far above even his most gifted sons. Johann, or John Sebastian Bach, was born at Eisenach in 1685. His parents died soon after his birth, and he was brought up by his brother, Johann Christoph, an organist in a little village near Weimar. the youngster soon displayed musical ability. The elder brother, somewhat of a martinet, forbade his protégés using certain manuscripts, whereupon the young enthusiast copied them secretly by moonlight, thereby laying at least a partial foundation for the blindness with which he was afflicted in later life. A choir position in Lüneburg enabled him to have access to a large musical library. His violin playing won him a post at Weimar, but in 1704 he began his real career by becoming town organist at Arnstadt. In earlier years, he had heard Reinken play, and from Arnstadt he went to Lübeck to listen to Buxtehude. Bach was much influenced by them and became a devotee of all that was best in the old contrapuntal style. This, as already described, is a system of writing in parts that flow along side by side instead of using a melody supported by chords. Sometimes these parts are comparatively free. In certain cases, however, described in the section on musical form, they must obey very strict and intricate rules. Bach not only made his music conform to the rules, but did it with a freedom and skill that allowed him to keep his music astonishingly fresh and interesting. The organ was the scene of many an improvisation by him, in which masterly command of musical structure and design was united with remarkable expressive power. It is said that he could improvise an intricate fugue with more ease than many lesser composers would show in extemporizing a simple fantasy. At Mühlhausen, Bach met and married his cousin Maria Barbara. He was a man who held family life in the highest reverence, like some noble patriarch of old. After his first wife's death, he married the singer Anna Wülken. He had 20 children in all, and as most of them were trained by him, we may be sure that there was much concerted music in the Bach household. With such a large family, it was almost inevitable that Bach should suffer poverty. He often had to see much less gifted musicians chosen over his head to fill lucrative posts, but he bore all his troubles with a cheerful optimism that gave way to anger only when anyone spoke slightingly of music in his hearing. Bach's next position was that of court organist to the Duke of Weimar. In that place, he developed his powers by still further practice and the study of more music, including the early Italian compositions. He became known as a teacher, and began to write some of the fugues, suites, and Lutheran cantatas that have made his name immortal. Under the Prince of Anhalt-Köthen, from 1717 to 1723, he had no good organ within reach, but devoted himself to other instruments, including the clavichord and harpsichord. Here he composed the first part of his famous Well-Tempered Clavichord, a set of wonderful fugues. These introduced the system of 12 equal semitones to replace the so-called scale of nature, which had been used up to 1700. Here, too, he wrote concertos and other instrumental music. Bach's next position took him to Leipzig, as organist of the Thomas Church and musical director in the Thomas School. Here he remained until his death in 1750. His Leipzig years brought him honor and glory even if wealth seemed far away. He composed, taught, played, and lived out his admirable domestic career in a way that must have won him some happiness, even if his life was uneventful for the most part. In 1747, his fame induced Frederick the Great to send him an invitation to come to Potsdam. His son, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, held a permanent musical post at Frederick's court, and at last the old man consented to go. When he arrived, Frederick sprang up from supper, saying, "Old Bach is here," and hastened to receive the distinguished visitor. Bach played on the king's new pianos, but said that he preferred the clavichord, and held the piano fitted only for light rondos or variations. Then he improvised a four-voiced, four-part fugue on a subject given by the king, and he afterwards elaborated it into a six-voiced work for his Art of Fugue. After he left, Frederick sent him a sum of money, but it was embezzled before it reached its destination. This trip may have hastened Bach's last illnesses. His eyes, none too strong, were overtasked by his engraving the plates for the Art of Fugue, which poverty forced him to do for himself. Operations were succeeded by blindness, and a sudden return of sight was only a prelude to the fit of apoplexy that killed him. The number of Bach's works is enormous. The large recent edition by the Bach Society includes over 50 sizable volumes. His commanding genius was not fully realized during his life, and for more than a century after his death, most of his works remained in manuscript. When Mendelssohn and others began to unearth them, a number of these manuscripts were lost. But among those that remain are examples of many forms, from the short chorale to the great orchestral suite, or the large vocal orchestral passion. Among the organ works are nearly a score of long preludes and fugues, a few toccatas, and many chorale preludes and fantasias. For clavichord alone, and now suitable for the piano, are the 48 preludes and fugues of the Well-Tempered Clavichord. Each of its 2 volumes has one prelude and fugue in each of one of the 24 possible keys, 12 major and 12 minor. The old Greek scale of Pythagoras, the scale of nature, based on mathematical intervals, did not have 12 equal semitones, but included tones of 2 different sizes, and kept the flats and sharps much nearer to their notes than at present. In the old system, for example, C sharp was lower than D flat. This scale did not allow much modulation, so it was altered slightly to what was known in the 17th century as mean temperament. But by 1691, Werkmeister and others advocated the equal semitone system, and Bach's great collection of fugues, of which the first volume was completed in 1722, gave it permanence. Bach's other clavier works include 12 suites, many inventions and smaller works, the Musical Offering, 1747, and The Art of Fugue, 1749, while he wrote also about a dozen concertos for one or more claviers, keyboard instruments, with orchestra. The hearer who is unfamiliar with music will usually find himself unenlightened when listening to his first Bach fugue. But if he perseveres and learns to understand the beauties of the contrapuntal style, he will open up for himself a vast treasure house of musical enjoyment. The Bach fugues are farthest away from the student's natural bent, and more unlike popular music than any other works now in the repertoire. In developing a taste for most of the classics, the student learns that tinkling tunes are not a necessity, and that the general pervading tunefulness of a classical piece may be treated in better ways, and with far more variety, than a hard and fast tune in conventional sections of monotonously equal length. But the student still seeks for bits of melodious work supported by chords such as he is accustomed to. In the fugue, the listener must take a still more radical step. He must give up hunting for melody supported by chords, and in place of that he must imagine a musical method in which there are various parts, called voices, proceeding together. In harmonic writing, the chords support the melody just as the piers of a bridge uphold its superstructure. But in counterpoint, the different parts are interwoven to form a whole, more in the way that strands are wound to make up a rope, or colored threads interwoven to form a delicate tapestry. The chief possibility of importance in counterpoint is that of imitation. A phrase, or theme, or figure, which is used in one voice, may be repeated in another in such a way as to give balance and contrast to the work in which it occurs. By repeating the motive judiciously, the composer evolves an actual musical design. To those who are trained to appreciate the contrapuntal works, this sense of design, or perception of graceful structure, is a matter of keen delight. The fugue is the most intricate of all the contrapuntal designs. In it, the whole work is practically developed out of a single theme called the subject. Such a subject should always be short and striking, so that the hearer may grasp it at once. At first, the subject is echoed and re-echoed by the different voices, in well-balanced and orderly succession. Then follow various passages built out of the subject. In some of these, it is used in part as an accompaniment for itself, while in others, certain figures or fragments taken from it are employed to build up apparently new effects. As an instance of the way in which Bach could rearrange and develop the briefest of themes, the reader is referred to the fifth fugue in Volume 2 of the clavichord set. In this, the first 9 notes form the subject. The figure of the last 4 notes in the subject is used to build up episodes, and the reader may amuse himself by taking a pencil and seeing how many appearances of this figure he can mark or pick out in the entire fugue. Further details of this and other fugues will be found in the last chapter on musical form. Bach's chamber works include concerted pieces for various combinations of solo instruments. He wrote also sonatas and other works for violin, flute, or viola da gamba, large cello-like viol, with clavier, as well as similar pieces for violin, viola pomposa, large viola, or cello alone. One of the most famous violin pieces in the repertoire is the chaconne, for the solo instrument, taken from one of the Bach sonatas. This chaconne has become a sort of test piece for great players. Bach's orchestral works include suites, overtures, and various concertos. Among the latter, the so-called Brandenburg concertos are still favorites with the public. These, and the suites, are very strong and direct in their effect, and clearly melodious in spite of their somewhat contrapuntal structure. The D major suite has a wonderfully fine overture full of beautiful harmonies, a broadly effective air, and a striking gavotte. The gem of the B minor suite, which comes next in popularity, is the exquisite Badinerie, in which a solo flute is made to carry on an inimitably delightful dialogue with the orchestra. But it is hardly fair to make special citations, for Bach's orchestral works are almost all highly interesting. They do not aim to be strongly dramatic, but they flow along with calm dignity, or easy grace, or compelling enthusiasm. Bach wrote a great many secular cantatas, serenades, and other vocal works. Among the former are 2 humorous ones, a peasant's cantata showing some of the trials of country life, and a coffee cantata, in which a willful girl is held back from afternoon coffee parties with their attendant gossip only by the promise of having a husband given to her. Among the vocal works are many motets, cantatas, etc. for use in the Lutheran service. These comprise about 2/3 of 5 complete sets of works for the entire church year. Bach composed also 5 large masses, a number of smaller ones, and 2 Magnificats. More important than these, however, are the 5 Passions, of which 2 are lost and 1 doubtful, the long 6-part Christmas Oratorio, and similar works for Easter and Ascension. The Saint Matthew Passion, the most famous of the sacred works, is still performed with some frequency. It contains many great touches, such as the shouts of the crowd to free Barabbas, the picture of the trampling footsteps of the mob, and the great final chorus of sorrow. Of the other works, the Christmas Oratorio is best known by its Pastoral, which figures on many orchestral programs when Christmas is approaching. In spite of the great variety of forms used by Bach, there are certain very definite qualities common to all his music. First of all, as already stated, his works are built wholly or partly on the contrapuntal system. Even in his most clearly melodious compositions, such as the orchestral suites, there is some contrapuntal imitation, and there is almost always part writing, which constitutes counterpoint in its simplest form. Bach was a master of rhythm. All his pieces appeal to us by their clearness of accent and steadiness of flow. This is one of the points that make his fugues so great, for their straightforward rhythm allows the various parts to come clearly to the auditor's ear. There is no monotony about it, no lack of variety in rhythm, but the style is always clean cut and never confused. The third quality to be noted in Bach's music is the beauty and originality of his harmonies. They do not glow with the impressionism of the modern score masters, but they too are clear and clean-cut, or blended into one another with the most exquisite delicacy. Bach did not try to tear passion to tatters in the exaggerated fashion of certain later composers, but he could show an emotional power that has proved to be deeply effective, even if somewhat repressed and quiet. Incidentally, it must not be claimed from the last paragraph that Bach strove for the harmonic style. As a matter of fact, he always held to counterpoint. He summed up and perfected the style of his predecessors. His improvisations grew famous because of their wonderful contrapuntal intricacy. When he played for Reinken, the latter, then an old man, grew devoutly thankful that the art of the past was thus nobly cherished, in defiance of conditions which were even then changing. Of Bach's sons, the eldest, Wilhelm Friedemann, was an erratic but highly gifted composer, whose orchestral works show a wild power that was remarkable for a time so long before Beethoven. Carl Philipp Emanuel found time, when not composing sonatas or accompanying the flute of Frederick the Great, to write a notable work on the true art of piano playing. Johann Christian became famous in London, wrote symphonies, and helped to popularize the early pianos, besides composing curious little tone pictures such as the Battle of Rossbach. Battle pieces have been popular with the composers, and in this one we see the usual devices: marching of troops, trumpet fanfares, the rattle of musketry, deep notes giving the booming of cannon, and so on. In this piece, the cries of the wounded are present, being misprinted into Les Lamentations des Blessés. All this may have earned money. It was infinitely below the lofty earnestness of his father's work, but after the father's death, Poverty made his family separate in their search for sustenance. Descendants of the great Bach kept the line in existence until 1846, when the family became extinct. Among the pioneers in the sonata, which became important as a form underlying many modern works, Domenico Scarlatti was one of the earliest. The sonata form is described in a chapter of its own in the musical form section. Here it may be stated that one of the chief ideas of the form in classical times was its adaptability for good contrast in styles of themes. The sonatas of Scarlatti are little more than dance fantasias, and they were frequently written in one movement, where the later sonata had 3 or 4. Scarlatti's piano work is mentioned in the article on famous pianists in this volume. He composed operas, but was best known in connection with the harpsichord. It was he who wrote the so-called cat fugue, using as his subject the notes played by a pet cat as it stalked along his keyboard. But he is best known for his harmonic work, his primitive sonatas helping to perpetuate the homophonic style. Paradisi and Galuppi were 2 Italians who produced somewhat more ambitious sonatas. In their works, the sonata had more than one movement. The chief movement had 2 contrasted themes, then a so-called development that began with the chief theme, and a recapitulation beginning with the second theme. But the form had not yet become wholly definite in shape. Another Italian deserving mention is Sammartini, who wrote sonatas and symphonies that foreshadowed those of Haydn. Bach's sonatas showed a grasp of the possibilities of thematic contrast, but his devotion to contrapuntal expression prevented these works from becoming models for the harmonic composers, in spite of Bach's greatness. His contemporary, Kuhnau, was more in line with the subsequent developments. But if Bach's sonatas took no part in the evolution of the form, those of his son, Carl Philipp Emanuel, were decidedly more productive of results. It was the latter composer who led the way to the real beginning of the sonata, and one of his works, coming to Haydn's attention, showed the later genius the possibilities of the new form. Bach had no great successor in the field of actual church service music. Karl Heinrich Kraun was the leader of a German group. He is known by his oratorio, The Death of Jesus, certain numbers of which are still occasionally heard in concert. In Italy, Padre Martini, Pergolesi, and Jommelli deserve mention for their church works, but nearly all the early Italian opera composers tried their hand at sacred music also. In the clavier field, François Couperin and Jean-Philippe Rameau developed an attractive French school of harpsichord, or spinet, works. Where the Italians had produced sonatas and suites, these 2 and their followers wrote many light but pleasing tone pictures. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Section 8. Handel. Georg Friedrich Handel, whose last name was afterwards anglicized to Handel, was born at Halle in 1685. As this was the year of Bach's birth, these 2 pioneers have sometimes been called the Siamese twins of music, but the resemblance between them is not close enough to justify the title. Both were composers, and both wrote in a more or less contrapuntal style, but Handel strove for dramatic effect and emphasized harmony, Where Bach summed up the glories of the past, Handel foreshadowed those of the future. During childhood, Handel showed an early devotion to music. Finding himself discouraged, he is said to have used a clavichord in the garret of his house, upon which he could practice in secret. When 7 years old, he asked to be taken with his father on a visit which the latter was paying to the Duke of Saxe-Weissenfels. This the father refused altogether. But when the carriage had gone a little way, it was found that the youngster had run after it, and was clinging on behind. His persistence caused him to be taken along, with perhaps decisive results upon his career. For the Duke, on hearing him play, advised his father earnestly to let the boy devote himself to the music that he loved so irresistibly. Handel was therefore put under a good teacher, by name Zachau, and 4 years later he was taken to Berlin as a prodigy. After a university course with organist work at Halle, Handel entered upon an important phase of his career by becoming a violinist in Kaiser's orchestra at the Hamburg Opera House. Here he became intimate with Mattheson. The first incident in this friendship was a trip to Lübeck. The pair went thither in search of the post of city organist. The old Buxtehude, who had held the post for many years, was about to retire, but he had made it a condition that his successor should marry his daughter. After looking over the situation, and the lady in the case, the two aspirants withdrew from the contest. Handel soon became known as a composer, starting his operatic career in 1704 with Almira, and producing a Passion in the same year. He also attained a higher rank in the orchestra, for when Kaiser was once unexpectedly absent, Handel stepped into the vacant place and became the conductor. This position he held with firm control, but it brought him into another episode with Mattheson, which might have proved fatal. Handel refused to let Mattheson lead parts of an opera which the latter had written, and after the performance the composer was so angered that he boxed the arbitrary conductor's ears. The two drew swords at once, and began a duel. Mattheson broke through Handel's guard, but fortunately for the world, his weapon snapped against a large button on Handel's coat. After 3 years or so at Hamburg, Handel betook himself to Italy. There he had the keyboard duel with Scarlatti that is mentioned in the chapter on famous pianists in this book. He traveled about receiving honors in Florence, Venice, Rome, and Naples. He made his operas conform to Italian standards, which were even then becoming conventional. On returning to Germany, Handel accepted a post with the Elector of Hanover. He had leave to travel and went to London, where his Rinaldo made a hit in 1711. He liked London so well that on a second visit he decided to stay, in spite of the fact that his leave of absence had expired. It was, therefore, a decided surprise to him when his former electoral master was called to London to succeed Queen Anne as George I of England. Handel kept in hiding for a time. At length a friend gave him a chance of reinstating himself in favor, and he summoned his musical genius to his aid. The king was to give a water party upon the Thames. As the procession floated along the river, an unknown boat drew near to the royal barge. The occupants of the strange boat played some new and very beautiful music. This, in accordance with the plan formed, caught the king's attention and caused him to investigate. When he found that this attractive surprise was the work of his old servant Handel, he at once asked the composer aboard the royal boat and pardoned him. The composition, known as the water music, is still heard occasionally in orchestral concerts. Handel then received royal pensions. For some years, too, he was in the pay of the rich Duke of Chandos, under whom he composed his first oratorio, Esther, in 1720. In that year an opera company was formed, with Handel and the Italian Bononcini as directors. This company lasted for 8 years, but in all except the first of these there was bitter strife between the two directors. Many partisans took sides, and the political parties even became involved, to say nothing of the fierce rivalry among the singers. It was this bickering which brought the sopranos Cuzzoni and Faustina to blows. It also led Dean Swift to write the rhymes, "Some say, compared to Bononcini, that Mynheer Handel's but a ninny. Others aver that he to Handel is scarcely fit to hold a candle. Strange all this difference should be 'twixt Tweedledum and Tweedledee." The rivalry continued after the company had broken up in riotous dispute, for Handel considered it right to start a company of his own and produce his own operas, which immediately caused his opponents to start another company. Bononcini failed to please, in spite of the backing of the Marlboroughs, but after his relapse into obscurity, Porpora, Hasse, and others were called to replace him. As a result, both companies lost money and finally failed. But this failure proved a blessing to music, for it made Handel turn definitely to the oratorio form. After producing Saul, Israel in Egypt, and similar works, he brought out his masterpiece, the Messiah, in 1742. This is a work that still stands at the head of the repertoire nearly 2 centuries after it was written. It shows most admirably its composer's sure touch, varied power of utterance, and control of strong dramatic effect. This work alone was enough to win Handel a lasting renown. For 10 years after producing it, he continued writing oratorios, but he never quite equaled it again. Like Bach, Handel became blind in his last years, but he bore the affliction with equanimity, and continued his activity in music. He died in 1759. Handel was a hard and quick worker. His great Messiah took him only about 3 weeks to write. The inspiring nature of the subject must have helped him to compose rapidly, for he stated that when he began the Hallelujah chorus, it seemed as if all heaven and earth were lying open to his gaze. Handel sometimes adopted the themes of others, and some critics have christened him the great robber, but the percentage of plagiarized work is so infinitely small in comparison with the composer's own achievements that it cannot count against him. Yet it is true that he did sometimes adopt a theme from other composers, much as he transferred themes from his own early works into later ones. His song Lascia ch'io pianga figures originally as a saraband in his first opera, Almira. When reproached with stealing a melody from a certain composer, Handel once replied, "That pig doesn't know what to do with such a tune." This gives a clue to the fact that while a short melody might be borrowed, its treatment and development were the composer's own, and he beautified whatever he appropriated. Handel was bluff and hearty in character, rather arbitrary, as was necessary for an opera manager, but always honest, and even generous. He had a tremendous appetite, and is shown in caricature with a hog's head, sitting before an organ decorated with sausages, ham, and other solid foods. He never married. Once he aspired to win a young lady's hand, but her father resented the attentions of a mere fiddler. Later, when Handel grew famous, the father intimated that he would withdraw his opposition, but by that time the composer's ardor had cooled. Handel's operas soon dropped out of the repertoire. They were cast in the conventional mold of the time, and grew moribund, even before Gluck's reforms introduced higher artistic ideals. The Handelian operas were nearly all based on legendary subjects, usually mythological. There were always 3 acts. The number of characters was prescribed, 6 or 7 of a certain kind being always expected. Each of these characters had to have a fixed number of appearances in concerted or solo work, and the latter consisted of arias of prescribed character. These operas were tremendously popular in their day, the heroine's costume in Rodelinda being adopted as a national uniform of youth and beauty. But the system was too conventional to last. Yet if Handel did not try to be a reformer in opera, he at least imbued his works with the strength of his own genius. Many single numbers from these operas are very much alive today, even though the operas themselves are buried. His dramatic power of expression was strikingly great, and it is shown in dozens of these selections which are still heard. Thus the famous Largo, so familiar in its piano or violin shape, was originally a number in Xerxes, in which the Persian monarch praised the grateful shade of the plane tree under which he encamped. Handel's secular cantatas offer a similar group of famous solos. A very few examples may well include O Ruddier Than the Cherry, from Acis and Galatea, the brilliant soprano aria Sweet Bird, from Il Penseroso, full of warblings that imitate the nightingale, the strong Revenge Timotheus Cries, from Alexander's Feast, or the expressive Angels Ever Bright and Fair, from the more ambitious Theodora. The oratorios offer a still larger selection, and this is especially true of the Messiah, in which great songs are as thick as blackberries in August. The very first 2 vocal numbers, the recitative Comfort Ye and the air Every Valley, are famous solos for the tenor, while Thou Shalt Break Them is another tour de force. The contralto has the bright air O Thou That Tellest Good Tidings, and the expressive He Was Despised. For soprano there are the brilliant solo Rejoice Greatly, and the wonderful air I Know That My Redeemer Liveth. The bass has the vigorous Why Do the Nations So Furiously Rage, and The Trumpet Shall Sound, which is a duet between the singer and the instrument. The choruses, too, though less apt to be given as single numbers, are of the most glorious sort. Best among them are the characteristic All We Like Sheep, the powerful Unto Us a Son is Born, the tremendously broad Hallelujah Chorus, and the finale of the work. Handel wrote some orchestral works, chiefly overtures. These, however, are not often heard except when attached to an oratorio. They are mostly in what is known as the French form, consisting of a slow movement followed by a rapid section, the latter usually a fugue. His orchestral concertos are still performed. Handel's anthems were written mostly while he was choirmaster for the Duke of Chandos. At the same time he wrote a number of harpsichord pieces, including fugues. These are good, though they are below the Bach fugues in value and interest. Handel's music is often surprisingly modern in character. In the harmonic work of his oratorios he foreshadowed the classical period that came many decades after his death. Oratorio, unlike opera, was not fettered by traditional or conventional rules, so Handel could make of it all that his genius permitted. His success in this form led to an English cult of oratorio and cantata that is still in a flourishing state, even if it has not produced masterworks. Handel wrote for immediate success. If his works lack the deeper qualities and the more involved intellectuality of Bach, they were far more directly effective in their day, and they deserve all their renown. Handel experimented with the orchestra, trying out lutes, harps, and early clarinets. His introduction of horns aroused much criticism. As conductor, the composer often led his work by playing at the harpsichord or organ. He thus filled out harmonies which were left in a more rudimentary state in the written score. It has, therefore, been found necessary for later musicians to fill in the scoring of certain works by Handel, the chief examples being two versions of the Messiah, one arranged by Mozart and the other by Robert Franz. Of the Hamburg school of opera, both Mattheson and Telemann outlived Handel. The former wrote few works with much effort, while the latter composed freely, but rather superficially. Other German cities soon followed Hamburg's lead, and operas by Graupner, Stutzel, Graun, and their kind were heard in Darmstadt, Breslau, Prague, Berlin, and other places. Frederick the Great, famous as a patron of music, was also a composer, writing the opera Il Re Pastore. Italian opera, brought to its climax of popularity by Alessandro Scarlatti, was carried on by many composers. Antonio Lotti won success in many fields at Venice. Domenico Scarlatti wrote several dramatic works, while Mancini, Sari, and Fago kept the school in activity. Porpora wrote nearly 50 operas, but was best known as a singing teacher. The names of Feo, Durante, Leo, and the artist Da Vinci are somewhat more important and bring opera to the middle of the 18th century, but none of their stage works survived for long. The old operas were comparatively simple in structure, and as a result they were produced by hundreds. Two composers of a later generation who became known in opera were Nicola Jomelli in Italy and Johann Adolf Hasse in Germany. A school of light opera had its rise in Naples. Pergolesi, known by expressive church works, won a tremendous success with the comedy La Serva Padrona. Logoscino, who followed him, developed grand ensembles at the end of his acts. Galuppi, who is apostrophized in one of Browning's poems, wrote the toccata that Browning describes and other organ works, but was better known by his many operas, the light ones earning him the title of the father of opera buffa. French opera offered Campra and Destouches, but was more ably represented by Jean-Philippe Rameau. His works gradually replaced those of Lully, from which they did not differ radically, although he was more gifted musically. Rameau became known by an early treatise on harmony. It was this composer who once said, "Music is dead," meaning that about all possible combinations of tone had been worked out and nothing new could be found. But since then music has been pretty lively for a corpse, as the long list of subsequent masters will show. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the philosopher, was another well-known opera composer of the time. His Devin du Village made a great success, while his later Pygmalion laid the foundations of melodrama. Rousseau championed the Italian company that came to Paris with Italian singers and operas. The resulting dispute between the upholders of French and of Italian standards was known as the Guerre des Bouffons. After an acrimonious struggle, the French opéra comique won the ascendancy. It must not be supposed that forgotten operas are necessarily weak or unmusical. Rousseau's works are very tuneful. Revivals of dramatic works by Rameau, Purcell, and others show that these composers wrote good music, even if their operas are cast in an archaic mold. The same is true of the Italians, of whom Lotti and the Scarlattis were really gifted musicians. If the Scarlatti operas are on the shelf, the piano repertoire still contains a number of pieces by both the elder and younger Scarlatti. Those who heard Paderewski's early programs will remember that they almost always began with a selection from these compositions. In the violin field, Kreisler and Isai have won remarkable success with the works of such early composers as Couperin, Vitali, Pugnani, Vivaldi, and others of the sort, while the compositions of Tartini are often played. Musical changes are sometimes an affair of manner rather than matter, and the music of the late 16th and early 17th centuries often shows the rarest beauty when it has once been unearthed from the dust of ages. England did not follow Handel's lead in opera, but even during his life developed a school resembling the German Singspiel and known as the ballad opera. In this, a number of songs were strung together on a thread of dialogue to make an amusing or satirical work. The first example of this form was the Beggar's Opera, the music composed and arranged by Pepys. The work had a great success. As Gay wrote the words and Rich produced the affair, in 1728, it was said to have made Gay rich and Rich gay. Henry Carey, sometimes considered the composer of God Save the King, was another writer of ballad operas. He ridiculed the bombastic style of certain Italian operas and satirized it very effectively. Of a later date was Thomas Augustine Arne, now known by his dainty settings of certain lyrics from Shakespeare's plays. Arne wrote oratorios, operas, masques, and other dramatic works. He was the composer of the popular English song, Rule Britannia. In spite of the genius of Purcell and Handel, which kept English opera abreast of that in other countries during their lives, England did not influence the development of opera. The ballad opera was not high enough in aim to inspire imitation in other countries. Moreover, it soon changed its character, and grew into the over-sentimental affair that retarded musical prowess in England until quite recently. The end of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Gluck. Christoph Willibald Gluck was born in Wiedenwang in Bohemia in 1714. He studied in a Jesuit school at Komotow, where he learned something of the clavier, the organ, the violin, the cello, and singing. At the age of 18 he went to Prague, where he gave lessons and played at rustic gatherings. 4 years later he came to the notice of Prince Lobkowitz in Vienna, and through that prince he became known to Count Melzi, who took him to Milan for lessons with Sammartini. Gluck's first opera was brought out at Milan in 1741. Although in the conventional style, or perhaps because of that fact, it was popular enough and resulted in his obtaining many commissions. A London trip in 1745 was not successful, because Handel held the public notice. Visits to Hamburg and Dresden brought Gluck at last to Vienna, which he made his home. Yet he continued to make trips which ranged from Copenhagen to Naples. At Rome, the Pope made him a Chevalier of the Golden Spur, and for this reason he became known as Ritter von Gluck. Many of his works at this period were on the text of Metastasio. These were poetic enough at times, but always cast in the conventional mold of the day. Even in setting these, however, Gluck began to show a gradual departure from ordinary models and a vein of originality. Such works as his Telemaco and Il Re Pastore contain hints of growing individual genius, and the overture of the latter proved especially effective. Gluck was also successful in light comedies such as La Rencontre Imprévue. But now he turned to more serious paths, with Calzabigi as librettist. The first example of Gluck's new style was in Orfeo ed Eurydice, which appeared in 1762. There was still some degree of conventional melodic utterance, which may be seen even as the famous solo, I have lost my Eurydice. This is so smooth in character that it might equally have been set to the words, I have found my Eurydice. But there are many dramatic touches in the opera, such as the barking of Cerberus, the threatening refusal of the Furies to aid Orpheus, or the final loss of Eurydice. Gluck was developing the idea that operatic music should not be a set of meaningless melodies, but should bring out the dramatic possibilities of the text. The Viennese public were somewhat bewildered at first, but finally accepted the new work. Gluck continued with Alceste on another of the Calzabigi librettos. This work, brought out in 1767, was not a popular success because of the gloomy nature of its subject. Paridadalina, with another Calzabigi text, appeared in 1770. It showed a remarkable control of romantic lyricism and contained many strong bits of solo work. By this time, Gluck had built up a considerable appreciation of his works at Vienna, though there were some adverse critics also. Later he met with the same experience in Paris. It was not until 1774 that his first Parisian work was brought out. This opera, Iphigénie en Aulide, Racine, was not one of the best in the new style, although it has an effective overture. The incompetence of the performers and the machinations of enemies delayed the production considerably, and in the end its appearance was due largely to the efforts of Marie Antoinette. That unfortunate queen had known Gluck during her girlhood at Vienna, and in Paris she became an enthusiastic patroness of his works. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, himself a gifted composer, was another ardent supporter of Gluck. But there were many opponents who were not only ready to use caricature and paragraph, but would actually fight duels over the merits of the new operas. Gluck's next work was Armide, which was given in 1777. It was based on an old Quinault text, which had been set by Lully. This opera showed much romantic beauty, though it did not succeed at once. In the meantime, Gluck's opponents had rallied around Italian Piccini, who represented the old school of mellifluous but meaningless tunes. Finally, it was suggested that the rival composers should set the same libretto, Iphigénie en Tauride, and this they agreed to do. Gluck finished his setting very quickly, but had to wait some time for that of Piccini. The two were finally performed in 1781. Gluck's work, given first, made a tremendous impression, while Piccini's production fell flat. The latter's singers, knowing that failure lay ahead, had attempted to drown some of their sorrows in copious libations. The prima donna's condition was especially noticeable, and a Parisian wit was moved to cry out, "This is not Iphigenia in Taurus, but Iphigenia in Champagne." Such sarcasms gave the final blow to Gluck's rivals, and his greatness was acknowledged by the musical public. Gluck died in Vienna in 1787, after some years of failing health. Gluck's earlier years had been held by some critics as wasted, but this is too harsh a verdict. His earlier operas, to be sure, are never heard, and contain nothing of real artistic originality, but their very composition must have been of value to the composer as so much technical training. His close acquaintance with existing styles led him gradually to see their weakness, just as Wagner's early conducting of Italian opera caused him to notice its hopeless conventionality. The main idea of Gluck in reforming opera was to bring back to it the dramatic truth and significance that really belonged to it. When Peri and Caccini founded opera by trying to revive the ancient Greek dramatic ideals, they based their work on principles that were much like those of Gluck. Their melody and instrumentation was much more primitive, but they were striving nevertheless to let the music echo the ideas of the text. Gradually, opera began to take shape as a singing concert, which grew to have wholly conventional structure in the days of Handel. Such a musical form can certainly display charm of a vocally melodic sort, and the great arias of Handel are still favorite concert numbers. But until the principle was definitely formulated that operatic music should support its text, no real progress towards a dramatic school was possible. Individual composers could work toward the truth, but a reformer was needed to show how much of the older conventionality should be discarded. That reformer was Gluck. Even in his early works, Gluck did not adopt the florid style of Handel. The latter, on hearing a Gluck opera in London, said of its composer, "He knows no more counterpoint than my cook." but as Handel's cook, Waltz, was something of a musician, the comment was not so adverse as it might appear at first sight. Gluck dropped the old French overture form and adopted that of the prelude or introduction leading directly into the play. While his later overtures were worthy classical compositions, the descriptive nature of their themes was made to conform with the scenes that would follow. The old rules about the necessary kinds and numbers of arias were entirely discarded. This meant that the poet had a freer hand to produce something of literary and dramatic merit. The music was considered as following the text and emphasizing the emotion brought out by the dramatic situation. The orchestra, too, was given more important work than merely supporting the voices or indulging in occasional short passages. It became an integral part of the dramatic scheme. The touches mentioned above in Orpheus, the barking of Cerberus, and the gruff anger of the Furies are only a few of many that may be found in the score. In Iphigenie en Tauride are found wild tone pictures of barbarous Scythian revelry or gloomy mutterings to accompany the exhaustion of Orestes. The other operas in the Great Six show equally skillful instrumental touches. Works of this sort were far more important than the conventional strings of melody that earlier writers had thrown off by the hundred. The composer could not toss them off with the slight attention demanded by works of the former school. Instead, he had to study his text and characters and put into the music real expressive power and dramatic force. The performers, too, had to understand the aims of the new system before they could do their work properly. The public had to be educated up to entirely new standards, as was the case with Wagner's music in later years. Opera was changed from an entertaining variety concert to a true artwork, and it was inevitable that some who understood the former should be unable to learn to appreciate the latter. The progress made by Gluck in the direction of dramatic strength is shown by the fact that his later works are occasionally given even today, almost a century and a half after their creation. Gluck did not discard lyricism, but used it as a means for dramatic expression, instead of an excuse for the display of singers. His reforms cleared the way for modern opera, in spite of the fact that Rossini reverted to the type of florid and meaningless vocalism. Niccolo Piccini, who sometimes misspelled his own name as Niccolo Piccini, was one of a flourishing school that had its headquarters at Naples. He was not without his meed of deserved fame, for he entered into competition with Logorcino and supplanted the latter in the field of comic opera. His command of melody was great, and he showed an admirable mastery of concerted finales. He was really an unwilling rival of Gluck. He fulfilled the commissions given to him, but finally acknowledged his rival's greatness with absolute frankness. After the latter's death, Piccini even tried to collect funds for an annual concert of Gluck's works. Piccini wrote over 130 operas, some of which served as models for Mozart in the latter's earlier years. Antonio Sacchini was a fisher boy whose gifts were discovered by Durante. He wrote comic operas for Naples and showed a popular freshness of style that made him a rival of Piccini. He composed also for orchestra and for clavier. Tommaso Traetta saw his operas produced in such various cities as Vienna, Parma, Venice, London, and St. Petersburg. He was first known as a church composer. He had good ideas of dramatic values and even foreshadowed some of Gluck's reforms. Other opera composers of this time were Pietro Guglielmi, who was able to rival Cimarosa and Paisiello, Johann Christian Bach, who wrote operas in Milan and London, and Johann Gottlieb Naumann, who won fame in Germany, Denmark, and Sweden. Giovanni Paisiello, 1741 to 1816, wrote many symphonies and quartets, but was best known by his operas. His works showed much spontaneous melody, and his accompaniments were often original and ingenious. His operas are sometimes strongly dramatic, but more often piquant and charming in style. He composed at the Russian court for 8 years, and afterwards became a favorite of Napoleon at Paris. His Barber of Seville was very popular, and for some time prevented Rossini's work on the same subject from becoming well known. Domenico Cimarosa, 1749 to 1801, was almost as gifted as Mozart in opera. He soon became a competitor of Paisiello and afterwards succeeded the latter at St. Petersburg. This period was followed by further successes in Vienna and Italy. Cimarosa was very popular and received high salaries. His best work is Il Matrimonio Segreto, produced at Vienna in 1792. But many of his other works were almost as great. The dainty lightness of Mozart's operas had its rise in the works of Piccini, Paisiello, and Cimarosa. Giuseppe Sarti worked in Italy, Denmark, and St. Petersburg. In the last named place, he wrote much sacred music. He was the author of an extraordinary attack on Mozart's quartets. Karl Ditters von Dittersdorf, 1739 to 1799, composed many quartets, some concertos, and over 100 symphonies. He wrote oratorios too, but was best known by his comic operas, of which Dr. und Apotheker still holds the boards in Germany. In Paris, Pierre Martin Berton produced a few operas of his own before becoming a Gluck partisan. François Danican Philidor, the chess expert, was another Parisian opera composer. He was best known in comic opera and won much success with his concerted numbers, trios, quartets, etc. Pierre-Alexandre Mausigné, 1729 to 1817, devoted himself to the comic opera when 40 years old. He showed some dramatic instinct but lacked technical skill. André Ernest Modeste Grétry, 1741 to 1813, was a contemporary and successor of Mausigné, whom he eclipsed in fame. Grétry showed a marked ability to handle musical declamation, a certain gift of melody, and an excellent dramatic success. He became known by such comedies as Zemire et Azur, Le Tableau Parlant, and L'Amant Jalouse, and entered the serious field with Richard Coeur de Lion. An aria from the last named, entitled O Richard, O mon roi, is still a popular solo number. Grétry's operas were orchestrated very thinly, so that the latter composers have sometimes found it advisable to enrich their accompaniment. These works are not now given, except as curiosities, but many individual songs taken from them are still effective numbers in the concert singer's repertoire. The operas as a whole lack the variety and dramatic force that contemporary audiences demand, but that is no bar to the enjoyment of short selections from their pages. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Haydn. Franz Joseph Haydn was born on March 31, 1732, at the little Austrian village of Rohrau. His parents were peasants, and his home was a one-story farmhouse. He showed musical inclinations at a very early age and was trained to some extent by a cousin named Frank. At length, he was heard by Reuter, choir director in the Vienna Cathedral, who persuaded the lad's parents to let him sing in the choir of St. Stephen's. While Frank was severe but earnest, Reuter was neither, and neglected his protégé altogether, so that while Haydn came to feel grateful to Frank, he could remember only 2 lessons given to him by Reuter. But the young Frank kept on at the church singing until his voice broke, and he was replaced by his brother Michael. Misfortune was now upon him. The Empress of Austria had said of him, "Young Haydn sings like a crow," and perhaps this remark, as much as a prank played on a fellow student, caused his dismissal. At any rate, Haydn found himself discharged after a flogging when 17 years old. As a return home might have involved the giving up of music, Haydn determined to stay in Vienna. He lived largely on the charity of friends, taught whenever he got a chance, and played violin for dances. Meanwhile, he continued his studies. He used as models Fuchs' Gradus ad Parnassum, Matheson's works, and a set of 6 sonatas by Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach. An unexpected loan from a kindly tradesman named Buchholz enabled Haydn to hire a garret of his own. Through this he met Metastasio, who not only brought him fashionable pupils, but introduced him to Purpura. Haydn became the latter's valet in exchange for lessons, and he has been sometimes nicknamed Purpura's bootblack. But Purpura helped Haydn greatly by letting him accompany or sit by at the lessons of richer pupils. Here Haydn learned composition as well as singing. At 20, Haydn had written his first mass in one of the comic operas that have been lost since that time. 3 years later, he produced his first string quartet. Soon his early sonatas gained the notice of aristocracy. Countess Thun brought him a set of fashionable pupils and induced Count Morzin to engage him as private orchestral director. In that position, he composed many string quartets and at last tried his hand at a symphony in 1759. A year later, Haydn married, with unfortunate results. He had been in love with the younger daughter of a wig-maker named Keller, and had tried to win her hand, but she was deeply religious, and at last disappointed him by becoming a nun. The father then suggested that Haydn should marry her elder sister, and the composer finally did so. The result was most unhappy for the obliging Haydn. His wife became selfishly extravagant, and it proved to be a consummate virago. In 1761, Haydn was appointed second conductor to Prince Anton Esterhazy. When that patron of music died, his successor, Prince Nicholas, made Haydn first conductor with a reasonable salary, and Haydn stayed in this position until his master's death in 1790. The first contract with Prince Anton showed that musicians in those days were practically servants. The composer was directed to be strictly temperate and to avoid any coarseness in eating, dress, or manners, while he was addressed as in the contemptuous third person reserved for underlings. But in spite of all this, the composer lived happily ever after. He was master of a band of 16 musicians, to say nothing of singers in addition. He had time to compose as much as he wished, and he began to receive money for the sale of his works, which were constantly growing in public appreciation. He remained in seclusion mostly, writing the many symphonies and string quartets that have made him famous, and that earned him medals, rings, and other testimonials during his life. He might have finished his career in this fashion, but in 1790 his patron died, and his orchestra was disbanded. Haydn was now able to travel freely, and an English manager named Salomon induced him to visit London. In that capital, he received the highest honors. The 6 symphonies that he had composed for British performance met with an enthusiastic reception. The Prince of Wales entertained him for 3 days. Oxford gave him an honorary doctor's degree, and fashionable pupils flocked to him at high prices. By 1792, he was back in Vienna, where the entire city delighted to honor him. At that time, a young man named Beethoven came to take lessons of him at the rate of 20 cents an hour. Haydn rather neglected the young man at first, perhaps because he was used to higher rates. After a time, Beethoven grew so independent, in demeanor as well as composition, that Haydn christened him the Great Mogul. Haydn took 6 more symphonies to London in 1794. On this trip, he was invited to stay at Windsor Castle, but he preferred to return to Vienna. The English enthusiasm for God Save the King caused Haydn to decide upon writing the Austrian national hymn. Such deliberate attempts to produce national music are almost always failures, but in this case, the song proved a great success. London influenced him still further by its oratorio music, especially that of Handel. And Haydn determined to enter this field also. His first effort, The Creation, met with much success at Vienna and elsewhere, and is still a favorite with oratorio societies. Haydn, like Handel, felt that his gifts were the result of divine inspiration, and this was shown at a performance of The Creation, which took place shortly before his death. At the words, "Let there be light," and there was light, a striking change from minor to major occurs. On that day, nature aided the effect, for while the day had been overcast, the sun burst forth at these words. The auditors were thrilled by this coincidence, and the aged composer arose in excitement and exclaimed, pointing to heaven, "It all came from there!" The Creation was followed by The Seasons, but the drudgery of composition, united to the fervor of creative work, weakened the composer considerably. He spent his last years in comparative inactivity and died at Vienna in 1809. While he was on his deathbed, Napoleon's forces were bombarding the city. His servants were terrified, but he reassured them by saying, "You are safe with Haydn." During the same bombardment, Beethoven took to a cellar, not from any lack of bravery, but because of fear that the noise of the guns would ruin his already impaired hearing. When the city was taken, some of the French officers bore testimony to Haydn's fame by visiting him on his deathbed and attending his funeral. Haydn is now known by his symphonies, his sonatas, and the 2 works in oratorio form. But he was very versatile and attempted almost everything except organ pieces. His vocal works include masses, operas, and songs. The operas are practically all lost, though remnants of some are discovered now and then. Once Haydn thought that his chief mission would be the composing of operas, but he grew into orchestral work. Among his songs, such a dainty lyric as "My mother bids me bind my hair" proves that he could write vocal music with the most charming grace. Brahms resuscitated a chorale theme by Haydn as a subject for variations, but too many of the earlier composer's vocal works have been allowed to lapse into undeserved oblivion. The orchestra of Haydn was somewhat variable. It consisted of the usual string parts, with the variation occurring in the wind instruments. The former were divided into first and second violins, violas, cellos, and contrabasses, as at present. The latter ranged from oboes and horns up to a fairly full list of woodwind and brass instruments, though mostly without clarinets. The later classical orchestra, as developed from the Haydn model by Beethoven, had 4 woodwind parts and 3 brass parts, the former being flutes, oboes, clarinets, and bassoons, while the latter were horns, trumpets, and at the last, trombones. The kettle drums completed the list, and Haydn's naive use of a loud kettle drum stroke in the Surprise Symphony was very effective in its day. Haydn's several hundred instrumental works include about 125 symphonies, 30 trios, 77 string quartets, about 100 pieces for various chamber combinations, 31 concertos for various instruments, and about 50 sonatas or other works for clavier. In Haydn's time, the clavier, keyed instrument, still referred to the clavichord or harpsichord. The piano had been invented in 1711, but it did not become really popular until Beethoven turned the scale in its favor by writing music that was too powerful for the earlier instruments. The best of Haydn's clavier works are found in the volume of 10 celebrated sonatas by him, while his most famous symphonies have been gathered into a similar group of 10 and a larger set of 24. Haydn wrote also nearly 200 solos for the baryton, the so-called viola di bordone, that had sympathetic strings like a viola d'amore. These pieces were for his princely master, who found much pleasure in playing them himself. With Haydn, the sonata took shape at last. The form was no longer experimental, as in the hands of Galuppi, Paradisi, or Bach's sons. It had at last crystallized into something definite, which Haydn and Mozart used, and which Beethoven brought to a grand culmination. This form is described in the section on musical form in this work, but one may state here that its excellence depended on the two artistic principles of balance and contrast. The 3 or 4 movements forming the sonata or symphony or other work in sonata form were in contrasted style, and insofar were an outgrowth of the old suite movements. The sonata allegro form, upon which so many movements or portions of orchestral works are built, shows 3 main divisions: themes, development of a new musical structure from the thematic material, and a return of the themes. The first and second of these themes were usually well contrasted, the former being bold, while the latter was often tender and lyrical, and a short closing theme followed them. While the sonata allegro had its recognizable divisions, its chief strength lay in the fact that it did not hamper composers. The great sonata writers, especially Beethoven, could create the most powerful and dramatic music while keeping strictly to the prescribed outlines of the form. Haydn's style was not that of a Beethoven. The earlier composer did not scale Olympus, nor talk in the accent of the gods. His utterances consisted rather of unaffected bits of cheerfulness. Some of his symphonies seem rather artless and naive when judged by modern standards, but they still hold our interest. They have sufficient vigor and virility to prevent their directness from becoming too simple in effect. There is strength as well as optimism in Haydn's music. It has its own beauty too, though its charms are those of a simpler harmonic system than that used by the more recent orchestral colorists. For a time it was customary to call him Papa Haydn and sneer at his simplicity, but his works still show the charm of refreshing directness. At the time of their composition, they were of value as pioneer work in the orchestral field. Even Beethoven followed the Haydn models at first. If Haydn's symphonies are still heard on their own merits, the same is doubly true of his string quartets. In these, his clear style and calm serenity are very much in place, so that they still remain models of their school. The slow movements are perhaps a little too dragging for modern standards, but apart from that point, these quartets hold their own easily against nearly all later works in the same form. Haydn's brother Michael became noted as a church composer, but he was a good orchestral writer also. He composed over 24 symphonies and several chamber works, but he kept most of these in manuscript and thus failed to have any great influence. The symphony received an early development at the hands of the Mannheim group of violinists. Johann Stamitz was the pioneer of this group, writing nearly 50 symphonies before his early death in 1757. These symphonies figured frequently on early programs in the United States, which are admirably described by Oscar G. Sonic in his Early Concert Life in America. Other symphonists of the Mannheim group included Franz Xaver Richter, Anton Filz, Christian Cannebeck, Ignaz Holzbauer, Eichner, Toshi, Beck, Karl Stamitz, and Anton Stamitz. All these men composed symphonies and made the growing form known in many different places. Others from different cities were Schwindel, Wagenseil, Van Hall, Pickel, Rosler, Wranitzky, Pleyel, and Wolf. Many of their works were known and heard in the 18th century programs of our own country, and the celebrated Wranitzky, as he was called, was at one time held as a rival of Haydn. More important in symphonic development was Francois-Joseph Gossec, who was known at Paris as an opera composer. His symphonies and string quartets showed real value. Luigi Boccherini was an Italian symphonist, rather a lonely figure, for Italy soon reverted wholly to opera of a popular variety, and let Germany develop the classical school unaided. He composed some symphonies and very many chamber works. Dittersdorf worked in this field also, producing about 50 symphonies. Leopold Hofmann wrote church music in Vienna, and at the same time composed such clever orchestral works that he is said to have delayed the recognition of Haydn's genius for some time. Haydn, however, showed more virility than many of his contemporaries, so that their works are now little known. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Section 11, Mozart. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, composer by the grace of God, was born at Salzburg on January 27, 1756. His full name was Johann Chrysostom Wolfgang Theophilus Mozart. His father Leopold was a musician of some standing in the service of the local archbishop. Wolfgang's sister, Maria Anna, was given piano lessons at home when 7 years old, and afterwards became a famous performer. At her early lessons, her little brother was greatly captivated by the beauty of the clavier tones, and tried to reach up to the keyboard. His extreme musical sensitiveness was shown also by the small size and unusual shape of his oral passages. His ears were so delicately built that the sound of a trumpet would send him into spasms of terror. The boy began to compose little pieces when only 4 years old, and at the age of 6 he was discovered hard at work over the much blotted manuscript of a clavier concerto. His father, happy at finding the son so gifted, began to train him carefully from his earliest years. Soon Wolfgang became proficient at the keyboard and was taken on tours with his sister. The two child prodigies won much attention, even from the Empress Maria Theresa. On a later trip to London, the boy performed at sight some difficult pieces by Bach and gained renown by improvising. He soon became still further noted by playing his own pieces. Returning to Salzburg at 12 years of age, he wrote the opera Bastien et Bastienne. At Vienna he composed La Finta Semplice, but his youth prevented its performance. A trip to Italy, however, proved more successful. Mozart's Italian travels between 1770 and 1773 resulted in constant ovations. Footnote. For an account of one of his display performances, see the chapter Some Famous Pianists in this volume. End of footnote. His new operas, Mitridate and Lucio Silla, were applauded to the echo by Milan audiences. The Pope gave him the same order of knighthood that Gluck had received. The people called him Il Cavaliere Filarmonico, while the nobles made him an honored guest. Padre Martini, composer and historian, was amazed at Mozart's ease in improvising fugues, and Hasse exclaimed, "This boy will throw us all in the shade some day." After his return from Italy, Mozart brought out La Finta Giardiniera at the Munich Carnival of 1775. This caused the poet Schubert to exclaim that Mozart would become the greatest operatic composer who ever lived. Unfortunately, the Archbishop of Salzburg, in whose orchestra he was employed, did not appreciate the young composer. When Mozart asked for decent pay, the Archbishop declined to raise his wages above his former stipend, which was merely nominal. Mozart tried again to earn a better position, this time by composing Il Re Pastore, but his efforts went for nothing. The little Salzburg court listened to his works readily enough, but whenever he sought a financial return for them, he was told that they were valueless, and advised to learn composition in an Italian conservatory. The Archbishop even began to oppose Mozart's piano tours, and said, "I don't approve of such beggary from town to town." Forced to try for an official position elsewhere, Mozart again met with a series of disappointments. At Munich he was kept dangling with no results. At Mannheim, where he met Abt Vogler, he fared little better. Abt Vogler deserves mention as the musician whom Browning immortalized in his noble poem of that name. Vogler was a teacher of much originality. Mozart called him a charlatan, but his teaching formed both Weber and Meyerbeer. He boasted that he could make his pupils composers in 6 months. At Mannheim, Mozart met also a family named Weber. He fell in love with his second daughter, Aloysia, who was both beautiful and musical. She seemed to like him well enough, but his father, hearing of the reason for Mozart's delay, ordered him to proceed at once to Paris. Aloysia was piqued at his departure, and whether because of this or for some other reason, she declined Mozart, and afterwards married an actor named Lang. At Augsburg, Mozart tried the new pianos of Stein, and recognized their value, but he never really gave up the harpsichord. In Paris, Mozart did not attract much notice, partly because the Gluck-Piccini contest held public attention. He declined a small position in the royal orchestra, saying that whoever entered the royal service was forgotten at Paris. He might have worked up in the French capital as Lully did a century earlier, but apparently he did not approve of Parisian standards. After the death of his mother, who had been with him, he returned to Salzburg, where the miserly prelate, Hieronymus, had at last begun to give a grudging appreciation. There he became a concert master, with a salary of 500 florins, still a meagre amount, though at that time money had more purchasing power than at present. Of his Paris stay, Mozart had written home, "If I were where people had ears to hear, hearts to feel, and even a small degree of perception and taste, I could laugh at everything. But really, as far as music is concerned, I am living among mere brute beasts." Mozart's greater compositions were still in the future, so Paris was not to be wholly condemned. In 1781, Mozart composed Idomeneo for the Munich Carnival. This work was an advance over its predecessors, and an improvement over the Cimarosa-Piccini style. Its success made Mozart devote himself largely to opera, though he composed church music and instrumental works also. Idomeneo was no longer an imitation, but displayed fully the melodic fluency, dramatic grasp, and power in handling voices that became so marked in his later operas. In the ensuing year, Vienna heard his Abduction from the Seraglio, which brought opera in German to a high state of excellence. The old Singspiel was a rather elastic affair. Reichardt had made it a spoken drama with music in the unimportant parts, while Benda changed it into a melodrama, with words spoken against an accompaniment. Mozart revived the old idea and let the important parts be sung, while only the most unimportant episodes were spoken. The emperor thought the work contained too many notes, but Mozart retorted that there were just enough for the subject. Meanwhile, Mozart's position in the archbishop's entourage was that of an absolute underling. Dining with the servants, he was subjected to all sorts of indignities by his strangely hostile master, and was often branded with such insulting titles as lump, Lausbube, or Gassenbube, words that are hard to translate but are about on a par with our churl, varlet, or gutter snipe. At last the situation became unbearable, and Mozart presented his resignation, whereupon the archbishop ordered his steward to kick the composer downstairs, which was done. Though Mozart suffered enough from poverty after that event, he was never again subjected to contumely. Having lost Aloysia Weber, he turned to her sister Constance, whom he married in 1782. The two loved each other truly enough, but he earned little money, while she was a poor manager. Yet their cheerfulness was unfailing, and a visitor once found the couple dancing to keep warm when they had no fuel and no cash to buy it. Constance outlived her husband by more than 50 years, dying in 1842. Mozart's poverty seemed as much a matter of loyalty as anything else. He might have done well if he had stayed in Paris. London, which welcomed Haydn, would pretty surely have enriched Mozart also, while he declined a liberal offer of the King of Prussia to stay in the ill-paid service of the Emperor of Austria. He continued his operatic work with several comedies, such as Local del Cairo, Lo Sposo deluso, and the German Schauspieldirektor, but these were soon forgotten, for his later masterworks were at hand. The Marriage of Figaro, produced in 1786, contains little of the political suggestion of the comedy by Beaumarchais, but it is rather an intensely exhilarating bit of dramatic and musical humor. The plot deals with the love of Figaro, valet and factotum of Count Almaviva, for Susanna, the maid of the Countess. The Count's pronounced admiration for Susanna is made into a means of discomfiting him. The others start to trick him by dressing the page Cherubino in Susanna's clothes, and afterwards the masquerade is made more effective by having Susanna and the Countess exchange dresses. The Count then makes exaggerated declarations to a supposed Susanna, who is really his own wife. The Count is also tormented by Figaro's attentions to the supposed Countess. The final unveiling brings about the Count's discomfiture, Figaro's marriage, and a general reconciliation. The music to this vivacious comedy is superlatively delightful and contains many of Mozart's very best vocal numbers. Some of the most attractive selections are Figaro's bright duet with Susanna, his half-humorous defiance to the Count, Se vuole ballare, his inimitably comic lesson in soldiery to Cherubino, who is to be sent off to the army in disgrace, Cherubino's love song, Voi che sapete, the beautiful air of regret sung by the Countess, Dove sono, and Susanna's captivating encouragement of the Count, Devieni non tardar. But it is a thankless task to cite single numbers, for the complete score is overflowing with delightful musical humor. The overture, too, is a gem of tonal brightness. Don Giovanni, produced in 1787, achieved another great success. It deals with the career of a totally wild and licentious nobleman who invades the room of a certain Dona Anna, is discovered by her father, Don Pedro, and kills him to escape unrecognized. He continues his amorous career by laying siege to Zerlina, a peasant girl who is about to marry Masetto. Don Giovanni captivates her, but is thwarted by Dona Anna and her betrothed, Don Ottavio, who come with Elvira, a former conquest of the adventurers. Don Giovanni next exchanges costumes with his servant Leporello, and pays court to Elvira's maid, while Leporello gets a beating from Masetto, who thinks him Don Giovanni. Then the dissolute nobleman sneers at Don Pedro's statue. He is surprised to find the statue answering his invitation to sup together, and the climax comes when the statue does actually enter the banquet room and drag the criminal down to perdition. Here, as in Figaro, there is a profusion of melody. Leporello's famous catalogue aria is a rollicking list of his master's conquests. Zerlina's Batti Batti and Vedrai Carino are gems of lyricism. Don Giovanni's duet with Zerlina, Reach Me Thy Hand, is another of many famous selections from this work. The ensembles are admirable, and Gounod said of the trio between Don Giovanni, Leporello, and Dona Elvira that if all compositions but this were destroyed, our music could be evolved again from it. While such praise is exaggerated, there is no doubt that Mozart showed a wonderful grasp of the situation in this and other concerted selections. The overture, it is said, was written during the night before the performance. Mozart worked at the score while Constance regaled him with homemade punch or told him stories while he rested. Don Giovanni has been upheld by the classicists as the quintessence of everything worthy. One fairly recent writer said of it, "Whether we regard the mixture of passions in its concerted music, the profound expression of melancholy, the variety of its situations, the beauty of its accomplishment, or the grandeur of its heightening and protracted sense of terror, Don Giovanni stands alone in dramatic eminence." But one may question such unmixed praise when modern standards are considered. Even in comparison with Gluck, Mozart was none too powerful. The trombone chords that go with the statue's dread awakening are highly dramatic in effect, but for the most part Mozart's music was almost too fluent. It is that quality combined with the simplicity of the early harmonic effects that makes some modern composers consider Haydn less monotonous. At the same time, Mozart's work has held its place in the repertoire until the present, and its merits deserve full recognition. It seems lacking today because of its slow motion and comparative monotony of style, but in its time it was held dramatic enough, and its harmonies seemed the height of expressive beauty. Even after these works, Mozart remained poor. The emperor made him court dance composer at about $400 a year, but this was done merely to prevent Mozart from going to London. Mozart's next operas were the light Così fan tutti and the conventional Clemenza di Tito. Neither of these proved supremely important, but his last opera, The Magic Flute, met with a better fate. It has a rather mixed libretto. The absurdities of the text have been explained by the statement that they have Masonic significance, but that fact does not make them interesting or dramatically effective. Its plot deals with the high priest Sarastro, who has rescued Pamina from her wicked mother, the Queen of the Night. The Queen's retinue save Tamino, a foreign prince, who is then given a magic flute and told to bring back Pamina. He starts with the bird-catcher Papageno, but instead of doing any rescue work, he becomes a disciple with Pamina. After a long and spectacular probation, he is admitted to be worthy and marries Pamina, while Papageno also finds a mate. The music of this jumbled work is fully up to the best Mozart standard. The Queen's brilliant solos, the deep bass numbers of Sarastro, and the bright selections of Papageno are all effective in their way. But the libretto has been too great a handicap, and the opera received few performances in comparison with Don Giovanni. Of the 36 songs that Mozart wrote, apart from his operas, the most famous is the tender Violet. Mozart composed 15 masses, though he probably wrote very little of the one known as his 12th. Such mistakes have often arisen from the carelessness of composers or publishers. Thus, Schubert's Adieu is probably not by him. Weber's Last Thought or Last Waltz was not his at all, but sent to him by Reisiger, while Beethoven's Farewell to the Piano, a publisher's title, was written before he composed some of his greatest piano sonatas. In addition to masses, Mozart wrote motets and cantatas for voices. His piano music is best represented by his two-hand sonatas. These, which are 17 in number, show a clearness of form that makes them valuable to the teacher. Some of them are dramatic enough, the fantasia and sonata being especially powerful. Mozart composed also 5 four-hand sonatas and 17 organ sonatas. His chamber music, which is still prized for its union of clearness with fluency and a proper amount of expression, is headed by 26 string quartets. These are supplemented by quintets, many violin and piano sonatas, and concertos for piano and various other single or multiple instruments. A concerto is a concert piece, usually in 3 movements, to display one or more instruments, and it may have either piano or orchestral accompaniment. Modern composers have made it a 3-movement symphony with a thread of solo work running through it. The example of Haydn and others led Mozart into the symphonic field also. Of his symphonies, which numbered nearly 50, the last 3, which he wrote in 1788 toward the close of his life, are decidedly the greatest. These consist of the so-called Jupiter Symphony, the Clarinet Symphony, in which that instrument was first brought into the symphonic orchestra, and the tenderly beautiful Symphony in G minor. Mozart, like Haydn, echoed the style of his time by making his symphonies clear and fluent. Where Haydn showed vivacity, however, Mozart relied more on smoothness. Yet in his 3 last symphonies, Mozart showed a surprising vigor. In 1791, the year of Mozart's death, he wrote his famous Requiem. His illness was upon him, and he had a presentiment that he was composing for his own funeral. There were other unusual details about the work, too. A mysterious stranger, clothed in black, visited him to give him the commission for the work and to name a date when he would come for the finished composition. He returned on time, but Mozart had been busy with other things. The work was unfinished, and the stranger extended the time to still another date. Mozart, it is said, began to brood over the matter. Ultimately he grew to consider the stranger a messenger from the other world, sent to announce his death. He had what was called a miliary fever, but he began to believe also that someone had poisoned him. He died before completing the Requiem, and directed his pupil Süssmayr to finish the work for him, so that now it is not definitely known which parts of the composition were Süssmayr's additions. The mystery of the stranger in black was afterwards explained. He was a certain Leutgeb, steward of Count von Walsegg, and sent in secrecy because his master wished to get hold of the Requiem and publish it as his own. Mozart was a most delightful personality, being lively, fascinating, and a versatile talker. He was full of droll humor, but at the same time gifted with keen and accurate judgment. If he was rather too easygoing to achieve wealth, he at least bore poverty with cheerfulness. He was fond of various amusements, and often thought out his themes while playing billiards. His burial place is not even known. The day of his funeral was stormy, and his coffin was hurried into a public grave. Some years later his admirers wished to give him a monument, but as the grave had been emptied and used over again, the composer's remains are not beneath the memorial that was finally erected to his memory in the large central cemetery of Vienna. The Singspiel, which influenced Mozart to some extent, was carried on by such men as Johann Adam Hiller, Johann André, Johann Abram Peter Schultz, Johann Schenk, Ferdinand Kauer, and others. Owing to the loose structure of their musical plays, many of their songs became popular as separate numbers and earned them reputations as song composers. Schultz became famous for his collection of Lieder im Volkston. Johann Hafner, who lived until 1833, wrote in a style resembling Gluck's and exerted a great influence in Sweden. Antonio Salieri was a pupil of Gluck and made a Parisian success with the opera Les Danaïdes. He wrote afterwards for Vienna, where he was in some sense a rival of Mozart. It is said that he prevented the proper recognition of Mozart at the imperial court, and those who accepted Mozart's idea that he was poisoned held Salieri responsible. But that idea has absolutely no evidence to support it. There were many pianist composers in Mozart's day. In Vienna were Franz Duschek, Anton Eberl, and Johann Nepomuk Hummel, the last being Mozart's pupil for a time. The school that followed the famous Muzio Clementi included Beethoven in its ranks, while others of this group were Dussek, Müller, Kramer, Wölfel, and Prince Louis Ferdinand. Hulmandel, Louis Adam, and Steibelt were identified with Paris. Nearly all of these men composed something for their instrument. English song plays were written by Samuel Arnold and William Jackson, but Charles Dibdin became much greater than either. Dibdin's many musical plays were often on maritime subjects, or at least contained his famous sea songs, such as The Token, Tom Bowling, etc. They were most inspiring to their auditors, and it is said that Dibdin's songs were worth 10,000 men to the English Navy. Among other English composers, Michael Arne, son of Thomas A. Arne, produced 9 operas. Thomas Linley composed a dozen of these song plays and wrote also many graceful songs. His son was a personal friend of Mozart. Others who worked in the vocal field were William Shield, James Hook, Thomas Carter, Michael Kelly, and William Reeve. Stephen Storace, the violinist, was another Singspiel composer and a close friend of Mozart. English music of that time came to include catches and glees. The glee was simply a part song, often unaccompanied, and in spite of its name it was not necessarily lively or mirthful. The catch was a song that depended for its point upon some comicality in the use of words. Thus, in one of Bishop's catches, the questioning phrase, "Ah, how, Sophia," becomes "A house afire," when sung quickly in the chorus, and other similar alterations of sense follow in due course. Madrigals were also composed, and a madrigal club existed, but this form was rather indefinite at the time. Italian opera was continued by such men as Vittorio Trento, Giuseppe Mosca, Vincenzo Lavigna, and others. Greater than these, however, was Ferdinand Paër. Writing at first in a conventional style, Paër afterward learned much by hearing Mozart's operas at Vienna. His works include a setting of the subject used later by Beethoven in Fidelio. Another composer of the same epoch was Simon Mayer, a Bavarian who worked in Italy. His Lodoiska and Medea anticipated Cherubini's works on the same subjects. Mayer taught Donizetti, and so may serve as a link between the Gluck-Mozart period and the Donizetti-Rossini school. The end of section 11.
Chapter 12 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jane Park. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven was born at Bonn, probably on December 16, 1770. There is some doubt about the day, while Beethoven himself used to assert that his birth year was 1772. He was of Belgian descent, his grandfather having come from Antwerp to the Electoral Chapel at Bonn in 1733. His father was a singer in the chapel. His mother was of low degree, being the daughter of a cook, but she was much more useful in the household than her shiftless husband. Mozart's precocity and childish success served as an example which other fathers desired to see their sons emulate. This was the case in the Beethoven family as well as in Weber's. But Beethoven was scarcely a child prodigy, and his father was certainly not the man to develop one. The father was dissipated and worthless, and his efforts to train the child was irregular and severe. With a boon companion named Pfeiffer, he would rout out the youngster at all hours of the day or night, and force him roughly to the keyboard. Visitors sometimes saw him shedding tears at the piano, and it is a wonder that his father's harshness did not drive him to hate music. He did play in public when 8 years old, and he composed at 10, but he was not the money-making prodigy that his indignant father desired. At 12, Beethoven began taking lessons of his first good teacher, the court organist Neefe. That worthy pedagogue gave his pupil an excellent training in Bach's works, and inspired him with a real love of good music. At this time, he composed some early sonatas and an admirable two-voiced fugue. In the next year, the young Beethoven became cembalist at the theater, leading the orchestra from the keyboard in the usual fashion of the time. A year later, he was made assistant organist. In 1787, the Elector sent Beethoven to Vienna for a time. There he met Mozart, who was astounded at his power of improvisation, and exclaimed, "Watch this young man. He will yet make a noise in the world." Returning to Bonn, Beethoven played viola in the reorganized orchestra. This work, like his theater conducting, may have seemed unimportant drudgery in a way, but it gave him that thorough comprehension of the instruments that is shown in all his larger works. When Beethoven's mother died, the Elector arranged to pay a part of the father's salary to the young man so that it would not evaporate too quickly in drink. In 1792, the father died, an event which was reported to the Elector as a great loss to the tax on liquors. Receiving leave to settle at Vienna, Beethoven began his long course of lessons with Haydn. One day, however, he showed an exercise to a musician named Schenk, and learned that Haydn had left a number of mistakes uncorrected. From that time on, he took lessons with Schenk also. He received some training from Salieri, and studied a good deal with the great contrapuntal teacher, Albrechtsberger. Beethoven was so radical in his work that the latter advised his other pupils to avoid the newcomer and not be misled by his bad example. But soon Beethoven began upon the composition that were to make him famous, and then he could afford to disregard his mentors. When he dedicated his 3 sonatas, Opus 2, to Haydn, the latter inquired why Beethoven had not printed "Pupil of Haydn" after his name, whereupon Beethoven replied, "Because I never learnt anything from you." But this retort, though just enough, should be supplemented by the fact that even if Haydn was careless in the lesson, his music influenced Beethoven greatly and served as a model for the younger man's earlier works. In person, Beethoven was short and stocky, like a stunted giant. His face seems intensely expressive and powerful, but as a whole, he was said to have had a picturesque ugliness. His manners were often brusque and uncouth. His lack of order was noticeable, both in his costume and in his way of living. He would work amid a litter of old papers and other relics, sometimes stopping to declaim about order with Ciceronian fullness. He was careless about notifying landlords when he moved, and often got into lawsuits on that account. He had a habit of cooling his wrists by pouring water over them, a proceeding none too beneficial to the ceilings in the rooms below his. Yet, in spite of all these eccentricities, he made many friends among the nobility, and kept them through life. They must have recognized not only his commanding genius, but the innate nobility of his character. Though practically uneducated except in music, he built for himself a natural religion, and had broad ideals of human brotherhood. First among these friends came Count Waldstein and the Brunings at Bonn. He taught music to Eleonora von Breuning, and at the same time his contact with her and her cultivated family remedied some of the defects of his education. In Vienna he was known and liked by such people as the Lichnowsky, Prince Lobkowitz, Van Swieten, Prince Kinsky, the Russian ambassador Razumowski, and even many members of the royal families. Beethoven was continually falling in love, though somehow he never got as far as marriage. Perhaps it would have been better for him if he had tied the Gordian knot of matrimony, for he would have been looked after, and possibly kept alive some extra years to give the world more masterworks. His first idol, or ideal, was Eleonora von Breuning. Following her came a long list including Countess Erdedy, Babette de Keglowitz, Baroness Ertmann, Bettina von Brentano, Countess Giulietta Guicciardi, and Amelia Sebald. When Beethoven died, 3 letters were found in his desk, written by him, and containing the most impassioned devotion. It is not absolutely sure which lady was the immortal beloved that they mentioned, but Countess Guicciardi was almost certainly the person for whom they were meant. She was a pupil of Beethoven, and at times he grew irritable enough over her playing, in spite of his love. She afterwards married Count Gallenberg. The 3 periods of Beethoven's work extended approximately from 1795 to 1802, from then to 1814, and from that year to his death in 1827. It was in 1795 that he began his actual list of published works. He was one of the first to label his compositions with opus numbers. An opus is simply a work or a group of works published together. If a composer issues a piece without any opus number, it is usually a sign that he considers this work unimportant. Beethoven's early compositions are left without numbers, his opus 1 being 3 piano trios published in 1795, while his opus 2 consisted of his first 3 piano sonatas. After a trip to Nuremberg, Prague, and Berlin, Beethoven settled down to composition as his life work. Other productions of his first period consisted of the Scena, Adelaide, a septet, 6-string quartets, 15 sonatas in all, the First Symphony, the music to the ballet Prometheus, and the oratorio The Mount of Olives. After these works were written, he felt deafness growing upon him. By 1802, this worried him so much that he feared for his sanity. He described his condition in a letter to his brothers that is known as his will. Yet even in that despairing document he showed a determination to defy the blows of fate. It is in the music of his first period that Beethoven shows the influence of Haydn. But where Haydn and Mozart had sometimes made music a matter of passing entertainment to their auditors, Beethoven let it echo the noble sentiments and aspirations that seethed within his own intense nature. Even in the first period, Beethoven's music showed a power and intensity of expression that was far above anything that his contemporaries could bring forth. The first of his piano sonatas is based on the Haydn form, though having 4 movements. Yet Haydn could never in the world have equaled its tremendous strength, which suggests a young giant tugging at his fetters. There are many reminiscences of Haydn in some of the other works, sometimes in parts of the string quartets, but especially in the brisk and lively finale of the First Symphony. On the whole, though, Beethoven showed a vigor and a dramatic intensity that must have seemed like a revelation after the light geniality of Haydn and the smoothness of Mozart. The second period was astonishingly brilliant, and during its 12 years, Beethoven poured forth a constant stream of great masterpieces. The dozen piano sonatas of this time included the intense Waldstein and Appassionata sonatas, the noble Kreutzer sonata for violin, and the famous sonata in A for cello came early in this period. The Kreutzer sonata, dedicated to the violinist of that name, may be cited especially as a wonderful example of pure beauty in music, for Tolstoy saw fit to read into it certain debased meanings that could only have existed in his own mind. The string quartets of this period include the three that are dedicated to Rasumowski. The so-called Triple Concerto, with piano, appeared in 1804. The fourth piano concerto, with orchestra of course, came out in 1805, and the fifth in 1809. While the latter was being given once in Vienna, the French soldiers under Napoleon were in the city, and an officer, on hearing it, called it the Emperor among concertos, a name that has clung to it since. In this period came the overtures entitled Coriolanus, Egmont, The Ruins of Athens, and King Stephen. The chief vocal works were the Mass in C, the cantata Der glorreiche Augenblick, and the opera Fidelio. The second symphony belongs to the first period in style, its suave, hymn-like slow movement, again suggesting Haydn. But with the third symphony, 1804, Beethoven found a freer and more virile utterance. The fourth symphony came 2 years later, the fifth and sixth in 1808, and the seventh and eighth in 1812. In speaking of Beethoven's symphonies, one may exhaust all the adjectives in the dictionary and scarcely do justice to these great works. They are minutely described in Sir George Grove's book entitled Beethoven's 9 Symphonies. They are not all of equal value. The story goes that a pupil asked how many symphonies Beethoven wrote, answered, 3. What were they? Inquired the surprised teacher, whereupon the pupil responded, the third, the fifth, and the ninth. Those 3 are certainly the greatest, but the 6th and 7th are hardly below them in value. When Wilhelm Gericke, former leader of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, was asked which one of Beethoven's symphonies he preferred, he replied, always the one I have played last. To describe them at length would demand a book, and their glories can only be briefly outlined here. Number 1. First movement. Starts with an adagio introduction, which aroused criticism by not beginning in the tonic key. The Sonata Allegro has a first theme built of a rhythmic 3-noted figure, the accent coming on the 3rd note, a melodious tributary and second theme in Haydn's style, and an expressive closing theme with little downward drops after apparent cadences. Development and recapitulation of themes follow, as is proper in the Sonata Allegro movement. Second movement. An andante with expressive song-like themes. Third movement. A tremendously virile minuet with trio full of rhythmic iteration. Fourth movement. A bright rondo in Haydn's cheerful style. Number 2. First movement. An ornate introduction leads to the sonata form. The first theme is brisk, lively, and full of chatter because of repeated notes. The second theme is of similar character with fanfare-like effects, while the closing theme brings minor modulations. Second movement. A song like Larghetto, the first theme of which has been used as a hymn. Third movement. Has the minuet shape, but is marked scherzo. Beethoven afterwards made the scherzo into a much freer form. Fourth movement. A rapid, brilliant movement with more vigor than the finale of the first symphony. It has a broad coda. Beethoven often put very important climaxes into his codas. Number 3. Eroica Symphony. Was planned to glorify Napoleon, but title changed when he seized the imperial throne. First movement. Themes now more pregnantly expressive. The first, in triple rhythm, moving with a slow, majestic swing. The second, a three-noted figure echoed about among the instruments, and a long double closing theme. The first part contemplative, the second triumphant. Second movement, a long and tremendously expressive funeral march, interspersed with phrases of tenderest regret, and contrasted with a major section of consolatory character. Third movement, a scherzo still showing minuet divisions, but much freer than that of the Second Symphony. Rapid, chattering style, now and then suddenly showing forth into bold relief. Quarter notes in swift 3/4 rhythm. The trio contains broadly noble horn passages. Fourth movement, variation form. Effective enough, though hardly equal to the earlier movements, and not so heroic a finale as that of the Fifth Symphony. Number 4. First movement. An impressive minor and modulatory introduction. A first theme of simple but pleasing harmonic structure. A tributary passage increasing in power. A second theme of chattering, imitative character, except for some unison string work. And a syncopated closing theme. Second movement. A song like Adagio, embroidered with many rapid notes of very small denominations. Highly praised by Berlioz. Third movement, a reversion to the minuet form, but very free. Notably beautiful horn passages in the trio. Fourth movement, bold themes of lively and vigorous character. Important contrabass passages. Number 5, a classic among symphonies, notable for its tremendous vigor and the simple means by which the strength is obtained. First movement, in minor except where the sonata form permits major. Themes, development, recapitulation, and coda built almost wholly from the first four-noted figure, treated in various ways. This rhythm, 3/8 notes, followed by an accented note, was said to have been suggested by a nocturnal reveler pounding on a door for admission, but Beethoven gave it a better significance by saying, "Thus fate knocks at the door." The coda in this movement especially powerful, the whole movement intensely effective. Second movement, an andante built out of two short themes, the first being song-like, while the second has a fanfare character. The consummate art of Beethoven is shown by the skill and beauty with which he handles these themes, making their simple harmonies seem as perfectly balanced and as inevitably right as if they were the very music of the spheres. Third movement, a mysteriously effective scherzo in which the heavy four-note rhythm of the first movement recurs. The trio, in rapid rushing style, forms a good contrast. Much contrabass work. A soft but impressive transition passage leads directly into the finale. Fourth movement, a grandly triumphant allegro with reminiscences of the mysterious scherzo for a middle part. Number 6, Pastoral Symphony. The first great program work in musical history, tone picture of life in the country. First movement, cheerful impressions on going to the country. The first 16 bars give a theme from parts of which the rest of the movement is built, all rhythmic, lively, and cheerful in character. Second movement, andante entitled By the Brook, a tone picture of gently rippling water, varied by bird calls. Third movement, joyous gathering of the peasants, themes of lively rustic character. A peasant's dance, in which an old bassoonist joins in with battered instrument. See chapter on the bassoon. Recurrence of opening theme. Approach and breaking of a storm, with instrumental suggestions of rising wind, thunder, etc. Thanksgiving after the end of the storm. Practically a 5-movement symphony with the last 3 joined together. Number 7, very rhythmic, sometimes called the apotheosis of the dance. First movement, a slow introduction with runs and broad chords. The allegro begins with a waltz-like theme of most pleasing character, the same rhythm being carried through the second theme and the closing theme. Second movement, marked allegretto, but really the slow movement of the symphony. A most wonderful use of the rhythm shown by a quarter note, 2/8, and 2 more quarters. This rhythm is carried entirely through the movement. The chords at first correspond to this rhythm and a bipartite theme, with second half repeated in minor is worked up to a great climax. A side section in major brings into the upper part an infinitely melodious theme with triplet accompaniment, while the bass continues the former rhythm. The first theme returns, worked out in very elaborated and effective counterpoint. The side section and a suggestion of the original theme then end the movement. Third movement. Scherzo is here replaced by presto, though the form is kept the same. Mysterious chattering themes are alternated with a simple but rhythmic trio. Fourth movement. A tremendously rapid rondo of brusque and lively character. Number 8. Light and short in comparison with the 3 preceding ones, but very humorous, bright, and pleasant. This and the 7th Symphony were inspired partly by the enlivening influence exerted on Beethoven by Amelia Sebald. First movement, no introduction. Themes cheerful, having almost the character of a slow waltz. Second movement, a light, dainty allegretto scherzando, with themes tossed about and mimicked in humorous fashion. Third movement, tempo di minuetto, like a playful minuet in style. Fourth movement, allegretto vivace, lively chattering themes in even rhythm. Number 9, the choral symphony, introducing voices in the finale. A tonal picture of world struggles followed by human brotherhood. First movement, empty 5th and 4th, serving as an introduction, lead directly into the wildly strong first theme. The second theme is more tender in character and in the contrasting major mode, while the closing theme is short. After development and recapitulation, the coda, ending in a grand climax, lets the somber mood of the first theme prevail. Second movement, molto vivace, a gracefully melodious theme in minor set to resemble a certain Russian folk dance. This is varied and continued through the movement, which ends tranquilly in major. Third movement, an adagio of very expressive character meant to typify the best sentiments of humanity. Its 2 contrasted sections, however, are scarcely so striking as the slow movement of the 5th Symphony. Fourth movement, at first in some sense a review of preceding movements. Wild themes from the first and second movement are rebuked by stern passages on the contrabass. A suggestion of the adagio dies away plaintively. Then the contrabass breaks into the impressive theme that is sung afterward to the words of Schiller's Ode to Joy. The inner meaning of all this is that human striving, the first 3 movements, is to be replaced by universal brotherhood shown by the sentiments of the song. The 9th Symphony belongs to Beethoven's 3rd period, in which he gave up piano performances because he was entirely deaf. Other works of this period were the great Missa Solemnis, the last 5 piano sonatas, and the last of his string quartets. These show a discarding of the forms that he used in such powerful style in his 2nd period. The sonatas are more like free rhapsodies, and the 9th Symphony an approach towards the modern tone picture idea. Toward the end, Beethoven said that all he had written was as nothing beside what he was planning, and we may conclude that if he had lived, he would have given us great orchestral canvases as broadly outlined as those of Liszt, with perhaps even more valuable thematic material. In 1815, Beethoven's brother Caspar died, leaving the composer with the charge of a nephew. Lawsuits with the boy's mother followed, and the boy himself gave Beethoven much trouble. The young ward of the composer has usually been rated as a black sheep, because of some escapades that troubled his uncle, but the nephew finally went into the army and afterward settled down as a good citizen. Beethoven's arbitrary ways no doubt caused at least a part of whatever friction arose. He lavished affection on the nephew, but perhaps showed too little self-control for a really good guardian. Beethoven loved the open air and used to walk about frequently. On these walks he would often stop to note down themes in some one of his many sketchbooks. The difference between the themes of the notebooks and their final form in his published works is often remarkable, and proved that Beethoven possessed the capacity for taking pains that Carlyle calls genius. But he had inspirations also. Sometimes he would become so absorbed in his themes as to block traffic or cut his friends. At times, when he wandered far afield, the authorities would look with suspicion on such an eccentric stranger, and once he was arrested as a vagrant. But he was safe from trouble in one of his favorite spots, a tree in Schönbrunn, whose forked branches formed a natural seat. Beethoven had no fixed position. Once he thought of becoming a Kapellmeister under Jerome Bonaparte, but his friends subscribed for an annuity to keep him in Vienna. In spite of later currency depreciation and many lawsuits, the composer was never driven into bankruptcy. He was always able to sell his works and had many influential friends upon whom he could rely. The respect in which he was held was shown at his first performance of the Ninth Symphony at Vienna. Beethoven, being totally deaf, did not hear the wild applause at the end, but stood gazing at the orchestra. At last, one of the performers turned him around, and the audience, recognizing his inability to hear their clapping, began to wave hats and handkerchiefs at him. Beethoven's illness, a tendency to dropsy, was complicated by lung trouble. The latter may have resulted from a visit to a surviving brother at Nixendorf, for he had to sleep in a draughty room while there, and he returned in very bad weather. On his deathbed in 1827, he came to know and appreciate Schubert. He also saw a picture of Haydn's birthplace and remarked, "Strange that such a great man should have been born in such a hovel." His irritability remained with him, and he even quarreled with his doctors. The very manner of his death was unusual and dramatic. A great storm had come over the city, and after a loud clap of thunder, Beethoven raised himself, shook his fist at the elements, and fell back dead. Beethoven's works may be listed as follows: for piano, 32 sonatas, 1 four-hand sonata, and over 100 smaller pieces, including variations, dances, rondos, bagatelles, etc. For voice with piano or orchestra mostly, the opera Fidelio, 1 oratorio, 10 cantatas of various sorts, 1 chorale fantasia, a number of concert solos, 18 canons, and about 240 songs, nearly 2/3 of the songs being written for the publisher Thompson of Edinburgh. For orchestra, 9 symphonies, 11 overtures, incidental music, about 10 minor works, including the tone picture The Battle of Vittoria, 5 concertos for piano, and 1 concerto for violin. For various instrumental combinations, 8 piano trios, 3 piano quartets, 1 piano quintet, 1 triple concerto, 10 violin sonatas, 5 cello sonatas, 1 horn sonata, 5 trios, 16 string quartets, 2 quintets, 2 sextets, 1 septet, and 2 octets. His compositions are nearly all alive today, but the symphonies, overtures, piano sonatas, and string quartets receive more performances at present than his other works. Of the overtures, that to Egmont is perhaps the most intensely powerful, with Coriolanus a good second, but the 3 Leonora overtures, especially the third, are also strongly dramatic. The early string quartets are great, while the last few show the utter breadth of Beethoven's final style. The piano sonatas are nearly all famous solo selections. Best among the early ones are the first 3 and the Pathétique. the latter being full of tremendously strong contrasts and great possibilities. The well-beloved Moonlight Sonata is not really a moonlight affair. One of the weird stories that are sometimes saddled upon an innocent work states that Beethoven, wandering in a forest, came upon a house, entered to find it filled by a social gathering, and improvised this work with a moonlight streaming over the keyboard. In reality, he composed a work in his study and entitled it Sonata Quasi una Fantasia. Another false story arises from the name of the piece entitled Farewell to the Piano. This piece was not Beethoven's last for the piano, and his own title for it was Thoughts on Departure. Of the later sonatas, the Waldstein and Appassionata are great, while the last 5 are freer in form but grandly effective. The opera Fidelio deals with the misfortunes of Florestan, a Spanish nobleman who has been supplanted and imprisoned by Pizarro. Florestan's wife, Leonora, disguises herself as a youth under the name of Fidelio and enters Pizarro's employment as assistant to Rocco, his jailer. Pizarro, learning of the governor Ferdinand's approach, decides to kill Florestan. But at the crucial moment, Leonora prevents him from stabbing his victim by flourishing a pistol. Just at this moment, the governor's trumpet call is heard from without, and when that official learns the truth, he banishes Pizarro and restores Florestan to all he had lost. The music is somewhat symphonic according to modern standards, but strongly dramatic. Fidelio's outburst of indignation, Abscheulicher, followed by the smooth aria Komm, Hoffnung, is a favorite concert selection, while the second act as a whole is a marvel of intensity. But the purely orchestral Beethoven was the greatest after all. In treating the instruments, Beethoven brought out their capabilities in the fullest measure. Those that earlier composers had held unimportant were often raised by him to a position of prominence. He thought orchestrally, and his last 5 sonatas seem like symphonic rhapsodies for piano. His themes were almost always fraught with the most intense feeling and significance. Their vigor is unexampled, and their depth of musical expression remarkable. When the works of several different composers are practiced constantly, some of them seem to wear threadbare after a short time, but Beethoven's works never grow stale. They arouse constant admiration for their strength and mark their composer as primus inter pares, a leader among the musical titans who have tried to scale Olympus. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Schubert. Franz Peter Schubert was undoubtedly the most spontaneous of composers. Melodies occurred to him with the most amazing rapidity, and his short life was one continual outpouring of compositions. He seldom revised his work, being in this respect the opposite of Beethoven. But he gave forth his native wood notes wild in an inexhaustible stream. Even Mozart, his only rival in this respect, was certainly behind him in melodic and harmonic expressiveness. Schubert was born on January the 31st, 1797, in the large family of a poor schoolmaster at Lichtenthal, a suburb of Vienna. His home life was restricted by poverty, but his father and his elder brothers, Ignaz and Ferdinand, were devoted to music, which Franz soon found to be a congenial atmosphere. He received his earliest instruction at home, with the addition of some lessons from Holzer, the local choir leader. Schubert's natural genius had evidently begun to make itself manifest, for Holzer said, "He seems to have known instinctively whatever I tried to teach him." Soon after he reached the age of 11, he was transferred to the choir school, Konviktschule, of the Imperial Chapel in Vienna, where he stayed until 1813. There he had some chances to develop himself, such as hearing occasional operas or playing in the school orchestra, of which he became first violin and assistant conductor. The playing at home, too, grew to a larger scale, and the domestic performances sometimes included symphonies as well as quartets. He began to compose also. In that branch he was handicapped at first by an unusual situation, the lack of money to buy music paper. Fortunately, the situation was discovered by an older and richer student, who generously bought the needed supplies. Schubert's poverty was shown in another way, for the students were none too well fed, receiving only 2 meals a day, and a letter exists in which Franz begged his brother for extra kreutzers, pennies, to buy more food. Schubert received a few lessons from Ruzicka, who taught thorough bass at the school. This was supplemented by occasional advice from Salieri, but on the whole, as with Holzer in the earlier days, he was practically self-taught. He felt the greatest admiration for the works of Mozart and Beethoven, though they do not seem to have served as models for his own vein of emotional expression. He might have obtained imperial aid if he had worked harder at certain general subjects in the school course, but he did not do this, and when his voice broke, he was thrown on his own resources. For a time he taught in the primary grades of his father's school to escape military conscription. During this period he worked as much as possible at composition, and when the school teaching was given up, he devoted himself wholly to music. Even before this time he had composed large works. At 17 he had written his first Mass, which pleased his devout father so greatly that the latter presented the youth with a new piano. An early opera is now only a fragment, for it was left as a pledge in care of a friend named Hüttenbrenner, at whose house a servant used the first act and part of the second to light the fires. Schubert wrote so much that many of his works were lost through carelessness of various kinds, and even at his death his manuscripts were rated as a pile of old music worth 10 florins. Schumann, Sir George Grove and others did much valuable work in recovering various Schubert manuscripts, and it is possible even now that some of his lost works may be rediscovered. At 18, Schubert wrote one of his most powerful songs, The Earl King, producing it in a single day. Goethe, the author of the poem, did not appreciate this setting and seems to have been somewhat lacking in good musical taste, but the public and the critics now rate it as one of the most dramatic songs ever written. From this time on, Schubert came face to face with poverty, and was often saved from actual want only by the aid of his friends. Most helpful among these was the Swedish poet-musician Franz von Schober. This friend in need, who was fairly well off, had admired some Schubert songs before meeting their composer, and when the two became acquainted, von Schober suggested that they share lodgings, and took advantage of this plan to shoulder almost the entire financial burden. Von Schober was a valuable friend to Schubert, for he understood the composer's moods and made due allowance for them. He was also able to introduce Schubert to certain valuable friends, such as the baritone Vogel. With Vogel or von Schober, the composer made several very pleasant vacation trips. Another friend of this little group was the poet Meyerhofer, whose melancholy disposition must have been cheered by Schubert's geniality. From this beginning there came ultimately a fairly large circle of poets, painters, and musicians, including Lachner, Schwind, Spaun, and other notables. They were a somewhat bohemian lot, leading a rather shiftless life, but they made it a life of at least some happiness. In its way, the circle was almost communistic. If one had money, all shared it with him, and drank champagne until a renewed financial deficit forced them back to simpler potations. Once, when Schubert sold a group of songs to a publisher, he took the coterie to hear the great violinist Paganini at over $2 a ticket. Hats, coats, and other articles of clothing were appropriated whenever needed, and anyone making a visit arrayed himself in the best of this borrowed plumage. During a week of poverty, Schubert once missed his wooden spectacle case. After a hunt, he found that Schwind, too poor at the time to buy a pipe, had filled the case with tobacco, bored a hole in it, and inserted a stem, at which he was puffing contentedly. Schubert was recognized as the leader of the Bohemian gatherings, and they were called Schubertiades in his honor. All the members of the clique were active in some phase of artistic work. When a newcomer was introduced, Schubert invariably asked, "Kann was?" This question, which meant, "Can he do anything?" finally became Schubert's own nickname. In 1818 a change came, in the shape of a chance to teach at the Hungarian estate of Count Johann Esterházy. There he must have become acquainted with the gypsy music, which is echoed in so many of his own great works. Unlike Beethoven, he did not impress the aristocracy. He felt ill at ease with them and more at home among the servants. But this did not prevent him from falling in love with the Count's younger daughter Caroline on a later visit. His passion was sincere, if hopeless. It has been stated that once, when Caroline asked why he dedicated nothing to her, he replied, "All that I ever did is dedicated to you." Schubert's remarkable rapidity in composition is attested by many anecdotes. If a musical idea came to him at night, he would often arise to write it down. In this way he composed his song Die Forelle, but when he reached for the bottle of sand, then used for blotting purposes, he was so sleepy that he seized the bottle of ink instead and poured its contents over half the manuscript before he discovered his mistake. Too tired to rewrite the work, he took no further pains with it for many days. Still more suggestive of his speed in creative work was his composition of Hark, Hark, the Lark. On a summer morning in 1826, he was returning with a party of friends from an early walk. At the restaurant Zum Biersack in Währing, Schubert saw his friend Thiese at one of the tables, and the party joined the latter at breakfast. While they were waiting to be served, Schubert began to look over a translation of Shakespeare that Thiese had brought. Always hunting for poems that could be set to music, Schubert soon noticed Hark, Hark, the Lark, the beautiful morning song in Cymbeline. In a moment he exclaimed, "If only I had paper here, I have just the right setting for this poem." At these words, Doppler, who was one of the party, started ruling staff lines on the back of a bill of fare, and soon handed the improvised music paper to the composer. Schubert then wrote his exquisitely beautiful setting of the poem, completing it with full harmony in the space of 20 minutes. If Schubert composed quickly, he also forgot quickly. Once he sent Vogel a song, which the latter found too high, and directed a copyist to transpose down to the desired key. A week or two afterward, Schubert saw the song, now in a strange handwriting, and looked it over. "That's not bad," he said. "Who composed it?" As a pianist, Schubert was expressive enough, but too lazy to gain any real mastery over technique. On one occasion he broke down while trying to play one of his own works, the Fantasie, Opus 15. Continuing, he found himself in difficulty for a second time, whereat he jumped up from the piano stool in a rage and exclaimed to the friends who were present, "That stuff is only fit for the devil to play. Das Zeug mag der Teufel spielen." Schubert's retiring manners really stood in the way of his career. He refused a post as court organist, probably through a distaste for the formalities required. He met Beethoven and Weber in 1822, but did not get into close touch with them, and Beethoven did not recognize Schubert's greatness until he examined some of the younger man's works while on his own deathbed. In similar fashion, Schubert found it hard to treat of business matters, and became a prey to the avarice of his publishers. Thus Diabelli bought a large number of Schubert's songs for about 10 florins apiece, while he made over 27,000 florins from a single one of these, The Wanderer. In 1826, when the supply seemed to exceed the demand, Schubert sold some of the songs in the famous Winterreise set for 20 cents apiece. After attending Beethoven's funeral in 1827, Schubert proposed a toast to the next great composer who would die, not knowing that it was to be himself. Schubert's friends often reproached him with carelessness in composition, and towards the close of his life their words took effect. He showed more than usual care in writing his great symphony in C, and revised the manuscript considerably. After that he even decided to take lessons in counterpoint, feeling that the skillful handling of voices, parts, and figure treatment would give added strength to his works. He had planned the course with Schechter, but he died before he could start it. Toward the end of the year 1828, he was attacked by a sudden distaste for food, which soon changed into a fever of the typhus sort, similar to the one that carried off Mozart. Schubert's friends did not at first realize the serious nature of his illness, but even if they had known, their best efforts would probably have been insufficient to save a constitution worn out by irregular living. Schubert died on November 19, 1828, when less than 32 years old. The epitaph on Schubert by the poet Grillparzer states very justly, "Fate has buried here a rich possession, but yet greater promise." Schubert was by nature a song composer, and all his works, even the orchestral ones, charm us by their wealth of spontaneous melody. But if he had carried out his plans of study and united the solid value of contrapuntal knowledge with the melodic beauty of his works, there is no telling to what heights he might or might not have risen. As it was, he earned a place among the world's masters at 31, an age at which Beethoven had not yet finished the first period in his activity, and Wagner had written only one of the operas that were destined to make him famous. In person, Schubert was short, stout, and round-shouldered, with a chubby face, a pasty complexion, due to poor food, thick black hair, and alert eyes, which were unfortunately near-sighted. He spent his mornings in composition, which with him was little more than the copying of works already completed in mental vision. Schubert's operas are now forgotten for the most part. He wrote quite a number of them, but the librettos were often poor, and his style was lyrical rather than strongly dramatic. Best known among his operatic compositions are the overture and entr'actes of Rosamunde. 2 of Schubert's 10 symphonies have survived in the repertoire of the present, the unfinished symphony and the one in C. The former consists of 2 remarkably emotional and expressive movements, the opening one being in the sonata allegro form of a first movement, while the second is a calm but richly expressive slow movement. The warm feeling of the first movement and the rich harmonies of the second make this work absolutely sui generis, a veritable lyric among symphonies. The C major work is based on larger proportions, the broadly developed themes of its first movement, the fiery gypsy character of its second, the lyric brightness of its scherzo, and the triumphant glory of its finale are familiar to many concert-goers. This work may not have the astonishing depth of expression that Beethoven showed, say in the finely wrought slow movement of his 7th Symphony, but the Schubert composition charms us none the less by its wealth of melody and the changing beauty of its harmonies. Schubert's other works include 20 expressive string quartets and chamber music for various combinations. His 24 piano sonatas are rather long and diffuse for a form that should be powerful rather than lyrical. His many shorter piano pieces, avoiding this defect, are often very successful. They consist of dances, marches, impromptus, moments musicales, and so on. His sacred productions consist of 6 masses, 2 sacred cantatas, including Miriam's Song of Victory, and a number of motets and hymns, some quite elaborate. For voice he wrote also about 60 part songs, but he is best known by his solo songs, which number between 600 and 700. Schubert's songs brought into existence the highly poetic and expressive style of lyric known as the German Lieder. The Lied is a complete work that contains the maximum of artistic creation in the minimum of space. The Lied may be compared to a gem in music, while the longer symphony or overture resembles rather a large decorative fresco. Such songs as Schubert's Erl King or The Wanderer contain vivid bits of the most widely different styles, welded into an artistic whole with the utmost skill and delicacy. The same variety is shown in the other songs when they are taken as a whole, though often a single song may be devoted to a special style. Thus the Schöne Müllerin cycle, depicting the love of a rustic swain for the miller's daughter and his jealousy of the green-clad hunter who supplants him in her affections, is pervaded by suggestions of mill stream and forest, although its various numbers differ among themselves in character. Songs like Die Allmacht or Aufenthalt demand breadth or power. Others again, like Die Post or Das Fischermädchen, are lyric melodies of swingy enthusiasm or compelling charm. Some numbers in the Winterreise and elsewhere are settings of apparently unmusical subjects, done in such a clever way that the accompaniment proves effective after all. In setting emotional subjects, Schubert did not quite reach to the depth of Schumann, but he showed the way for the latter and surpassed him in the variety of uses to which he put his lyric ability. There had been song composers before Schubert, such as Schultz, Zelter, and others, but where their work was primitive or experimental, Schubert's represents a full artistic fruition. With Schubert as a song composer, two other men have been classed, Robert Schumann and Robert Franz. The former will be treated under his own name, but Franz's work may well be described here. Robert Franz was born in 1815 at Halle, where he lived, with short exceptions, until his death in 1892. Gifted with musical taste at an early age, he enjoyed greatly the choral singing that took place at his home. In school he added alto parts to the songs, and nearly earned a flogging from the teacher, who did not understand such deviations from the printed notes. After some study at Dessau, Franz returned to his native place, where he gradually became known as a song composer and was made a chorus director. Poverty and deafness came upon him, but Liszt came to his aid and gave a series of Franz concerts that put him beyond the reach of want. Franz thought that after Beethoven it was sacrilege to attempt symphonies, and he limited himself to song composition. In a letter to Louis C. Elson, Franz claimed that music began with the lyric form and will end with it, a process of development that is true of poetry also. Whether one agrees with the prediction or not, he must admit that Franz's songs did much to justify it. They show something of the lyric charm that was Schubert's and the melodic strength that was Schumann's, but with these they unite a delicacy of artistic workmanship that deserves the highest praise. They are often of such intimate nature that they lose effect in large concert halls. Some of them, like Mit schwarzen Selden, show power enough, but most of them are more quietly contemplative. This quality may be found in such widely different lyrics as the rhapsodical An die Bretten Schiffswand and the infinitely tender Slumber Song. Franz wrote some choral music, but avoided the instrumental field. Karl Lohr, born near Halle in 1796, attempted the larger forms. After a youth of performance that was finally stopped by apoplexy, he devoted himself to composition. His works include operas, oratorios, orchestral, chamber, and piano pieces, but he became best known by his dramatic ballads. Undoubtedly, Schubert's Erl King and Wanderer pointed out the way for these, but Loe carried the form to much greater length and made it extremely dramatic. Such ballads as Sir Olaf, Archibald Douglas, Odin's Mesrit, Edward, Heinrich der Vogler, and others of the sort are really little dramas for solo voice and piano. He practically founded the ballad form. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendrie. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Weber and Romanticism. Karl Maria von Weber was born at Eutin in 1786. He was a cousin of the Constanze Weber, who married Mozart. His father had been the local choirmaster and conductor for some years, and had hoped for a child prodigy among his offspring. The children of his first wife showed only a meagre amount of talent, so that when the young Karl brought forth a juvenile composition, the father began to think that his hopes might be realized. He did not hesitate to falsify his son's age, wishing thus to draw attention to a new child prodigy. But he was not such a well-equipped teacher as Leopold Mozart, and his son was not nearly so precocious as the young Mozart. Weber's father was restless as well as versatile. The family began a long period of wandering when Karl was only a year old. Vienna, Kassel, Meiningen, Nuremberg, and many other places were visited in search of theatrical or other employment, and it is only a slight exaggeration to say that Weber grew up behind the scenes. Weber's training was desultory, though he had some lessons from Michael Haydn at Salzburg. At Munich, under Kalcher, the boy produced his first opera, Die Macht der Liebe. Weber's father grew interested at this time in the lithographic work of his friend Senefelder, and thought of giving up music, but he did not carry out his design. In Freiburg, Weber produced Das Waldmädchen, which was afterwards rewritten as Silvana. Next came Peter Schmoll, which was still immature and had little more success than its two predecessors. After study with Abt Vogler, who helped him much, Weber became Kapellmeister at Breslau. There he wrote the opera Rubezahl, now unfortunately lost. There too he accidentally ruined his attractive voice by sipping at a glass of his father's nitric acid, which he mistook for wine. Unlike the Irishman in the anecdote, who merely stated that he had never tasted that brand before, Weber fell to the floor unconscious and did not recover his health for a long time. At Stuttgart, Weber entered into the fast court life that flourished under Duke Ludwig of Württemberg. There he was drawn into various kinds of gaiety and dissipation, and became one of a coterie known by the pleasing title of Faust's Descent into Hell. As secretary to the Duke, Weber received some of the wrath that his ducal master had aroused in King Frederick, and he made the breach irreparable by directing to the chamber of that royal gossip an old lady who was asking for the court washerwoman. As a result, Weber was banished, when one of his servants secretly negotiated a loan by promising a court appointment in return for it, an act of which the composer was wholly ignorant. But this banishment was of good influence, for a more orderly life was coming. At Darmstadt there was renewed work with Abt Vogler, who said of Weber and Meyerbeer that they would express his artistic principles for him. At this time came Weber's first real success in opera, the one-act comedy Abu Hassan. Still more conducive to good effects was Weber's marriage with Carolina Brandt. She made him give up the wild associates and habits of his Stuttgart days and lead a more orderly and industrious life, before she would consent to the marriage. In after life she continued to be his good angel. It was during his stay as conductor in Dresden that he started composing the works that have made him most famous. His opera Preziosa belongs to this period, but his fame rests chiefly on three great stage works, Der Freischütz, Euryanthe, and Oberon. The plot of Der Freischütz is based on the old legend of a demon who gives huntsmen magic bullets in exchange for their souls. The demon's name is Zamiel, and the huntsman, Casper, is in his power. Casper, who must furnish a new victim to prolong his own lease of life, beguiles to Zamiel's glen a young huntsman named Max, who loves Agatha, daughter of the chief huntsman Kuno. As Kuno is about to retire, Max wishes to succeed him, for Agatha's sake. Max is made to shoot badly in the preliminary contest, which impels him to get the magic bullets. With these he shoots perfectly, but the last one, which was to do Zamiel's bidding, aims itself at Agatha. Deflected by a sacred wreath, it kills Casper instead. Zamiel is satisfied with this victim, whereupon Max confesses and is forgiven. This work is justly considered as the foundation of the Romantic school in German opera. The school derived its name partly from its subjects and partly from its methods of treating them. The classic mythological texts of the Metastasio sort were now replaced by legendary lore or historical pageantry. The music was based largely on the folk song style. Weber's opera contains many examples of the simple beauty that pervades the German Volkslied. Artificialities were banished in a smooth flow of music that made a strong popular appeal. Such numbers as the horn quartet in the overture or the close of Agatha's prayer are exactly in the style of the German folk music. Such music as this, in connection with the brisk hunting choruses and the impressive incantations, must have exerted a strong appeal when contrasted with some of the conventionalities that had preceded it. The entire German nation went wild over the work. After a Vienna performance, Weber wrote, quote, "Greater enthusiasm there cannot be, and it is scarcely possible to rise higher than this. To God alone the praise." End quote. Preciosa was based on a Spanish gypsy subject and had no national import. Die Drei Pintos, a comedy written at this time, was left unfinished and not performed until after the composer's death. Oriente, Weber's second great success, was handicapped by a mixed and poor libretto. Count Adolar, praising the virtue of Oriente, his betrothed, is told by Lysiart, a rejected suitor, that she can be made faithless. Lysiart, aided by Oriente's maid, Eglantina, obtains a ring and learns a secret about Adolar's sister, Emma, both of which seem to compromise Oriente by showing her to be on confidential terms with him. Adolar, incensed, drags her to the wilderness to kill her, and leaves her alive only because she saves him from a serpent. Returning, Adolar is told by Eglantina that she compromised Oriente out of jealousy. Lysiart stabs Eglantina and is led off to punishment, while Oriente, who has been found and saved by the king, is restored to the repentant Adolar. The music of this work was again of high rank, and Beethoven, on hearing it, wrote, quote, "I am glad, for this is the way that the Germans must get the upper hand of the Italian sing-song." End quote. Oberon, the prototype of much fairy music, is founded on the old romance of Sir Owain of Bordeaux. Oberon has quarrelled with Titania and will not be reconciled until he finds two lovers who are constant through everything. Puck brings news of Sir Juan's pilgrimage to Baghdad, a penalty imposed because he had killed Charlemagne's son. As one of his tasks, Juan rescues the caliph's daughter, Rezia, with whom he falls in love. The pair are persecuted by hate, enduring shipwreck and slavery, but they remain faithful, so that Oberon is reconciled to Titania at last. Juan is ultimately pardoned by Charlemagne. This work has in it many possibilities, and there is a strong contrast between the delicate fairy music and the powerful climaxes in other parts of the opera. One of the scenes, Ocean, thou mighty monster, is still a favourite display piece for concert sopranos. Weber is best known by his operas, but he composed many other works. He wrote 3 detached overtures and 2 symphonies. He produced a number of orchestral concertos, the 2 for piano and the Konzertstück being best known. He composed several cantatas, of which Kampf und Sieg is the most famous. He was a great pianist and wrote many solos for his instrument, including 4 sonatas, a number of rondos, some very effective polonaises, and so on. His dances include the well-known Invitation to the Dance. His Last Waltz, as already stated, was not his, but Reissiger's. It was found among his papers after his death, but Reissiger was able to prove that he had given Weber the manuscript. Weber died at London in 1826. His Oberon was composed for London, and in spite of his consumption, he went to the British capital on what proved to be his last trip. Oberon was a great success, and added one more proof to the fact that its composer was remembered best for his operas. Ludwig Spohr, who was born in 1784, is sometimes named as the real founder of the Romantic School, but in spite of Spohr's many claims to fame, he hardly deserves that title. His best operas included Faust, Zemira and Azor, Jesonda, Der Berggeist, and Der Alchemist. The first of these, not on Goethe's drama, incidentally, was produced in 1818. But while it antedated Der Freischütz by 3 years, it did not cause any national feeling or serve to found a school. Spohr studied the violin during boyhood and won some attention by writing a concerto at the age of 14. By further study and the hearing of great artists, he developed himself into a leading violinist of a broad and solid school that superseded the Parisian coterie of Rode and Kreutzer. He was active also as an opera conductor, and Weber helped him to become court choirmaster at Kassel, where he remained for many years. He married the harpist Doretta Scheidler and composed many harp and violin duets for her and himself. Spohr's works consist of 9 symphonies, including the famous Consecration of Tones, 15 violin concertos, and other works of the sort, much chamber music, 10 operas in all, and several oratorios, such as Calvary and The Last Judgment. Many of these works have retained their popularity, but they are almost all marked by Spohr's peculiar mannerisms. He wrote in a very modulatory style, sometimes so chromatic as to seem artificial. He has been likened to a man who, on wishing to enter a house, will not walk through the front door, but dodges around the corners, and finally jumps in through some unexpected window. Yet much of his music is effective, for he was a good contrapuntist and a fair master of orchestration. Peter von Winter and Joseph Weigl antedated the Romantic School, at least by their operas. They form a link between the Mozart-Salieri period and the school that followed Weber. Winter's Unterbrochene Operfest and Weigl's Schweizer Familie were their best works. Others of this intermediate period were Friedrich Himmel and Ignaz von Seyfried. Himmel became known as a pianist, but wrote several operas treating romantic subjects in Die Sylphin and Der Kobold. Seyfried, a pupil of Mozart, Haydn and Winter, treated such effective topics as Die Druiden and Der Wundermann am Rheinfall. Ernst Theodor Hoffmann, the famous writer, produced a number of operas, of which Undine, his best work, was given in 1816. From all this it may be seen that various German composers were working toward the Romantic School, but Weber was the first to give the school a conscious existence and a firm foundation on German folk music. The chief successor of Weber in the Romantic School was Heinrich Marschner, 1795 to 1861. After some years as a boy prodigy, he met Beethoven and began to settle down to composition. He became associated with Weber at Dresden. Of his 15 operas, the most famous were The Vampire, Hans Heiling, and Templar and Jewess, the last being based on the story of Ivanhoe. Marschner became known also by his chamber works, piano music, and songs. His success in treating scenes of homely simplicity or supernatural weirdness were not far behind that of Weber himself. Both men influenced Wagner. Adalbert von Gürowetz is almost forgotten today, though he lived from the time of Mozart to the middle of the 19th century. He produced stage works after Weber, but his chief successes came with Der Augenarzt in 1811 and Robert in 1813. He composed symphonies, chamber works, and sonatas with great facility. Peter Joseph von Lindpaintner, another pupil of Winter, became known by The Vampire, produced in 1829, and the later Liechtenstein. With him may be mentioned Poissel, Blum, Kuhlau, the flutist, and Schnöder von Wartensee. Karl Gottlieb Reisiger won fame by his Jelva, Die Felsenmühle, and Turandot, which were given soon after Weber's death. He wrote 10 masses and the oratorio David, as well as chamber works and light piano pieces. Konradin Kreutzer composed songs, piano pieces, and chamber works, but was best known by his operas. Most successful among the latter were The Spendthrift and The Camp Before Granada, both of which are still performed in Germany. Gustav Albert Lortzing had a rather unsettled youth, much as Weber did. Lortzing was a tenor of some renown, and his operas show a very particular and easy leading of the voices. Most successful among them were Die beiden Schützen, the humorous Zar und Zimmermann, Hans Sachs, Der Wildschütz, Undine, and Der Waffenschmied. A posthumous work, Regina, was given in 1899 with fair success. Other names deserving mention are Reuling, Titel, Netzer, and Nicolai. The work of all these men is now largely relegated to the past. Even the Weber operas are not often heard outside of Germany. Their merits were such as to win them immense popularity in their day, but the standards of the present demand more advanced librettos and more spicily dramatic music. But if the romantic operas are mostly off the stage, they still contain much that is of value for the concert platform. In many cases, their composers were gifted enough, but they cast their material in a form that is now held antiquated. Works by Weber and Spohr are still to be found on the dramatic stage and are fairly familiar on concert programs. Weber is equally remembered for the excellence of the overtures to his 3 great operas, but apart from them, the school is little known now. Popular taste, however, is not necessarily a safe guide, and the work that was done by the Romantic school should not be forgotten or underestimated. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Mendelssohn. Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy, born in 1809, came of a wealthy and cultivated family. Originally Jewish, but adopting Christianity. His grandfather was the famous philosopher and scholar Moses Mendelssohn. His father, the banker Abraham Mendelssohn, used to say, after Felix became known, "Formerly I was rated as the son of my father. Now I am considered the father of my son." There were 4 children in the family, the eldest, Fanny, being gifted musically. Both she and Felix showed an early aptitude for music, and both possessed what their mother called Bach fugue fingers. Both displayed talent in composing, though at the time, for some unknown reason, such gifts were looked at askance in girls. Mendelssohn afterward printed some of his sister's pieces as his own, rather than let them lie in obscurity. But he met with retribution for this on at least one occasion. When he was presented to Queen Victoria, she tried to please him by praising his song Italy, but he had to admit with shame that this was one of his sister's compositions. Mendelssohn studied under various good teachers, and even received help from Cherubini while on a Paris trip. By the age of 12, the boy was already a good composer for voice, piano, and other instruments. He admired Beethoven, and especially Bach. Weber influenced him, and Muschlis helped him. The result of all this was that when he was 17 years old, he produced some remarkable compositions. These included a string quartet in B minor, an octet for strings, and the short opera Camacho's Wedding. But more important than all of the above was the overture to A Midsummer Night's Dream, a work of such maturity and dainty charm that no other composer of 17 years has come anywhere near equaling it. In 1828, Mendelssohn began the earnest study of Bach's great St. Matthew Passion, and soon he organized a performance of the work, which took place at Leipzig. This did much toward bringing all of Bach's music into renewed attention. Mendelssohn was a zealous devotee of Bach, and his own music shows the early master's influence. Soon after this, Mendelssohn made his first trip to the British Isles. His journey to Scotland was especially productive of results, and its effects are seen in many of his compositions, both large and small. He composed many songs in the Scotch style, which he seemed to assimilate with more success than other continental composers. While his Hebrides Overture, sometimes called Fingal's Cave, and the Scotch Symphony showed the influence of that northern land on his larger works. When he first visited Fingal's Cave and saw the sea swishing against the majestic basalt columns under a gray sky, he was so impressed that the scene translated itself into tones for him. On the back of an old envelope he scrawled a theme of 20 measures, which he sent back to his sister as a description of the place, and this theme was afterward used as the opening of his Hebrides Overture. Its minor lilt gives a wonderful picture of the waves, echoing the rhythm of the wavelets over the deeper bass of the larger surges in truly inimitable fashion. Back in Germany, Mendelssohn tried for positions in Berlin and conducted festivals in Dusseldorf and elsewhere. But his real home was Leipzig. There he became conductor of the Gewandhaus Orchestra and lived in the most pleasant and useful activity. It was during this period that he performed for the first time Schubert's Great Symphony in C, which Schumann had discovered at Vienna. Mendelssohn's charming personality was now winning him many friends. He was full of magnetism and liveliness, besides being kind and tactful. He was eager to do favors for others and constantly active on their behalf. In his domestic circle he was full of gaiety, and this sometimes showed itself in a musical way. After his sister married the painter Hensel, Mendelssohn composed the cantata Son and Stranger for a domestic festival. Hensel was very unmusical, so Mendelssohn tempered the wind to the shorn lamb by giving him a part consisting of a single note, repeated whenever necessary. Even then Hensel failed to hit the note correctly, and the little party burst into a storm of merriment at his expense. Mendelssohn himself married Cécile Jean Renaud, who he met in Frankfurt. She was the daughter of a Swiss clergyman. 5 children resulted from this union. A trip to Italy was followed by the composition of the Italian Symphony, but this was not so characteristic as the Scotch work. As a conductor, Mendelssohn was sunny and cheerful in his readings, but not deep. His style may be shown by his statement that too slow a tempo was infernal. The bright, rapid character of his own works shows that he was most at home in that vein, and not successful in handling dramatic passages. In his compositions for orchestra, he avoided the dramatic vein for the most part. His chief work in that field, the Ruy Blas Overture, is not rated as a great success. This overture was the occasion of a rapid piece of work on his part. It was wanted for a certain concert, but he delayed writing it until only a short time was left. Then he completed the work in 2 days, filling in each measure for all instrumental parts before proceeding to the next. Composers usually make it a practice to write out the string parts first, with only the most important melodies in the other instruments. The missing parts are filled in last. This method is much easier than the one Mendelssohn adopted for the occasion. At Leipzig, Mendelssohn composed a long series of important works. There were piano pieces of much value, the Oratorio St. Paul, given in England as well as Germany, the violin concerto, which is still one of the great examples of its kind, and the effective symphonic cantata known as the Hymn of Praise. His activity in behalf of teaching resulted in the founding of the great Leipzig Conservatory. His last large work, the oratorio Elijah, was conducted by him at Birmingham in 1846 and won a tremendous success. In connection with this work, Mendelssohn had a narrow escape from plagiarism. When he first wrote the solo, O Rest in the Lord, he set it note for note to Leaves's tune of the Scotch song known as Old Robin Gray. Composers always have many themes in mind, and in Beethoven's case these themes were transferred to notebooks. Mendelssohn had evidently heard the Scotch song, but had forgotten its identity, and he came to regard it as one of his own melodies. When the work was shown to his English friend Horsley, the latter sent Mendelssohn a copy of the song in question, whereupon the composer altered the number by writing the beautiful melody now used. The work of writing Elijah was somewhat wearing to Mendelssohn. He planned a complete revision of the oratorio while hunting up a suitable text for another work, Christus. In the midst of this task he received word that his sister Fanny had died. There had always been the closest relationship between them, and when Mendelssohn heard the news he fell in a faint. This shock, in combination with the extra work that he was doing, proved too much for his delicate constitution, and he never recovered his health. He died in 1847. Mendelssohn was by all accounts the most unequal of the great composers. His works seem to show that it is but a step from the sublime to the commonplace, if not the ridiculous. Some of his compositions arouse the liveliest admiration and wonder, while others disappoint all really musical hearers by their trite simplicity. This strange condition of things may be explained by the fact that Mendelssohn wrote too much. He adopted as his motto the phrase, nulla dies sine linea, meaning that no day should pass without its line, at least of music. While such constant activity was praiseworthy in its way, the composer could not count upon the presence of his highest inspiration. If genius were only a capacity for taking pains, then Mendelssohn surely earned the title. But in music one expects more than mere work. It must be work of an inspired sort, revealing great ideas and broadening the hearer's mental or emotional vision, before we admit that its composer is a genius. Some of Mendelssohn's music stands the test, but not all. The so-called songs without words for piano show traces of the weaker and more conventional Mendelssohn. These are short piano pieces with much daintiness and charm in their way. They also show a most skillful handling of comparatively simple forms, so that the student will find them of much interest and value. But here and there is a trace of conventionality in their melodies, which makes them seem too simple and sugary. The same defect is found more frequently among the composer's shorter vocal works. Many of these songs are daintily graceful or sweetly melodious, but some of them are merely fluent without being great. On the other hand, certain piano works by Mendelssohn are of the utmost excellence. Examples of these are the Preludes and Fugues, especially the great one in E minor, and the famous Variations Sérieuses. Both of these works display Mendelssohn's strong points and are tremendously effective. They show a leaning toward counterpoint that makes their composer a true disciple of Bach. There is not only strength in them, but balance, contrast, and skill. The appeal of such music is in part intellectual. There is something of the idea of design to be grasped, something of formal beauty as well as forceful expression. Mendelssohn was a consummate master of the skill that makes form serve as the potent factor in the sum total of musical greatness. Thus Wagner, whom many critics considered the very antithesis of Mendelssohn, admired the Hebrides overture greatly for these qualities. Of Mendelssohn's orchestral works, the Reformation Symphony contains a great climax on Ein Festberg. The Italian Symphony has a fairly conventional first movement, a scherzo with charming horn passages in the trio, a somber but strong slow movement, and a dashing saltarello close. The Scotch Symphony has a first movement consisting of rapid work in minor, sometimes lightly chattering, but often broadly powerful. It ends with a tone picture of the storm. Its second movement is the daintiest of light, charming scherzos with a marked Scotch flavor to its themes. The third movement is more conventionally melodic. The finale, again in minor, shows almost savage power and certainly suggests the wildness of the Scotch scenery. The interweaving of two clarinet parts just before its coda gives a wonderful touch of brooding loneliness. The coda itself is a broad but rather conventional ending in major. Mendelssohn was the first to give importance to the concert overture, making it a more or less definite program piece apart from any opera or incidental music, such as followed the older overtures. The style of the Hebrides overture, as already imitated, is a union of grace, strength, and skill that is highly artistic. The daintiness of the Midsummer Night's Dream overture cannot be exaggerated. Mendelssohn afterward wrote other music for this play, including the richly beautiful Nocturne and the widely known Wedding March. Calm and Sea and Prosperous Voyage was another of his overtures that enjoyed great vogue for a time, though its picture of monotony, followed by favoring winds and a triumphant reception in port, is rather tame in contrast with recent works. Mendelssohn wrote much chamber music, including string quartets and piano trios of great value. In such pieces he showed all the requisite skill in balancing and interweaving the parts. His choral works, however, have made Mendelssohn the most widely known. The two oratorios and the Hymn of Praise meet with a constant welcome. Fragments of an opera, Die Lorelei, show some beauty, but his cantatas are far more effective. Of these, such works as the music of Sophocles, Antigone, and Oedipus at Colonus show a most solid and strong handling of the voices. In the sacred field, Mendelssohn composed also the cantata Lauda Sion, settings of 8 psalms, and many motets and anthems. The chief of those who came under Mendelssohn's influence was Niels Wilhelm Gade, the Danish composer. Born in 1817, Gade achieved his first great success in 1840 with the Ossian Overture. He spent 5 years at Leipzig and became so devoted to the Mendelssohn style and standard that some critics have named him Mrs. Mendelssohn. Yet his works have enough originality in them. Even if not so characteristic as Grieg, Gade shows some Scandinavian traits in his music, allied to a poetic romanticism. He became known by his attractive cantatas such as The Crusaders, Kamala, Psyche, The Message of Spring, etc. He composed also symphonies, overtures, a violin concerto, chamber music, piano pieces, and songs. But outside of his own country, his works are not often heard. Hartmann, whose daughter Gade married, deserves mention as a pioneer in Danish music. Hartmann was much influenced by Spohr at first. The Hartmann symphonies and overtures are practically on the shelf. He achieved more success with his 4 operas and smaller works for voice or piano. Another member of this Danish coterie was Erik Sabonis, whose symphonies, choral works, and chamber music show Mendelssohn's influence. Ferdinand Hiller, 1811-85, was known in various fields. He composed operas, oratorios, orchestral works, chamber music, piano music, etc. These were marked by technical skill and had a fair share of expressive power, but as a whole they lacked the vigor of deep originality. They are in part what is known as Kapellmeister music, that is, music of only the average routine excellence that an orchestral leader would be expected to show. William Sterndale Bennett, 1816-75, was an intimate friend of Mendelssohn who became famous as a pianist. His works were chiefly for his instrument. They display some skill and a few analogies with Chopin, but they lack deep appeal. Bennett composed also an oratorio, The Woman of Samaria, and a pastoral, The May Queen. Hauptmann was a Mendelssohn protege who is best known by his writings. The same is true of Ernst Richter, though the latter composed instrumental works and the oratorio The Redeemer. Ignaz Moscheles, the pianist, became another of the Leipzig group. His compositions are piano solos or concertos. Ferdinand David, the violinist who was made concertmaster of the Gewandhaus Orchestra, composed much for violin, but wrote also in the larger forms. Julius Ritz was a cellist who assisted Mendelssohn at Dusseldorf. He composed overtures, symphonies, and smaller works. Karl Reineck was a Mendelssohn pupil who became well known to many Americans as a teacher of composition. He conducted the Leipzig Orchestra for 35 years, following Mendelssohn's standards. As composer, he wrote symphonies, overtures, concertos, chamber works, and many smaller pieces. His Nutcracker and Mouse King music is a charming example of mock heroic fairy music. Salomon Yaduson, whose works on harmony and counterpoint have caused hard labor for many music students, was another versatile composer. He wrote orchestral and chamber works, but his most interesting productions are his sets of canons and other contrapuntal pieces. His skill in writing canons earned him the nickname the musical Krupp. Franz Lachner, 1803-90, was of more importance in his day. He knew Beethoven and was a prominent member of the Schubertiades. He was active as a conductor in Vienna and Munich. He wrote symphonies, chamber music, oratorios, and operas, including Caterina Cornaro and Benvenuto Cellini. But he is best known because of his orchestral suites. The old suites of Bach's day were set to dances. In Lachner's hands, the suite became a set of movements not unlike those of the symphony, but somewhat more informal in style. One of these suites contains a well-known march and an admirable orchestral fugue. Wilhelm Taubert was another Mendelssohn disciple. His compositions include symphonies, overtures, chamber works, and incidental music to various plays. With the exception of Lachner, all these men were more or less directly influenced by Mendelssohn. Lachner was a conservative, whose works placed him in line with the others. Lachner was so opposed to the freedom of the growing Wagnerian movement that he gradually withdrew from composition after 1865. All these men worked along the lines of fairly strict form. They did not always display the deep inspiration, but they possessed the learning and skill demanded by the classical style, and in many instances their works were sufficiently great to win and hold public esteem. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Schumann. Robert Schumann was born in 1810 at Zwickau in Saxony. The son of a bookseller and a doctor's daughter, he inherited literary taste from his father and a vein of deep sentiment from his mother. His early education was rather desultory, though he showed an aptitude for music, becoming a pianist and organizing a school orchestra. When he was 16, his father died, and his mother decided to make him a lawyer. But at this time he acquired a vein of dreaminess and a devotion to the mystic writings of Jean-Paul that did not exactly promise legal success. He was sent to Leipzig to study law, but he showed much more interest in the piano lessons that he took from Friedrich Wieck. He was greatly devoted to Schubert's works and became known himself for his power in improvising. He was finally sent off to Heidelberg and after that to Italy, but at last what he called the 20 Years' War ended in his favor, and he was allowed to devote himself to music. At this time, Schumann was rather opposed to theoretical studies. He held that a composer could write well by instinct. While he had to alter his opinion of the value of such studies, he never thoroughly mastered orchestration, and the instrumental colors of his orchestral works are often very muddy. At this time, Schumann was practicing to be a great pianist, and all his musical ideas occurred to him in a pianistic form, even later in life. While Schubert thought vocally and Beethoven orchestrally, Schumann unconsciously fitted everything to the piano keyboard. The result is shown in the fact that his symphonies show less loss of effect than almost any others when transcribed for piano. Schumann tried to strengthen the weak fourth fingers of his hands by means of a pulley and weight device. As a result, he lamed one of his fingers so badly that he had to give up all thoughts of becoming a great performer. But his loss, as he considered it, was the world's gain, for the accident turned him to composition and led him into bringing forth many beautiful works. Schumann then began the theoretical studies that he had previously held in such contempt, and the mistakes in his early harmony exercises proved that he was in need of training. Soon after these events, Schumann entered the critical field, founding the paper known as the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik. The new paper on music is still flourishing. At first it fulfilled a valuable mission, for the fetters of classicism were being discarded by the freer school of Romanticists, of which Schumann himself was a leader. The greatness of the classical masters remained undimmed, but Schumann and his comrades were ready to give due appreciation to new styles and prevent the old forms from becoming a clog on originality. Thus, while Mendelssohn composed with one eye on the past, Schumann looked more to the future. Of Chopin he wrote, "Hats off, gentlemen, a genius." He spoke of the piano sonatas of Brahms as veiled symphonies, a term that has been used to describe the last 5 sonatas of Beethoven. He also knew and encouraged Wagner. He had already begun composing and was getting known as a writer of piano pieces. These ranged from his variations in honor of Fräulein Abegg, which used the letters of her name as a musical theme, to the varied and attractive group of little tone pictures known as the Carnaval. The latter, written in 1835, was dedicated to Ernestine von Fricken, a fellow pupil of his to whom he was much devoted at the time. Her native village of Asch was hinted at again and again in the work by the use of the notes A, S, E-flat, C, and H, our B natural. The pieces consist of little ballroom pictures such as Promenade, Valse, à Vue, or Reconnaissance, hints at masqueraders such as Arlequin, Pierrot, or Colombine, and even tonal descriptions of real characters such as Chopin or Chiarina, the latter being Clara Wieck, who afterwards became his wife. Schumann's courtship of Clara Wieck and their subsequent devotion to each other have been so minutely described that many people believe she was his only love. But his thoughts were evidently elsewhere when he wrote the Carnaval. His admiration was so pronounced that Ernestine von Fricken afterwards complained of his desertion and acted as though a breach of promise suit would be in order. One of the false stories in musical history has woven itself about the Schumann piece known as Warum, Why, which is one of a set of 8 great fantasy pieces. This Why, with its questioning upward cadence, was considered an inquiry as to why Friedrich Wieck should oppose Schumann's love for his daughter Clara, which began to show itself in 1836. Whoever made up the story claimed also that this piece moved Wieck to withdraw his opposition, but the story seems to exhibit a total disregard for facts. In the first place, the piece was dedicated to another fellow student, the Scotch pianist Anna Rowena Laidlaw, and Schumann wrote to her concerning the music and various other matters. In the second place, Wieck did not withdraw his opposition to the match and opposed it until Schumann brought a successful lawsuit against him, restraining him from further opposition without cause. As a matter of fact, there is romance enough in Schumann's love and marriage without importing any falsehoods or exaggerations. Clara Wieck was born in 1819. She grew up to be a famous pianist and at first was something of a child prodigy. When she was 17, Schumann's intimacy with her began to ripen into love, and the two came to an understanding. Since her youth and his poverty made it necessary for them to wait, he set about making a career in earnest. He went to Vienna to seek a better opening, but that gay capital did not appreciate the dreamy, poetic composer. He gave some lectures which resulted in a doctor's degree from a university. He also worked at his periodical until it became reasonably successful. After all this, he had to resort to law to make Beat consent. But he was successful, and the marriage took place in 1840. Clara Schumann was a faithful helpmeet, inspiring her husband to do his best work and making his piano pieces known to the public by frequent performances. She outlived him for many years, but she always considered it a sacred duty to bring his compositions into popular notice. During his life, she was more a public figure than the composer himself. When the pair once visited a certain court where she played, one of the noble auditors, after praising her execution, turned to her husband and asked, "Are you too musical?" The year after Schumann's marriage was marked by great activity on his part. At this time, he translated his happiness into the beautiful song cycles entitled Poet's Love and Woman's Love and Life. He also wrote his joyous First Symphony, a triumphant work of much beauty. In 1842, he was busy at his chamber music, and in the next year he began his larger vocal compositions. After this, he suffered a nervous breakdown from overwork. Moving from Leipzig to Dresden, where he gradually recovered, he became intimate with Hiller and grew to know Wagner. He gradually resumed his own work, finishing the opera Genoveva and his Faust cantata. A trip to Dusseldorf resulted in his beautiful Rhine Symphony, the third of his four, though perhaps the manuscript of the fourth was completed at an earlier date. In 1853, the composer's mental malady took fresh hold upon him. He attended spiritualist meetings and insisted that Beethoven was trying to communicate with him by knocks in the rhythm of the figure that begins the Fifth Symphony. He continually heard the note A sounding in his ears, and he thought that certain themes were brought to him by spirits. One of these themes, which he wrote down, was used by Brahms in the variations that end with a funeral march. Feeling that his reason was going, Schumann tried to drown himself. The last 2 years of his life were passed in an asylum at Endenich. He died in 1856. The romance and poetry of Schumann's nature showed themselves most admirably in his music. But in place of the excessive emotion of Chopin, Schumann's works usually show a hearty, healthy enthusiasm that carries all their auditors by storm. Less skilled in technique than Mendelssohn, and much less gifted in counterpoint, he showed a far deeper and more vital inspiration. His works seem to combine earnest thoughtfulness and depth of feeling with a joyous strength. In his reviews and in the Carnaval, Schumann distinguished two sides of his character, the dreamy and poetic nature being named Eusebius, while his more impatient and fiery side was called Florestan. A judicial blend of the two he christened Meister Raro. The distinction is one that does not apply to Schumann's works except in a few cases. The depth and power of Schumann's music was not at first appreciated. Liszt, to be sure, called him the greatest music thinker since Beethoven. Wagner, however, said patronizingly that Schumann had a tendency toward greatness. Mendelssohn did not appreciate Schumann properly, though the two were associated for a time in Leipzig. The public, especially the English public, understood Mendelssohn's grace and skill, but was slow in comprehending the expressive warmth of Schumann. Chorley was noticeably bitter against Schumann, speaking of his music as the broken crockery school. Mendelssohn himself must be held somewhat to blame for Chorley's abuse. A word would have stopped it, but Mendelssohn did not utter that word. Among the best of Schumann's piano works are the Papillon, a toccata, the Carnaval, the Fantasiestücke, 3 sonatas, a set of novelettes, and the great variations known as the Etudes symphoniques. He wrote many short pieces, such as the Kinderscenen, containing the familiar Träumerei. His chamber music includes a great piano quartet and quintet, 3 trios, 2 violin sonatas, and many other pieces for solo instrument with piano. His longer vocal works include the opera Genoveva, with a beautiful overture, the cantata Faust, Paradise and the Peri, the Pilgrimage of the Rose, etc. In this field also is his charming Manfred, which is partly melodramatic. A melodrama, as already explained, consists of spoken words against a musical background. In this case, there is only one reader, who recites many of the selections chosen from Byron's poem. But it is possible to have various characters and to give actual spoken plays in this form. Schumann's songs are in many cases the most enthusiastic outpouring of emotional warmth. Less varied in style than Schubert's, they strike a fuller note of feeling. There are almost 250 of them, varying from the melting lyricism of Woman's Love and Life to the more narrative vein of such ballads as Blondel's Song or The Two Grenadiers. So intense is their emotion that in many cases they seem to pulsate with the warmth of life itself. The Schumann symphonies, though not always well orchestrated, are gloriously spirited works. The first of them has a rushing rhythmic first movement, a contemplative slow movement, a strong brusque scherzo, and a finale that alternates with strong chords, a rapid chattering theme of rare brightness. The second symphony has a slow, broad introduction, followed by rapid chord themes, a quiet, slow movement, a strongly rushing scherzo, and a finale full of grand chord effects. The third, or Rhenish Symphony, has a triumphantly joyous first movement, a scherzo-like movement that is redolent of half-humorous Rhine wine songs, a slow movement of expressive charm, a church service suggesting Cologne Cathedral, and a varied animated chord finale representing the pleasant intercourse of the people after the service. The Fourth Symphony strikes a new note for Schumann, varying strong minor effects with exotic Orientalism. Its first movement, after a striking introduction, has minor themes of almost wild power, with a contrasted middle part in major and a gloriously triumphant coda. The slow movement seems oriental in its odd harmonies and languorous style. The third movement is again a brusque scherzo, while the finale, in spite of some conventional moments, brings renewed suggestions of power. Schumann's influence has been very great. While Mendelssohn excelled him in popularity during their lives, time has brought an appreciation of Schumann's strength of expression. His music has been an inspiration to many composers not only in his own country, but in Scandinavia and Russia also. He has come in for some abuse at the hands of the extreme French modernists, but as they rely too much on an ultra-refined delicacy of effect, it is evident that they do not understand the value of his music and do not appreciate the qualities of emotional breadth and vigor that pervade it. The most prominent name associated with Schumann's is that of Robert Volkmann, 1815 to 1893, who came to Leipzig in 1836 and studied with Schumann. Volkmann taught at Prague and Pest, the atmosphere of the latter place giving some of his works a Hungarian gypsy flavor. He composed symphonies, overtures, string serenades, chamber music, and various vocal works. His overture to Richard III has enjoyed a fair amount of popularity, but it contains a decided anachronism in the shape of the tune "The Campbells Are Comin'." A Scotch tune hardly fits an English battlefield, but when one remembers that the tune in question was composed 100 years or so after the Battle of Bosworth Field, the melody begins to seem decidedly out of place. But this blunder does not detract from the dramatic power of the work. Friedrich Kiel, 1821 to 1885, lived in Berlin but followed the leadership of the Leipzig coterie. He composed an oratorio, Christus, and many other sacred works. He also wrote much chamber music. In style, he was conservative, following Mendelssohn as much as Schumann. Théodore Gouvy was of French birth and lived much at Paris. His works, however, belong with those of the Romanticists and were appreciated most in Germany. He composed 7 symphonies, 2 overtures, a number of chamber works, an opera, and other vocal productions. Karl Grädener, 1812 to 1883, was a cellist at Kiel and Vienna. He composed 2 symphonies, a piano concerto, and much chamber music, including admirable violin sonatas and cello sonatas. He was best known by his songs, choral works, and piano pieces, which were Schumannesque in style. He showed a keen sense of form and a good command of harmonic richness. Waldemar Bargiel, 1828 to 1897, was another composer who showed the Schumann influence plainly, though he did not have much personal contact with the Leipzig master. Bargiel's works include a symphony, 3 overtures, some chamber works, and many shorter pieces. Bargiel was a stepbrother of Clara Schumann. Incidentally, Madame Schumann fits into this list because of her piano works. Other orchestral composers who belong with Schumann as disciples or imitators are Julius Otto Grimm, who wrote symphonies and canons for strings at Münster, Albert Dietrich, whose symphony and cantatas were produced at Oldenburg, Richard Wurst, who produced orchestral, chamber, and operatic works in Berlin, and Ludwig Meinardus, who wrote symphonies but was best known by his choral works. Heinrich Dorn was a Berlin composer who wrote orchestral pieces but was best known by his operas. These were a belated offshoot of the Weber school. Dorn, however, did not approve of the Wagnerian movement, though in many ways it was an outgrowth of the Weber school. Theodor Kirchner was a protege of Schumann who became known by his short piano pieces. He composed also some chamber music and a number of songs. Schumann's chief disciple in the song field was undoubtedly Adolf Jensen, 1837 to 1879. Studying in Russia with Gade, he planned to take lessons of Schumann but was prevented by ill health. He was always poor and was troubled by consumption, which finally carried him off. Jensen was an enthusiast who could hardly stop what he started to play over the world's masterpieces for himself. As a result, he paid for long sessions of Wagner's music by many hours of pain. Jensen composed large works, such as the posthumous opera Turandot, the cantata Jephtha's Daughter, and a Gaudeamus set to Scheffel's words. His songs are gems of the Lied school and show a warmth of feeling much like that of Schumann. His piano works are very beautiful and fluent, though not vigorous. The charming Bride Song, one of his best-known pieces, is one of a set of four-hand music, which includes also a wedding march, a dance like Reigen, and a nocturne. Karl Banck was another song composer who followed Schumann. Banck's works are unassuming in style, but their grace and charm is well shown by such a lyric gem as his Abendreigen. Franz Abt, though not belonging to the Schumann school, deserves mention as being a composer of more popular vein. His songs do not reach the highest level, but they show a fluent smoothness that makes them widely known. Other song composers who should be named here are Edvard August Grell, Karl Kuschmann, Friedrich Küken, Karl Eckert, and Joseph Dessauer. End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jane Park. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Chopin. It is not every composer who can have 2 centennials of his birth celebrated in 2 successive years. But Frédéric Chopin achieved this seemingly impossible feat. Many authorities give the date of his birth as March 1st, 1809. Some, however, including 1 or 2 who ought to have known about it, placed the event in 1810. The latter date is probably right. Chopin was born at Żelazowa Wola, near Warsaw. His father was French and his mother Polish. From them he seemed to inherit a combination of Parisian grace and elegance with Polish intensity and patriotism. He was one of 4 children, 2 of his sisters becoming well-known writers. His father was a successful private school teacher who imparted an atmosphere of cultivation to the family life. Chopin at first showed an aversion to the piano. After a time, however, he took lessons under a Bohemian teacher named Zivny. These lessons must have been excellent, for they cured him of his distaste and enabled him to appear in public when 9 years old. Poland idolized him, and Warsaw called him the new Mozart. Catalani heard his playing when he was 10 and gave him a watch, while the Tsar of Russia supplemented this gift with a diamond ring. Entering the Lyceum, where he became known for high spirits and dramatic talent, he studied composition with Joseph Elsner and profited greatly by the lessons. In 1826, he issued his first published work, which he had preceded by several dances in manuscript. In the next year, he finished his studies and entered an active musical career. At this time, he was a great admirer of the beautiful Warsaw soprano named Konstantia Gladwowska. He dedicated some of his works to her and stated that she had inspired the adagio of his F minor concerto. But in spite of his feelings, the couple parted quietly enough, with conventional phrases, when he set off to strange lands. He had played in Vienna with some success, and in 1830, after 3 great farewell concerts at Warsaw, he started on a longer tour. He spoke of this trip as going to the United States via Paris. But when we consider how primitive the American conditions were at that time, it was no doubt fortunate for the composer that he never got beyond the French capital. He traveled slowly through various German cities. At Stuttgart, he learned that the rebellion of his countrymen had failed, and Warsaw had been taken by the Russians. At Paris, his artistic gifts and aristocratic ways soon brought him into contact with the best circles. He was welcomed by all the great musicians, from the aged Cherubini to the young Liszt. He became very fashionable as a teacher and charged high prices for his lessons. As he met with some rivalry on the part of Kalkbrenner, he decided to smooth it over by taking some lessons of the latter artist. But when he gave a concert early in 1832, Mendelssohn said of him, "Chopin is worth 20 Kalkbrenners." But he did not continue his public appearances for long. In a few years, his growing weakness interfered with them, and the cool reception accorded to his second concerto made him take a dislike to the concert room. As a pianist, Chopin showed all the delicacy that one would have expected from a man of his temperament. His fortissimos were far less powerful than those of the average player, to say nothing of Liszt. His gradations of power were thus kept in a fairly limited range. He was not entirely successful as an interpreter of other men's works, but when it came to playing his own, he was unrivaled. His delicate nuances of expression gave to his performances the utmost charm. He was an absolute master of rubato, the giving of character to a melody by prolonging some notes at the expense of others, without disturbing the rhythm as a whole. Sometimes, for amusement, Chopin would sit down at the keyboard and rattle off a piece mechanically as a sort of burlesque. But this procedure was reserved for his intimates. Late in 1836, Chopin met the authoress George Sand, or Madame Dudevant, with whom he lived in close connection for over 10 years. 2 years after their meeting, they passed a winter at Majorca, described in one of Madame Dudevant's books. After that, they stayed either at Paris or at Nohant. In Majorca, Chopin fell ill and laid the foundations of the consumption that carried him off in after years. Madame Dudevant was rather arbitrary, while he was sensitive and irritable. So it is a wonder that their intimacy lasted for so long. When it was finally ended by her, in 1847, she put him into one of her novels, Lucrezia Floriani, where he figures as Prince Carol. Chopin returned alone to his Paris quarters. Back in his old rooms, he began to improvise at the piano. The excitement and frenzy to which he was a prey led him to think that he saw visions. The nobility of his native Poland seemed to march before him in review, as if going into battle. He grew so afraid of his own mental state that he rushed from the room and was found later wandering about the Paris streets. But the themes that echoed his visions remained in his mind. It is said that they were shaped by him into the great A-flat Polonaise, but probably it was the A major Polonaise. The revolution of the 1848 found him in England, where he made several private appearances. Returning to Paris, he died there in 1849. He was given an impressive funeral at the Madeleine. Following the Polish military custom of being buried in uniform, he was interred in his concert clothes. Chopin's music is mostly for piano. Unlike the other great masters, he confined his efforts almost wholly to this single branch of music. His concertos and dances with orchestra are practically piano works with an instrumental accompaniment. His piano trio and cello sonata are not among his best works. His songs are sometimes lightly joyous, like Were I a Birdling, but in some instances they are tinged with wild power. Anything connected with his native land moved Chopin to the depths of his heart. An example is found in the song Poland's Dirge, which is a gloomy threnody of the strongest intensity. In his piano works as a whole, Chopin introduced the idea of embellishments and refinements, not in their 17th century forms, but as episodes or connecting links in the melodic structure. Little runs or passages of several grace notes together take their place in the design of the piece and give it an exquisite charm. With Chopin, everything must be made poetic and full of feeling. This result is attained in part by the proper use of rubato and pedals, and for the rest by interpreting and expressing the sentiment that glows in the music itself. Chopin has been called, with justice, the poet of the piano. With Chopin, music was a matter of emotion most wholly. He did not devote himself to the learned elaboration of figures or balancing of the stricter forms. With him, music was always to be free, plastic, and expressive. Emotion was the chief thing with him, whether it proved to be dreamy and languorous or fiery and heroic. Field, noting this excess of emotion, spoke of Chopin as a talent for the sick room. But Chopin is not usually morbid. His sentiment is not sentimentality, his feminine quality is not effeminate. His pathos and intensity are polish, his ethereal delicacy French in style. Perhaps the most splendid of Chopin's work is the great A-flat Polonaise. The title marks it as one of the stately dances of Poland, originating when the nobles paraded before John Sobieski after his victory over the Turks. Chopin's work, which is his Opus 53, is known as the Heroic Polonaise, and demands a pianist of the first rank for its interpretation. The work is both impassioned and majestic, and its broad sweeps of expressive power make the musical auditor lose himself in admiration. Of the dozen or more polonaises by Chopin, that in F sharp minor, Opus 44, is another great work, while the military polonaise in A is shorter but impetuously enthusiastic. Comparable with the polonaise for excellence is the sonata, Opus 35, in B flat minor. The work consists of 4 movements, an opening allegro, a scherzo, the well-known funeral march, and a short but rapid finale. In the true sense of the word, the work is not a good sonata. It does not aim to employ figure treatment and development as its chief resource, but it is wonderfully beautiful. The melodic and expressive themes of the first 2 movements form an admirable foil to the somber gloom of the funeral march. The latter is even more widely known than the sonata as a whole. Though the prim and formal Mendelssohn said of the march, "I abhor it," the unrest of the finale is a fitting close for the work. In point of numbers, the mazurka seems to have been Chopin's favorite form. He wrote over 50 of these dances. The mazurka, or mazurek, is a popular Polish dance, which Chopin must have seen often in the country. It was in 3/4 time, and was often accented by a little kick on the second beat of the measure. Chopin brought to the form an infinite variety of expression. So full of nuance and suggestiveness were his mazurkas that he himself, it is said, never played them twice alike. These were the works that he would sometimes parody by giving them with exaggerated mechanical exactness. Chopin's 19 nocturnes are for the most part musical gems of the first water. He did not invent the form, but he perfected it and brought it to an intensity of passionate feeling that remains unequaled. There's a sadness about them that is sometimes morbid, but often there's also the rarest beauty. In the nocturnes, the feminine note of Chopin's nature is sometimes overemphasized, but usually it lies with the performer to prevent them from becoming too sentimental. Probably the most popular of them all is the one in G major, Opus 37, No. 2. The melodic character of this work is so rich as to be almost too sensuous. Highly varied and very expressive also are Chopin's 25 preludes, which form a set except for the last one. These are nearly all of the smallest dimensions, but their contents are pregnant with meaning. The 24 or more etudes are another mine of tonal richness. They are more than their title implies, for they are not only technical works, but studies in expression as well. Honecker calls them a series of palpitating music pictures, while Gluck says that in these pieces, Chopin pours forth the entire fullness of his transporting poesy. With the ballades, 4 in number, we come again to a larger and freer form. The one dedicated to Schumann is especially melodious and full of strong contrasts. Chopin, like Gluck, made the scherzo a separate piano form. Chopin wrote 4 works of this sort. Among Chopin's other compositions, the beautiful Berceuse deserve high rank. He composed also impromptus, fantasies, and a barcarolle. His 15 valses are full of the most captivating grace. Avoiding conventionality, they are too expressively varied to be suitable for actual dancing. Associated with Chopin for a time was Stefan Heller, 1815 to 88, who was known for many years as a pianist. Like Chopin, he had a very sensitive temperament that made concert appearances something of a trial for him. He wrote several hundred short piano pieces of various sorts, ballades, nocturnes, etudes, and so on. John Field, who sneered at Chopin, did not differ so greatly in style from the Polish master. He wrote several concertos and a number of solo pieces, but is best known now by his nocturnes for piano. These are full of delicate sentiment and seemed to foreshadow the more passionate outpourings of Chopin. Kalkbrenner's use of a guide bar to support the wrist is mentioned in the chapter on famous pianists in this volume. His conceit was somewhat excessive, and Chopin's taking lessons of him resulted from his rather brazen offer to teach the Polish performer. Kalkbrenner wrote fluent concertos, sonatas, and other works, and played with smoothness. These men, with Czerny, Moscheles, Tomaszek, and other masters of still earlier date, brought piano playing to a higher level. But the works of Chopin were the first that showed the full capabilities of the instrument in emotional expression. The pianists who flourished in the middle of the last century, see chapter on famous pianists, included such famous names as Henselt, Hertz, Thalberg, and Dreischek. Henselt practiced for large stretches and devised exercise for that purpose. He composed a concerto, a number of etudes, and other solos. Thalberg had great technique but devoted himself largely to salon music. Dreischek played his own pieces for the most part, and they were showy rather than deep. Hertz, too, wrote and played works that were brilliant but shallow. The term salon music, in its strict sense, implies music suited for the drawing room. It signifies also music that is not of the highest type, requiring serious attention, but is aimed merely to please in a more or less superficial manner. This is not equivalent to saying that salon music is necessarily trashy. It does, however, lack the depth and earnestness of the masterworks. Salon pieces are not necessarily easy to compose, and in many cases they show much skill and dexterity or real expressive power. A number of salon music composers are now mentioned. Albinitz, who died in 1855, was active at Madrid for many years. Laybach, who was an organist at Toulouse, became known by his nocturnes, of which the fifth is still widely popular. Litolff, the well-known publisher, wrote some salon music, but attempted also concertos and other large forms. Bovy, sometimes writing as Lisberg, became famous at Geneva. Alcon Morange became known at Paris by his etudes and other works. Jacques Blumenthal was pianist to Queen Victoria. Hobarts composed many light, short pieces at Brussels. Eugene Ketterer became known by his popular dances. In our own country, Louis Moreau Gottschalk deserves mention. Born at New Orleans in 1829, he probably inherited musical taste from his Creole mother. Studying in Paris and elsewhere, he soon became known as a pianist. But his fame rests chiefly on his compositions, which are light in a way, but very characteristic and effective in suggesting their titles. His Bambula reproduces the turmoil of that Negro dances. His Bananier and Savane have an inimitable southern flavor. His banjo echoes the sounds of the plantation darkies very daintily. Ojos Creolas displays a romantic style. The Last Hope is a pathetic picture inspired by a mother's death just before the desired return of an absent son. Ossian consists of two richly poetic bits of bardic utterance. These may well serve as a type of salon music. There is here none of the development of the sonata or the studied intricacy of the fugue. Instead, there are light but pleasing melodies and harp-like sweeps of rich harmony. On the whole, however, salon music covers a multitude of sins. While it may include works of interest and value, It offers room also to the tawdry effects of many commonplace pieces or the conventional triviality of the popular dances. Strictly speaking, many of the great composers have written salon pieces. The shorter bits of Beethoven, such as the 6 bagatelles, or the Träumerei of Schumann, or some of the melodic bits of Schubert, show the simplicity of style and the popular appeal that is a characteristic of salon music. Yet, if a composer uses nothing higher than that style, he can hardly be reckoned as a master. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Italian Opera. While Germany had added to the earlier names of Bach and Handel the more recent ones of Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert, and Weber, Italy produced no genius of the first rank. A certain decadence had begun to show itself in Italian music. The works of the Scarlattis, Lotti, and even Cimarosa no longer appealed to the people of Italy, and public taste in that country began to be satisfied with something far simpler in style. It was this decadence of Italian taste that led von Bülow to remark, "Italy was the cradle of music, and remained the cradle." Instead of keeping abreast of German classical development, Italy shut her ears to the geniuses of the North and turned her attention to a school of bright but rather trivial melody. This musical isolation lasted until within a few decades. Gioacchino Antonio Rossini, who led the movement toward this popular style of opera, was born in Pesaro in 1792. His father was town trumpeter and his mother a baker's daughter. He studied singing and horn playing at home. Entering the conservatory at 15, he took up counterpoint under Mattei, but he had no patience with such serious work and gave it up as soon as he had developed his facility in the lighter vein. He studied the music of Haydn and Mozart until he was nicknamed the Little German, but he imitated their orchestration and fluency rather than the worth of their style. Rossini wrote his first stage work for Venice in 1810. This was followed by an opera buffa at Bologna and an opera seria at Rome. His career was now a busy one. For the next 10 years, he brought out no less than 30 operas in such diverse cities as Rome, Venice, Naples, Milan, and Lisbon. His first work of any value was Tancredi, given in 1813. During this period, he composed also his Barber of Seville, brought out at Rome in 1815. This bright comedy, which has done more than any other opera to keep his name alive, was disliked at first, partly because it treated a subject already used by Paisiello. Otello, produced in 1816, marks the transition from an older recitative style to a smoother and more melodic vein. His Cenerentola proved itself another admirable comedy, while Mose in Egitto was afterwards changed into oratorio form. Rossini's facility in composition is shown by a joke that he played upon a Venetian manager. When the latter gratified an old grudge by forcing the composer to set the poor libretto of I due Bruschini, Rossini retaliated by putting all kinds of tricks into the score. Thus, the second violins began each measure in the overture by tapping on their lampshades. The bass was given high passages, and the soprano forced as low as possible. A comical scene was suddenly interrupted by a funeral march, and the words were so arranged in the choruses that a ludicrous jumble of syllables resulted. This opera was, naturally, retired after one night. A revolution at Naples in 1820 started Rossini on a trip to Vienna. There, at Prince Metternich's request, he wrote some bright cantatas and in 1823 produced Semiramide. After a short journey to London, he became director of the Théâtre Italien in Paris. There he revived his old works and brought out Il Viaggio a Reims. In 1826, he was named royal composer with a salary. At Paris, Rossini was influenced by the excellent standards in vogue, and he even began to study seriously the works of Beethoven. The result is shown in his William Tell, 1829, which is written in a far more lofty style than his earlier and more conventional works. It was a worthy member of the series of operas composed by Cherubini, Spontini, and in later days Meyerbeer. Rossini made a contract to bring out more operas, one every 2 years at least, but his plans for developing himself in his better style were brought to naught by the Revolution of 1830, after which his contract and royal post were abrogated. Then he heard of Meyerbeer work in 1836 and decided not to compete with the new leader. The result was seen in the fact that he composed nothing more for the stage, though he lived until 1868. Rossini is a clear example of the bad influence of popular taste on a really capable composer. Had he lived in Germany, he would pretty surely have striven to reach the German standards of classicism. But in a country where the public applauded only a tawdry and conventional style of melody, there was no incentive for the composer to develop himself beyond that level. The improvement that Rossini made in Paris shows very definitely that he was capable of higher things than the conventional singing concerts which form most of his stage works. Rossini, like Handel, was not above adapting themes from others. Like Handel in another respect, he transferred many pieces from his own early works. In a conversation about his Mass, Rossini once began to explain where its numbers had been borrowed, and the list ranged all the way from Aureliano to Semiramide. The opera seria, or tragic opera, was the most conventional affair imaginable. The inanities of this school gave rise to the remark, "Whatever is too silly to be spoken may be sung." In opera seria, no attention was paid to the principles of dramatic fitness which Gluck had evolved. While the form was not so rigid as in the days of Handel, it was still a matter of certain conventional solos and ensembles and a great deal of bravura display. The soprano had to have her scena, often a mad scene, in which she was allowed to indulge in all kinds of trills, runs, and vocal display. She was almost always in love with the tenor and pursued by the bass. For some reason, the bass singer was usually cast as a villain who wished to win the soprano's regard, but could think of no better method than persecuting her. Wagner broke through this stereotyped custom and gave the hero's part to a basso in his Flying Dutchman. In comedy, a more natural tone prevailed. The opera buffa, for some reason, was unhampered by traditions and grew into spontaneous excellence. Its dramatic structure was admirable, its music suitable. Vincenzo Bellini, 1801 to 1835, was the son of an organist at Catania, from whom the boy took his first lessons. When he reached the age of 18, a patron sent him to Naples, where he studied for several years. He wrote a number of student works, including the symphony and his first opera. He paid attention to both German and Italian models, and was especially interested in Pergolesi. The opera manager, Barabaya, saw that the young man was really gifted, and at length began to order operas from him. Il Pirata, 1827, was a great success, though the favorable result was probably due to Rubini's singing in the chief part. At present, an opera is regarded as an artwork in which the composer must do something worthwhile, so that a single singer could not now make a poor work succeed. But the Italians of a century ago cared for little beyond smooth melodies well sung. Of Bellini's dozen or so operas, 3 became far better known than the rest. These 3 were Norma, I Puritani, and La Sonnambula. The first is based on a druidic subject and has a sufficiently dramatic libretto. Its music is fluent and not lacking in effects of real breadth. Most famous among its numbers is Norma's great solo of prayer and renunciation, Casta Diva. I Puritani deals with Cromwell's times, although its conventional story of love and jealousy is hardly puritanical. The work allowed a tremendous success to be made by the so-called Puritani quartet of singers. Grisi, Rubini, Tamburini, and Lablache. For many years, they kept the work before the public at Paris. La Sonnambula treats a scribe libretto, dealing with complications that result from the sleepwalking of its heroine, Amina. Her final outburst of joy, "Ah, non giunge," is another great favorite with soloists. Bellini did not enter the field of comic opera, and in his tragedies he did not show the versatility of Rossini. But if he lacked some of the brilliance of his rival, he atoned for it by breadth of effect. His melodies are often tenderly pathetic in style, with much sincerity, and occasionally broad sweeps of feeling. When the standards of the day are kept in mind, it will be seen that Bellini's operas showed considerable tragic solemnity. Gaetano Donizetti, 1797 to 1848, was born at Bergamo. He received early training from Mayer and Mattei. For a time, he entered the army to avoid being forced into the law. But he soon began to compose operas, and in 1822, his Zoraide de Granada procured him an honorable discharge. The first 10 or 12 years of his work were devoted to rather frank imitations of Rossini without much individuality. By 1830, Donizetti had composed about 30 operas, though none of them showed great merit. But with Anna Bolena, 1832, his more distinctive period began. The works by which Donizetti is best known are 3 tragedies and 3 comedies. The former are Lucrezia Borgia, Lucia de Lammermoor, and Linda de Chamonix, while the latter consist of La Fille du Régiment, Don Pasquale, and L'Issue d'Amore. The tragedies have all the faults of their school. While the brilliant solos captivated the audiences of their day, their music is now seen to have no special dramatic meaning. These tragedies, like those of Rossini's earlier styles, show not the faintest approach to the real dramatic possibilities of opera as exploited by Gluck. They are merely groups of singable melodies with little or no connection between them and the dramatic situations or the sense of the words. Their rather disconnected numbers have been likened to a string of separate pearls, but even the single gems were not of the first water when compared with those made in Germany. In the comedies, far better conditions prevail. The music is not only tuneful, but brightly humorous in character and well suited to the needs of the different situations. La Fille du Régiment has for its hero a Tyrolese peasant named Tonio, who enters the regiment to win the love of its pretty vivandière, Marie. Adopted by the regiment when a foundling, Marie finds that she is the daughter of a marquise, who carries her home. But Tonio, becoming colonel, traces Marie and finally wins her. Don Pasquale deals with an old man of that name who wishes to cut off his nephew's expectations by making a second marriage. The nephew, Ernest, persuades his sweetheart Norina to try to captivate the elderly wooer. She charms him at first, but after a mock marriage, she pretends to turn shrewish and extravagant. Don Pasquale is made to hate the idea of marriage before he is told that the wedding was not real. L'Issue d'Amore treats the story of a love potion bought from a conjurer by the villager Nemorino. With the aid of this and various events, he succeeds in winning his sweetheart in spite of the fascinations of a visiting sergeant. The vivacity and charm of the music in these comedies wins high praise even now. No allowance need be made in their favor because of changing standards. They hold their own today with scarcely less vigor than when they were first produced. While the tragedies of the Italian school seem thin and inartistic, the comedies are still models of their particular line. A number of composers were active at the beginning of Rossini's career. While none of them were geniuses, they often scored great local successes in various Italian cities. Giuseppe Mosca brought out his first opera in Rome in 1791. He is said to have invented an effective method of handling crescendos, which Rossini afterward borrowed. His brother Luigi was another opera composer. Vittorio Trento won considerable attention in London between 1797 and 1804. His greatest success was The Assassins. Vincenzo Federici was active at Milan and Turin. He followed the style of Cimarosa. Vincenzo Lavigna wrote several successful operas for Milan, and taught Verdi during the latter's youth. Stefano Pavesi won success with I Bacchanali, Ser Marcantonio, and La Donna Bianca. Giovanni Tadolini divided his time between Italy and Paris, composing operas, songs, and romances. Pietro Generale, a pupil of Durante, devoted himself to comic operas at Rome. He is classed as the forerunner of Rossini. Less directly in line with the Rossini school were Peyer and Mayer, mentioned elsewhere. Francesco Morlacchi, composer of sacred works as well as operas, adopted a more dramatic style while choirmaster at Dresden. He too wrote a Barber of Seville. Italian composers seem to find opera their most congenial method of expression. Proceeding onward through the 19th century, their number increases to large proportions. A partial list includes Carlo Conti, L'Olympiade, Antonio Coppola, Nina, Lauro Rossi, Il Domino Nero, Enrico Petrella, Alberto Mazzucato, Teodulo Mabellini, Rolla, Alessandro Nini, Achille Peri, and Carlo Pedrotti, who won success with comedies. Saverio Mercadante survived the Rossini group by many years, but did not rise beyond the limits of its style and tragedy. His successes began with Elisa e Claudio in 1821, and included his magnum opus Il Giuramento in 1837. He lived until 1870 and composed funeral music for nearly all of his earlier contemporaries. Giovanni Pacini was a Sicilian by birth. He entered the operatic field in 1813. His best work was Sappho, produced at Naples in 1840, but he wrote more than 36 operas after that. Those who began activity toward the middle of the century included Francesco Chiaramonte, Antonio Cagnoni, the double bass virtuoso Bottesini, Francesco Schira, Giorgio Micheli, Carlotta Ferrari, and the still later Pietro Platina and Filippo Marchetti. Greece was represented by Spiro Samara and his successor Theophilus Scalarines. The two brothers, Luigi and Federico Ricci, wrote together at times and made a great success with their joint work Crespino e la Comare, given at Venice in 1815. Antonio Carlos Gomez, the Brazilian, was a member of this school, though coming a little after it in point of time. From 1870 on, he won attention with his Il Guarani, Salvatore Rosa, and Maria Tudor. Contemporary with Gomez was Amilcare Ponchielli, who studied and composed at Milan. His best work is La Gioconda, a tale of the love and self-sacrifice of a poor street singer. This holds its place in the repertoire today. Arrigo Boito, born in 1842, has won fame as an admirable librettist for Verdi. In 1868, Boito finished his own excellent opera, Mephistopheles. Coming after Gounod's Faust, it differs from that work in treating both parts of Goethe's great poem. The first scene shows the prologue in heaven, with Mephistopheles gaining the Lord's permission to tempt Faust. Then comes the first act, on a square in Frankfurt, and in Faust's laboratory. The second act includes the garden scene and the witch's Sabbath on the Brocken. The third act consists of the prison scene, with Faust returning to find his Marguerite dying. The fourth act shows the classical Sabbath on the banks of the Peneus. An epilogue shows Faust in his laboratory and brings in his ultimate salvation through the happiness he found in working for others. The music to this great work places it in a more modern category than the date of its completion would indicate. While the majority of Italian composers still followed Rossini or the early Verdi, Boito blazed a new path for himself and based his work on the true principles of modern opera. When given with adequate forces, Mephistopheles is tremendously effective. The choruses of the cherubim and the voice of the Lord from behind the clouds give the prologue a surprising majesty. The first act includes Mephisto's great solo, Sonno Spirito. The garden scene is pleasing enough, the witch's revel wildly effective, and the prison duet really beautiful. In the fourth act, Helen of Troy has a powerful and dramatic solo. while the epilogue, with its struggle between the powers of good and evil, sustains the dramatic interest well. Guido has not yet produced a successor to this work, although his Nero has been announced many times. The real Italian leader, however, was Giuseppe Verdi. He was born at La Roncole on October 10, 1813, the same year that saw Wagner's birth. Verdi's love for music was displayed at an early age. When a 7-year-old choir boy, he became so absorbed in listening to the organ that he forgot to hand the holy water to the priest. A kindly musician, Cavalletti, repaired an old spinet which he gave to Verdi's father because the youngster played so well. After studying with the local organist, Verdi went to the town of Busseto, where other friends helped him. He was aided especially by the rich merchant Maurizzi, who enabled him to study with Provesi and afterwards sent the young man to the Milan Conservatory. There a surprise was in store, for Verdi was rejected by the Milan teacher Basili. There are several anecdotes telling how he revenged himself afterward by outdoing the conservatory students in fugal and canonic writing. These, however, are probably false, for even in his great Manzoni Requiem, Verdi rather avoided counterpoint. Verdi studied with Lavigna and was certainly earnest and diligent enough, for we soon find the merchant patron allowing his daughter to marry the young composer before the latter had made a name for himself. Verdi's first opera, Oberto di San Bonifacio, was produced at Milan in 1839. This succeeded so well that the manager, Morelli, gave Verdi a contract for 3 more operas. The first of these was the comedy Un giorno di regno. While he was at work upon it, his wife and his 2 children died. Under these circumstances, he was hardly in the mood for comedy, and it is not surprising to read that the work failed. Verdi was so utterly cast down that he thought of giving up composition, but Morelli finally persuaded him to continue. The composer's next work was Nabucco, another success. The soprano who had the chief part, Giuseppina Straponi, afterward became Verdi's second wife and lived until 1898. Other works which Verdi composed at this period include I Lombardi, Ernani, I Due Foscari, Giovanna d'Arco, Macbeth, I Masnadieri, Luisa Miller, and several more. Ernani has lasted better than the others. Based on Victor Hugo's play, it treats a story of romantic power with sufficiently popular music. At this time, Verdi understood nothing higher than the style of melodic tragedy introduced by Rossini, but his melodies, even though not aimed to echo the sense of the words, were much stronger than those of Rossini. Un ballo in maschera, which belongs to a later period, shows how lightly the libretto of an opera was regarded. Verdi's early librettists, Solera and Piave, were veritable slaves at the beck of composer or manager. In their hands, Macbeth became so commonplace that Shakespeare would hardly have recognized it. But in the Ballo in Maschera, Masked Ball, the incongruities increased at every turn. The libretto dealt with the assassination of a king at the masquerade. When the authorities forbade this as too revolutionary, Verdi made the scribe change the king into the Duke of Mantua. This was not enough to satisfy the police, so Verdi next made a radical change by altering the victim into the governor of Boston. One hardly imagines the old Boston Puritans giving masked balls. When the tenor Mario found the costume of the ruler too plain, he altered it into that of a Spanish cavalier. Verdi at one time attained a popular political significance because of the letters of his name. They stood for Vittorio Emanuele, Re d'Italia, and the young patriots who shouted Viva Verdi were in reality cheering the idea of a united Italy. In 1849, Verdi entered upon a new period in his growth. To this belong Rigoletto, Il Trovatore, and La Traviata. Rigoletto, the first of the 3, has a plot dealing with the intrigues of the Duke of Mantua. His court jester, Rigoletto, has aided him in an amorous adventure, and the friends of the victim revenge themselves by bringing Rigoletto's daughter Gilda to the Duke. The jester then hires an assassin who lures the Duke to a lonely house. But the assassin's sister, falling in love with the Duke, persuades her brother to substitute another victim in order to earn Rigoletto's money. To cure Gilda of her love for the Duke, Rigoletto brings her to see that ruler's attentions to Maddalena. Gilda, fearing for the Duke's life, rushes in to save him. The assassin then stabs her and stows the body in a sack, which he gives to her father. The latter opens the sack just in time to receive Gilda's dying blessing. While the music for this gory tragedy is largely in the style of Rossini and the early Verdi, it shows traces of growing strength. Rigoletto's fury when the courtiers steal his daughter and Gilda's love for the Duke are portrayed with the beginnings of real dramatic ability and musical fitness. The opera contains a great quartet which combines the most diverse emotions into a powerful ensemble. But in its day, its most popular number was the light love song La Donna è mobile. This will show that Verdi's growth was not evoked by Italian taste. Il Trovatore, produced at Rome in 1853, is another sanguinary affair. The wicked Count di Luna loves Leonora, but she is in love with the troubadour Manrico. The Count besieges the lovers in their castle and imprisons Manrico with his supposed mother, the gypsy Azucena. The Count threatens to kill his prisoners if Leonora does not agree to marry him. To save their lives, she apparently consents. She tells Manrico of her bargain, but he declines liberty at such a price. She has poisoned herself in the meantime. When Manrico is executed, Azucena tells the Count that Manrico was really his long-lost brother, whom she had stolen in revenge for persecution. She is then condemned to be burned. The music to this sad affair is fluent and in some places even tawdry, but as a whole, the score shows a wonderful power over melodic expression. Most popular is the well-known Miserere, sung by Leonora, some hidden monks, and Manrico in his cell. The anvil chorus of the Gypsies is another famous number. Manrico's duet with Azucena is another favorite. There are many effective solo songs, such as the Count's aria Il Balen and Manrico's Di quella Pira. The latter shows that the melodic school of opera is not without its expressive power. On the printed page, this song seems at first sight little better than the conventional melodies of Rossini. But its character is such that the singer can put a tremendous amount of expression into it. This is true in a lesser degree of the entire opera. Verdi was at last awake to dramatic possibilities, though in this work he still clung to the old melodic idiom in expressing them. La Traviata was founded on Dumas' Camille, with the heroine named Violetta and her lover Alfredo. She leaves him because his father says she will injure his prospects, and he thinks her false. After a meeting at a Paris ball, he learns the truth, but only in time to find her dying. The most famous selections from the score of this work are Violetta's expressive Ah, forse lui, and the father's description of home in Di Provenza il Mar. At the first performance, the size of the soprano made the opera a failure, for when the 300-pound singer Donatelli stated that she was dying of consumption, the audience burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Wagner's doctrines had been gradually becoming known even in Italy. Verdi always disclaimed being influenced by Wagner, but this assertion, though true in the letter, is not true in the spirit. Verdi may not have tried to imitate Wagner's style, but the German master led him to write operas that were far more like the German music dramas than his earlier works. Don Carlos and La Forza del Destino showed Verdi's new tendency, but it reached a much greater perfection with Aida, given at Cairo in 1871. Aida, on a plot provided by the Egyptian Khedive, who ordered the work, deals with the story laid in ancient Egypt. At the court, Aida, a beautiful Ethiopian hostage, falls in love with the officer Radames, who returns her love. Radames is appointed leader of the force that is to fight the Ethiopian king, whose daughter is Aida, though her captors do not know of the relationship. The Princess Amneris, who herself loves Radames, discovers Aida's feelings by questioning her. Radames brings back the Ethiopian king Amonasro as a captive, and he warns Aida not to betray his identity. On the island of Philae, Aida, forced by her father, learns from Radames the route of the next expedition. Amonasro then discloses himself and tries to persuade Radames to flee with him and Aida. While Radames is hesitating, the high priest of a nearby temple brought by Amneris discovers the trio. Amonasro escapes, but Radames is held for judgment. Amneris offers him freedom in exchange for love, but he refuses. He is sealed up in a subterranean vault into which Aida has made her way to die with him. The music of Aida is so fresh, varied, and forceful that the opera is still one of the best drawing cards in the entire repertoire. In this work, Verdi deserted the simplicity of Italian tunes and produced a work whose rich harmonies and really expressive melodies were far above anything he had done before. To catalog the musical excellences of this opera would almost mean giving a description of the entire score, but a few of the chief numbers may be mentioned. In the first act, Radames' aria Celeste Aida, the chorus of acclamation when he is made leader, Aida's tragic Ritorna Vincitor, when her lover goes to fight her father, and the consecration service in the temple, all are admirable. The temple scene is based on a real Egyptian melody. In the second act come the dance of the slave boys before Amneris, her dialogue with Aida, and in a separate scene the return of the victorious army, the last being one of the most stately scenes in the realm of opera. The third act includes Aida's foreboding lament, her duet with Radames, and the climax of their discovery with Amonasro. The fourth act contains some impressive priest's music, well contrasted with the agitation of Amneris, and in the death scene, some fervid snatches of duet in admirable contrast with the temple service going on above the doomed lovers' heads. For 16 years, Verdi rested upon his well-earned laurels. Then he produced the tragedy Otello. Boito wrote the libretto and added to it a chain of choruses sung by the Cyprus fishermen bearing gifts to Desdemona, and a sardonic credo of Iago that even Shakespeareans admire. While this is not so popular as Aida, its music is intensely powerful and shaped with an eye for tragic effects. Verdi set his own music to the song Willow, mentioned by Desdemona, but the Old English tune, which still exists, would have been more directly expressive. 6 years later, in 1893, Verdi brought out his last opera, Falstaff, at Milan. Again, Boito was the librettist. This time the play was altered only by the introduction of Falstaff's dissertation on honor taken from Henry IV. The libretto as a whole comes from the Merry Wives of Windsor. Falstaff is made to meet his misadventures both at Ford's house and at Hearn's Oak in a vein of light sarcasm set to the most delightfully chattering music. As in the play, all ends happily with Fenton's betrothal to Sweet Anne Page. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Book of Musical Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. The Book of Musical Knowledge by Arthur Elson. Cherubini and French Opera. Luigi Carlo Zenobio Salvatore Maria Cherubini, whose name became as famous as it was extensive, was born at Florence in 1760. He was at first trained by his father, a harpsichord player at a local theater, and afterwards he took a thorough course with Sarti. His life divides itself naturally into 3 periods. First, a short career in the conventional Italian style. Second, the leadership of opera composition at Paris. And last, a number of years as composer of sacred music and director of the Paris Conservatoire. His lofty style gave point to the saying that he was an Italian who composed German music in France. In his first period, Cherubini mastered counterpoint and became familiar with the style and spirit of the old Italian church music. After a sojourn in London, the young composer made Paris his home and soon came under the classic spell of Gluck's later operas. Cherubini himself composed an Iphigenie in Aulide, which was given at Turin in 1788 with much success. His first Parisian triumph, Demofont, proved that he had definitely discarded the light Italian style and adopted something more strongly dramatic. Like Rossini, he was inspired by the traditions of the Parisian stage, but he soon rose to greater heights than Rossini ever reached. His next French success, L'Odalisque, was brought out in 1791. The work gained for its composer an international reputation. It also cast into the shade the light, melodious trifles that were beginning to appear in Paris. In later years, the more superficial works of Boieldieu and Aubert became typical of Parisian taste. It is on record that when the former had won plaudits with his Caliph of Baghdad, Cherubini said to him, "Are you not ashamed to enjoy such an undeserved success?" Boieldieu then studied with Cherubini with good results. In all his career, Cherubini was a rather caustic and captious individual, more feared than loved, but he used his critical tongue in defense of a high standard of artistic principle. The libretto of L'Odalisque was rather weak. It dealt with the efforts of the heroine's lover to rescue her from a powerful rival's castle and ended with an attack by Tartars that brought about the desired result. 3 years later came Ellis, but a far more important work appeared after another 3 years in the shape of Médée. Its dignity and classic power rendered it a masterpiece. It was not popular at first because it had a rather poor libretto, which placed the interest chiefly with the title role, and because its music was rather too harmonic to suit the masses. But it soon grew into popularity. Cherubini's best-known opera was Les Deux Journées, given in 1800. This work deals with the fortunes of Deputy Armand, who has incurred the hatred of Mazarin. The Paris gates are guarded, but Armand escapes in a cask of the water carrier Michele, whose son he had helped on a previous occasion. Once outside, Armand is captured while defending his wife, but a pardon from the queen makes everything end happily. This opera is known in Germany as The Water Carrier. The style of the music to this work, as was true of most of Cherubini's French productions, united a lofty dignity with rare charm of melody and expression. His works, with those of Gluck and others, are often referred to as classical opera, but an equally good term, in Cherubini's case at least, would be symphonic opera. His scores show the worthiness in material and the skill in its handling that we associate with the great orchestral masters of Germany. Cherubini's overtures, by which he is still known on concert programs, have all the dignity and power that we expect from the symphonic writers. Especially excellent are the overtures to Les Deux Journées and Anacreon, which followed the earlier success in 3 years. Cherubini was often at odds with Napoleon, who perhaps did not appreciate his music, and in any case did not approve of his independent and arbitrary ways. Cherubini finally found it wise to leave Paris for a time. He went to Vienna, and in 1806 brought out at that capital his last great operatic success, Faniska. This took Germany by storm, and Beethoven and Haydn praised the work highly. It is probable that Cherubini served as a model for Beethoven and helped the German master to develop the strength of expression that he showed in the later part of his second period. But soon Napoleon came thundering at the gates of Vienna, and Cherubini had to move again. When the Bourbons returned to power, Cherubini was once more in favor at Paris, but his operatic career was over. As royal choir master and head of the Conservatoire, he devoted himself to sacred music. His works in this field include many admirable short compositions, but his fame rests chiefly on his larger productions consisting of 11 masses and 2 superb requiems. He could compose in the pure manner of the Palestrina school and also show a command of later harmonic expression and dramatic instrumentation. He blended the old with the new in most admirable fashion. As director of the Conservatoire, he remained active for many years, in fact almost down to his death in 1842. He ruled with a strong hand. His arbitrary decisions led him into several mistakes, for he rejected Liszt and Rubinstein and sneered at Berlioz. But these were radicals, while he was a conservative. He showed a mastery of his own field by writing an admirable treatise on counterpoint. Ritter wrote of Cherubini's operas, quote, "They will remain for the earnest student a classic source of exquisite artistic enjoyment, and serve as models of a perfect mastery over the deepest resources and means that the rich field of musical art presents." End quote. Cathy said of Les Deux Journées, quote, "There is a copiousness of melody, but such is the richness of the accompanying harmony and the brilliant coloring of the instrumentation that the merit of the melody was not appreciated at its just value." End quote. Mendelssohn wrote of Les Abencerrages, one of the operas, that he could not sufficiently praise, quote, "the sparkling fire, the clever original phrasing, and the unusual delicacy and refinement of the work." End quote. Etienne Nicolas Mauls, 1763 to 1817, was of French birth and came under Gluck's influence. He played the organ when 10 years old and took up sacred composition soon after. Later on, he went to Paris. In spite of the disturbed state of the revolutionary politics, he soon began to make headway as an opera composer, starting in 1791. He produced nearly 36 operas, of which Stratonice, Adrian, Utal, and Joseph were the best. Utal was the work that dispensed with violins and gave the violas prominence to emphasize the somber nature of its oceanic subject. Mauls' effects were often broadly impressive. He had not the commanding genius of a Cherubini, but he showed much of Gluck's loftiness of style. Jean-François Le Sueur, 1760 to 1837, was at first a choir boy at Amiens. For many years he devoted his attention to church music, into which he planned to introduce dramatic effects. His first opera was given at Paris in 1793. Less advanced than Mauls or Cherubini, he still sought diligently for new effects. The best of his operas were Les Bardes and La Caverne. His innovations foreshadowed in some degree those of Berlioz, who studied with him. Jardin, Solier, and Gaveau were other opera composers of this period. Cherubini's successor in opera was Gasparo Spontini, 1774 to 1851. Spontini was another Italian who made his career in Paris, but he too preceded his Parisian period by Italian works of less importance. He was not rated highly when he first came to Paris, but his one-act opera Milton made the critics concede that it showed beauty and feeling. In 1807 came La Vestale, which scored a tremendous success and won the special prize offered by Napoleon. This was followed by Fernando Cortez, produced in 1809 and remodeled later. Both works showed a broad style and much sympathetic expression. Spontini was active as a conductor and introduced into Paris Mozart's Don Giovanni, Haydn's symphonies, and other German masterpieces. He became court composer to Louis XVIII, writing many occasional stage works for his royal master. In 1819, he produced another opera, Olympie. He regarded this as his best work, but it made its way rather slowly. In later years, Spontini was called to Berlin, but the German Romanticism soon drew attention away from him. He tried to regain popularity with Nominal and Alcidor, but the librettos of these works were poor. He showed a flash of his earlier grandeur in Agnes von Hohenstaufen, but after that he relapsed into obscurity. His genius was lofty, but he lacked variety of style and lightness of touch. As already recorded, Rossini's William Tell belongs to the school of Parisian grand opera. Another composer who participated in grand opera by a single work was Daniel François Esprit Aubert, 1784 to 1871. He was a pupil of Cherubini, whose influence is shown in Aubert's early masses and operas. By 1820, Aubert became known in connection with opera comique, which was really his life work. He associated himself with Eugène Scribe and set the latter's bright librettos during a period of 40 years. But in 1828, he made a successful entry into the Spontini field of historical grand opera by the production of Masaniello, sometimes known as La Muette de Portici. The heroine, Finella, is dumb. She has been betrayed by Duke Alfonso, but when her brother Masaniello leads a successful rising, she generously causes him to spare the Duke and his betrothed, Elvira. Meanwhile, the defeated party assemble fresh forces and overcome the people, whereupon Masaniello, after a fit of madness, is killed by his own comrades, and Finella kills herself on Vesuvius. The music to this opera has many bold and original effects in spite of some conventional passages. Auber's light operas include Le Maçon, Fra Diavolo, Le Cheval de Bronze, and Les Diamants de la Couronne. François-Adrien Boieldieu, 1775 to 1834, preceded Aubert and was a pioneer in his style of light opera. Boieldieu secured Parisian recognition as early as 1795. In 1800, he became a piano teacher at the Conservatoire. He learned much from Cherubini and Mauls, his advance showing in Ma Tante Aurore, produced in 1803. His best works include Jean de Paris, 1812, Le Petit Chaperon Rouge, 1818, and his masterpiece La Dame Blanche, 1825. The last named opera is based on scenes from Scott's Monastery and Guy Mannering. Henri Moulton-Berton composed nearly 50 operas and taught composition at the Conservatoire. His best works were Le Délire, Aline, and François de Foix. He was a bitter opponent of Rossini. Niccolo Issoire, popularly known as Niccolo, was equally active in opera. His most popular works were Cendrillon, Joconde, and Jenno et Colin. His little melodies were simple enough, but not without artless pathos, and concert singers still delve into his works for unfamiliar but graceful selections. He was rather less careful than Boieldieu, and jealousy of the latter may have been an incentive to the dissipation that ended his career. Duc de Persuis secured a hearing for his operas and ballets, partly because he was a friend of Lesueur. Rudolf Kreutzer, the violinist, produced operas of a somewhat earlier date, bringing out a Ludwigska in 1791. Charles-Simon Catel displayed much elegance of style, but his music was considered too learned for opera. Giuseppe Blangini and Giuseppe Cartuffo were Italians who worked at Paris. The latter's Felice won some attention. Michele Carafa was another transplanted Italian. He composed Le Solitaire and a setting of Masaniello that preceded Auber's. Contemporary with this school of opera were the Portuguese Marcos Antonio Portugallo, composer of Fernando in Mexico, and the Spaniard Ramon Corneser, whose best work was Colombo. Louis-Joseph Ferdinand Hérol, 1791 to 1833, is best known by Marie, 1826, Zampa, 1831, and Le Pré au Clerc, 1832. He showed some richness of inspiration and gave the French ballet its vivid warmth of expression. His last two great works won him almost as much renown as Weber attained. In Zampa, a pirate of that name captures a Sicilian merchant, falls in love with the prisoner's daughter, gives him freedom at the price of her hand, and displaces her lover. But at the wedding feast, the statue of a young girl whom he has betrayed claims Zampa and drags him off to the infernal regions. Le Pré au Clerc has its scene laid in Navarre and is full of intrigues and conspiracies. Adolphe Adam, 1803 to 1856, represented light opera in a later generation. He was best known by Le Postillon de Longjumeau. His style marks a decline toward triviality, though he made some conscientious efforts to enter the field of grand opera. Albert Glaizard was of Belgian origin. His works were poetic in a way, but very light. Florimond Roger, Alexandre Lecoq, Émile Jonat, and Jacques Offenbach brought the school to a still lighter, though brighter, level. By their time, opéra comique had retraced its steps and become almost like grand opera. In fact, even its name was changed, and it became known as the Drame lyrique. Offenbach's fantastic opera, The Tales of Hoffmann, was of a higher type than his other works. It makes the bizarre German writer Hoffmann the hero of some of his own stories, each of which is presented in an act. Hoffmann is pursued by an evil principle that always makes his love end unfortunately. Finally, the muse offers to console him with fame, but he has been drinking and is too comatose to accept. Félicien David, also of a later generation, became known by Le Père du Brésil, Herculaneum, and Lala Rook, but he achieved most fame by his symphonic ode Le Désert, which was a pioneer work in using a real Oriental style and suggestion. Grand opera was continued in the preceding generation by Jacques Fromental Alevi, 1799 to 1862. A pupil of Berton and Cherubini, he followed Arsenault at first, but soon worked on original lines. His greatest operatic success came in 1835 with the tragedy La Juive and the comedy L'Éclair. In La Juive, a disguised Prince Leopold pays attentions to Rachel, supposed daughter of the rich Jew Eleazar. She penetrates the disguise, and as the prince is married, she denounces him. The cardinal at the court then excommunicates Leopold, and he, with Rachel and Eleazar, is thrown into prison. The wronged princess touches Rachel's heart, so that, to save the prince, she retracts her accusation. Then she is thrown into a vat of boiling oil, and Eleazar explains that Rachel was the cardinal's own daughter, saved from a fire during infancy. The last of the foreigners to dominate French grand opera was Giacomo Meyerbeer, whose name was originally Jacob Behr. He was born of Jewish parents at Berlin in 1791 and soon became a child prodigy. After studying with Abt Vogler, who gave him long-winded dissertations on the fugue, Meyerbeer started his operatic career with Jephthah's Vow, almost an oratorio, and Abimelech. Then the young man set out for Italy, where he won attention in spite of Rossini's fame. His Crociato Inedito, written for Venice in 1824, was a premonition of future triumphs. Soon Meyerbeer made Paris his home and did not disdain to take a thorough course of study with French masters. In 1831, Robert le Diable, his first great success, aroused tremendous enthusiasm. In this work, Meyerbeer first displayed his mastery of instrumental effects and his dramatic power. The scene is laid in Sicily, to which the daredevil Robert of Normandy has come in order to compete for the hand of the Duke's daughter Isabella. Robert's foster sister Alice tries to keep him in proper paths, but an evil spirit, personified as Bertram, constantly leads him astray. Bertram is really Robert's demon father. Bertram causes Robert to lose everything at the gaming table and then incites him to gain magic power by plucking a cypress branch near his mother's tomb at midnight. He does this among orgies of the spirits of faithless nuns. Robert's power now enables him to enter Isabella's room with the purpose of carrying her off, but her pleading makes him change his evil purpose. Bertram has only a certain time to gain control of Robert, and Alice thwarts him. The clock strikes midnight, Bertram descends to the infernal regions, while Alice, Isabella, and Robert sing a trio of deliverance. The Huguenot, produced in 1836, has a much more sensible libretto. In this work, Marguerite de Valois tries to reconcile the warring sects by betrothing the Huguenot Raoul de Nangy and the Catholic Valentine, daughter of the Count Saint-Brie. Valentine goes to the house of de Nevers to break off her former engagement to him, but Raoul, seeing her, places a wrong construction on the visit. He breaks his troth and challenges Saint-Brie, who, in revenge, plots Raoul's death. Valentine warns Raoul's servant Marcel, and Raoul learns that he owes her his life. But the news comes too late, as Valentine has been given again to de Nevers. Raoul and Valentine, during a final farewell, overhear the plans of the St. Bartholomew massacre. In modern versions, the work ends here, with Raoul rushing to the fray. In the complete opera, Valentine comes to Raoul after de Nevers is killed in the fighting. The lovers are united by the faithful servant minister of Raoul, and the trio are shot down. In this work, Meyerbeer's successful qualities show at their best. Marcel's powerful battle song, Pif Paf, is a favorite number, while the Rataplan of the soldiers, the Benediction of the Poignards, and Raoul's intensely dramatic fourth act duet with Valentine are scenes of tremendous power. Meyerbeer was theatrical in the extreme, but he had no high ideals, and instead of trying to reach a certain standard, he wrote down to his public. Le Prophète, 1843, deals with John of Leyden, who is forced to give up his sweetheart to a rival. John turns Anabaptist and is proclaimed a new Messiah, but his sweetheart's suicide and his betrayal by friends lead him to end all by blowing up the palace where he resides. The work is rather confused in its libretto, but the music contains some scenes of gorgeous pageantry. Most effective is the lofty Coronation March. The overture and incidental music to Struensee came in 1846. L'Africaine, Meyerbeer's last grand opera, was delayed in production until after the composer's death in 1864. It deals with Vasco da Gama, his sweetheart Inez, a rival official named Don Pedro who tries to steal Vasco's new discoveries, a treacherous slave Nelusco who wrecks the explorers, and a generous African queen, Selika, who loves Vasco but returns him to his own sweetheart. The music to this work is less grandiose than that of the preceding operas. Its suavity is in some degree a reaction toward Rossini's methods. Meyerbeer made 2 trials of opera comique. L'Étoile du Nord is the story of Peter the Great and his companion Catherine, afterwards Empress of Russia. Dinora, or The Pardon at Plomarel, deals with the fortunes of 2 Breton peasants, Oel and Dinora, whose adventures center about buried treasure. Neither work was a great success. It has become the fashion to abuse Meyerbeer because of his theatrical superficiality, but it must be remembered that he existed before the Wagnerian standards made grand opera a real artwork. In spite of excesses and concessions to public taste, Meyerbeer showed a breadth of conception, a dramatic power, and a mastery of scoring that kept some of his works on the operatic stage until within a very few years of the present. Schumann accused him of, quote, going over to the circus, end quote, but if he did so, he carried out his action successfully. End of chapter 19.